Chapter 12-18. In the past 2 days, Zhang Feng had spent all his time on mining and spreading rumors, so he had a lot of free time. But this leisure was also relative. After all, 3 days of preparation was quite rushed. Last night, old Xiaoxia, Jianghu, Zhang Yuyao, and even Zhang Shan went up the mountain early. And Zhang Feng's wooden house was also demolished. At this time, they entered a spacious and bright villa. Last night, it took a lot of effort for him and Mokido to finally make the glass. However, due to the lack of technology, they could only make frosted glass. It was the kind of glass that had carvings on it, and the scenery on both sides couldn't be seen. Even on a piece of glass, one could see 2 or 3 colors. Although Zhang Feng was still a little dissatisfied. But he could only make do with it. When these pieces of glass were put on, it would have a different flavor. In the room, Jingshu and Yu Yao carefully dressed Zhang Feng, and even put on the Confucian robe that he wore during the opening ceremony of Chang'an University last time. Originally, according to Zhang Feng's intention, he was going to wear a Chinese tunic suit during the opening ceremony. But now, under the strong opposition of old Xiaoxia and the others, Zhang Feng could only admit defeat. At this time, in another single-family villa on the side of Zhang Feng's villa, Yu Shernan and the other Confucian scholars also changed into white and blue Confucian robes and slowly walked out of their own villa. As soon as they went out, a touch of unconcealable excitement appeared on their faces. This academy was basically taken care of by the 4 of them. And to be able to live in such a villa was enough for them to show off for the rest of their lives. The thatched waterfall that they talked about before was simply bullshit at this time. How could it be more comfortable than living in this villa? From the inside to the outside, Zhang Feng basically did it himself. From the bed to the furnishings and so on, Zhang Feng basically decorated it according to modern classical decoration knowledge. Not to mention them. Even if Lu Ban was alive, Zhang Feng was also confident that he could beat them. When the 4 of them left the villa, they bumped into Ma Zhou and the others who were waiting for them. Ma Zhou, Li Changqian, and the others naturally knew about today's big event, so they returned to White Deer College early. Seeing the 4 great scholars come out, Li Changqian reported what happened at the foot of the mountain in the past 2 days. However, the 4 great scholars were obviously not interested in these conspiracies. Instead, they asked, "How is the market at the foot of the mountain? Everyone who should be here is here, right?" "They're here." Li Changqian was a little depressed. He originally wanted to flatter them, but he didn't expect that the 4 great Confucians weren't interested in such things. Yu Shernan nodded and said, "That's good. Make the necessary preparations. The sect opening ceremony will officially begin at noon. You can go and entertain the guests. Right now at the mountain gate, it's basically Teacher Wenji, Teacher Zi Huai, and the people from Tong Hui Fang who are socializing. Should we prepare to lead the guests to the academy?" Yu Shernan didn't want to say anything at first. However, seeing that Li Changqian actually said something like that, he couldn't help but say meaningfully, "Do as you see fit. Just don't affect the plan." "Yes. Yes." Li Changqian and the others hurriedly left. At this moment, Ouyang Sun couldn't help but look at Li Changqian's back and say, "Is there something wrong with this kid?" "You noticed it too?" Yu Shernan asked. Ouyang Sun nodded. "I don't know what's wrong with this kid recently. He's a little impatient when it comes to doing things or his homework. This isn't good. Should we tell Fengzi?" After all, Li Changqian was the crown prince. Moreover, the things he learned were basically the sum of everyone's knowledge. Most importantly, under Zhang Feng's teaching method that treated everyone equally, Li Changqian obviously didn't have any advantages. It would be strange if he wasn't anxious. They looked at Li Changqian's back and thought for a moment. Then they shook their heads and said, "Let's go eat first. We still have a big show later." "I really envy that brat Zhang Feng. I wonder if he's awake now." They chatted and laughed as they walked towards the dining hall. On the other side, Qian Wanli was tirelessly leading the students of the academy around Shao Mountain. They shouted the slogan, 1, 2, 1, and ran in an orderly manner. When the orderly shouts reached the mountain gate, the people in the market at the foot of the mountain couldn't help but look sideways. Everyone already knew the teaching method of White Deer College. They knew it and even learned the morning exercises. However, when they saw the thousands of youths dressed in white and blue with the words White Deer embroidered on their chests, it still gave them the illusion of a magnificent army with thousands of men and horses. At this moment, there wasn't a single peddler in the market. As early as yesterday, everyone had cooperated with the students in the mountain to clean up the square. They had even set up 3 rows of tables and benches on the straight cement and rubber road, extending from the mouth of the canyon to the front of the statue at the mountain gate. All the customers sitting on the benches, regardless of whether they were students of Chong'an University, Imperial College, Hongwen-Guan, the Emperor's Edict, or the Confucian scholars of Chong'an, all stood up and looked enviously at the orderly team that slowly bypassed the food factory at the mountain gate and jogged up the mountain from the mountain gate. At this moment, the ones who were the most excited were those who had sent their children to the White Deer Institute. At this moment, when they saw their own children in the group of mighty runners, they excitedly waved their hands and shouted the names of their children. They were afraid that the people around them wouldn't know, so they pulled the crowd and pointed out who their children were. However, there was one person among them who was excited and also a little annoyed. This person was Qian Tong. Chapter 12:19. Get out of the way, get out of the way. Get out of the way. Minister of Works Li Xiaogong, Lord Li has arrived. At this moment, along with the clamor from afar, everyone suddenly heard that a heavyweight, Li Xiaogong, had arrived. Who was Li Xiaogong? He was the prince. He represented the imperial family. If he could come, did that mean that the emperor would come as well? At this moment, everyone unconsciously opened up a path. They saw Li Xiaogong in a purple official's robe, Duke Chen beside him, and Li Shimin and Li Yuan following closely behind them. The old village chief didn't know what position Li Xiaogong held at first, thinking that he was one of the heads of the Ministry of Works. However, under the whispers of the old scholar and the others, he learned of Li Xiaogong's identity and the identity of Duke Chen following him. Only then did he lean on his walking stick and greet them with a face full of smiles. Ayaya, this old man greets the prince, greets Duke Chen. This is Zhang Feng's housekeeper, as well as the person in charge of White Deer College. Someone who knew the old village chief's identity hurriedly introduced him to Li Xiaogong. Hearing this, Li Xiaogong raised his eyelids and glanced at the old village chief. He cupped his hands and said, I've long heard that Zhang Feng has a virtuous wife on the mountain. So it's you, old sir? The old village chief was so excited. What was this? This was Prince Li Xiaogong. That identity, that position, the old village chief was so excited that he almost couldn't breathe. However, Li Xiaogong was just being polite. Then, he cupped his hands towards the old scholar in a scholarly robe and said with emotion, Brother Zihuai, we haven't seen each other for many years. The old man wanted to have a chat with you last time on the flower boat. Brother Xiaogong, once Fengzi's matter is settled, the old man will definitely come in person. Ha ha ha, good good. After the two of them talked for a while, they didn't dare to be careless. After all, both the emperor and the retired emperor were present. Although they were now in disguise, they couldn't be careless. Lao Li, you're here? Please, please come up the mountain. The old elementary scholar hurriedly bowed. This time, everyone was in an uproar. When it came to Imperial Prince Li Xiaogong, he only cupped his fists. But to a merchant, how could he? You guys don't know, right? I've heard that Lao Li has a great background. White Deer College was basically funded by Lao Li. At this moment, a person who knew a little bit of the ropes began to boast complacently. In an instant, everyone understood Li Shimin's identity. Seeing this, that person stood up complacently again and said, You guys probably don't know who that old man is. He's the honorary vice dean of White Deer College. Whether it's Mr. Zihuai, the ministers in the imperial court, the 4 great scholars, or that god's son Simiao, he's been through life and death with them. What? Everyone was shocked. He couldn't help but sigh. I've heard that godly Dr. Sun Simiao hasn't gone down since he went up Shao Mountain. Now that I think about it, it's true. But I heard that this is the medical course of White Deer Academy. For example, that rumor from before said that Dean Zhang personally reattached a severed leg, and even the bones were exposed. I've heard of this too. What's so strange about it? In the past, this blood exchange was just a legend. But if you guys went to the mid-autumn poetry meet, you should know that Mr. Yushan vomited blood and fainted. After President Zhang patted, pinched, and rubbed him, he woke up. Isn't it magical? This. Everyone listened as if it was a miracle. No one knew how Zhang Feng did it, but they had only heard rumors that it was the miraculous medical knowledge of White Deer Institute. Today, most of the people who had come were here because of this. After all, everyone would encounter a time when they were injured. What was this? If they learned this, not only would they be able to provide for themselves, they could even open a clinic. The more they thought about it, the more impatient the doctors in the crowd were. As for the students from the two academies, they couldn't sit still either. White Deer College was indeed a good place. Frankly speaking, they were going there to become grand scholars. But they knew their own situation. Who could guarantee that they would be able to become grand scholars? It wasn't a big deal before the White Deer Academy had appeared, but now that the White Deer Academy had appeared, everyone couldn't sit still. Not only could they come to school, but at the very least, even if they couldn't become grand scholars after 3 years, they could at least have a living guarantee. At this moment, everyone in Shao Mountain Market was excited. Every time they saw a customer who could go up the mountain, they would comment on it. But at this moment, a voice rang out. Everyone's heart couldn't help but sink. Cui Mengshan from the Cui family from Jianghu, Shandong has arrived. Shandong? Cui family from Jianghu? Cui Mengshan? Zhao Ri? Isn't this the Shandong landowning family? Is he here to cause trouble? Chapter 12:20. Zhang Feng didn't know what happened at the foot of the mountain. At this time, he was speechless as he watched Jingshu carefully trim his eyebrows and the beard around his lips with a razor. Li Chengqian and the others also came to report from time to time who had arrived. Zhang Feng was also speechless. He wanted to just let it go. But once he said so, Jingshu would hold him down. At this time, Li Chengqian's voice sounded again. Fengzi, Mr. Bo sure asked you to hurry up. Duke Chen and Prince Li are both here. Zhang Feng looked at Jingshu and Zhang Yuyao in the mirror speechlessly and said, I say, this should be enough, right? Jingshu carefully trimmed Zhang Feng's eyebrows. Prince Zhang, you are now a great scholar. You are equal to Mr. Bo Shi, Duke Chen, and the others. And there is a rule for the opening of the academy. You can't go out until the auspicious time. Prince Zhang must know this, right? So, I hope Prince Zhang can wait for a while. The auspicious time is less than an hour away. Please wait for a while. Zhang Feng was speechless. He took the two women's hands and said, Well, you two also have a rest. I have to think about who will come later and make some preparations. What preparations do you need to make? Jingshu was surprised. But she still sat opposite Zhang Feng obediently and asked. Zhang Feng smiled faintly and said, You just wait and see. The people of the 5 surnames and 7 clans are not fools. At this time, they definitely won't jump out. But think about it, who else do I, Zhang Feng, have enemies? This time, Zhang Yuyao was really confused. She didn't know anything about Zhang Feng. Everything was in a mess. She didn't know how many enemies Zhang Feng had. But in her memory, it seemed that except for the people of Guanlong and the people of the 5 surnames and 7 clans, Zhang Feng didn't seem to have any opposition to him. But Jingshu frowned slightly and said, You mean the people of Shandong? Zhang Feng nodded. At this time, Zhang Yuyao's face changed slightly. Even if she didn't go out often, she knew about the nobles in Shandong. After all, it was the hometown of Confucius, the birthplace of the world's literature. Those landowning households, on the other hand, considered themselves to be the descendants of Confucius. To make trouble at this time. Then, involuntarily, Zhang Yuyao was about to cry. She held Zhang's hand tightly and said, Prince Zhang then, if they come at this time the academy... Don't say it, Sister Yuyao. Jingshu hurriedly interrupted Zhang Yuyao and said, Prince Zhang will deal with this matter in this way. But last time on the Mid-Autumn Eve, they should have seen Prince Zhang's ability. Those who can come to Mount Shao at this time shouldn't be ordinary people. Zhang Feng's eyes lit up when he heard this. He really hoped that the person who came was someone important. Although he knew that those who could come at this time should be at the same level as Yu Shernan and the others, he knew nothing about the nobles in Shandong. At this time, Jingshu asked, Jingshu, how many people from Shandong can come? The nobles in Shandong are mainly divided into the Huqing Chui clan, the Lanling Shao clan, the Langyawang clan, and the Langyayen clan. But among these 4 clans, there are 13 officials who are above the 3rd rank in the imperial court, not to mention other official positions and the political connections they control. Zhang Feng's heart sank when he heard this. Zhang Feng really knew little about the nobles in Shandong. He only knew that the nobles in Shandong were a group of idiots who only knew about the things and jumped out to make trouble for Li Shimin. But now it seemed that things were not as simple as he thought. Officials above the 5th rank had to attend the morning court and had official positions that could cover the sky with one hand. These 4 clans had 13 third-rank officials? What did this mean? In the imperial court at this time, whoever had the most people would have the final say. These 13 third-rank officials, plus his subordinates, might have more subordinates than 13 4th-rank and 5th-rank officials. In this case, then things would be difficult to handle. Poor Li Shimin. Although he was said to control all the officials in the imperial court, but among them, if he excluded the people from Shandong, the people from the 5 clans and 7 families, as well as the people from Guanlong, how many people did he have? At this moment, Zhang Feng couldn't help but mourn for Li Shimin, who he respectfully called the emperor of all ages. Feng Zi, not good. Cui Mengshan from the Qinghe Cui clan is here. At this time, Li Chengqian's voice was serious at the door, and then he added, Mr. Bo Shi and the others are asking if the opening ceremony is about to start. Otherwise, there might be changes. Zhang Feng's face darkened. Then let's start. I want to see what this Cui Mengshan is up to. All right. Li Chengqian thought for a while, and then left. Chapter 12:21. At this time, in front of the teaching building of the academy, rows of seats had already been placed. On the high platform in front of the teaching building, the 4 great scholars Li Yuan and the others had already sat on it, and the seat in the center was empty. Anyone with discerning eyes could tell that it was prepared for Zhang Feng. After all, Zhang Feng was the main character today. But when Cui Mengshan and the others from the Cui family of Qinghe arrived, Li Yuan and the others on the stage couldn't help but change their faces. Even the people below the stage who knew this master also changed their faces at this time. Needless to say, the people of Shandong's aristocratic families had always been a little resistant to other people opening academies. To their knowledge, most of the people in the academy had to have a famous teacher to be qualified. As for those who had a famous teacher, they had to be from a clan in Shandong or an outstanding talent from Confucius and Mencius to be qualified. But in their eyes, Zhang Feng was born in the wild. And what Zhang Feng stood for was not the same as what they stood for. Instead, it was somewhat contradictory. It would be strange if they didn't come. Li Shimin had already warned Shandong, and he deliberately let people spread Zhang Feng's poem in Shandong. The main purpose was that he was afraid that this group of bastards would come to make trouble. But now, obviously, it was too late. This bunch of bastards had obviously turned a deaf ear to his words. The most direct thing was that Zhang Feng was going to find out who he really was. Although this was an opportunity, once he showed his cards at this time, it would give Zhang Feng 2 choices. At this time, it was not to say whether they could be brothers or not. Instead, he put a multiple-choice question in front of Zhang Feng. Either he would go down the dark path with him, or he would stand on the same side as the people of Shandong's aristocratic families, the 7 clans, and Guanlong. After all, the people of Guanlong chose to believe Zhang Feng for the time being because Zhang Feng didn't know Li Shimin's identity and was sure that Li Shimin didn't dare to show his cards at this time. But now, once Li Shimin showed his cards, the people of Guanlong would definitely come to ask Zhang Feng first. After all, at this time, Zhang Feng and Li Shimin's industries had slowly begun to infiltrate Guanlong's industries. This was a big plan. Once there was a mistake now, then. Thinking of this, Li Shimin couldn't help but stand up with a slightly gloomy face. But Yu Shinan seemed to understand Li Shimin's meaning at this time and hurriedly pressed him down. Looking at Cui Mengshan who was slowly walking up the stage, Yu Shinan clasped his fists and said, Brother Cui, long time no see. I didn't expect you to come in person today. Cui Mengshan's appearance was a little thin. His gray hair was meticulously combed, but it still couldn't hide his baldness. His mustache was also a little curly, but it was unknown what he had smeared on it. At this time, it looked hard, as if it was glued to his lips. His plain face was a little dark. At first glance, he looked like a farmer. But this was excluding his pair of triangular eyes and thin lips, which gave people a sharp and unkind first impression. However, those who knew him well would know that he was terrifying. Not only was he sharp and unkind, but he was also unusually cruel and merciless. If someone dared to disobey him, that person would be unlucky. But his status was not low at all. He was known as the 38th generation great-grandson of Confucius. Even Li Shimin would have a headache when he saw this title. In addition, he had a lot of titles such as the #1 Confucian in Qinghe, and so on. At this time, seeing Yu Shernan like this, he just slightly clasped his fists and went straight to the main seat, ready to sit down. At this time, Yu Shernan stood in front of that chair unintentionally and looked at Cui Mengshan with calm eyes, saying, "Brother Cui, I didn't know you were coming, so old man specially prepared a seat for you," while speaking. Yu Shernan pointed to the chairs that two children were putting next to Ouyang Kai and Lu Hongwen. Cui Mengshan glanced at the chair sitting at the edge and squinted at Yu Shernan, saying, "Brother Bashi, old man calls you Brother Bashi for the time being. Do you think that old man doesn't deserve this seat?" This time, everyone present was in an uproar. What the hell? This old guy didn't hide it at all. Even in the main house, he did it according to the identity of a guest. Moreover, didn't he know what day it was today? What was this? This was simply a slap in the face. A naked slap in the face. Yu Shernan slowly put away the smile on his face. But at this time, the old Xiaotsai and Li Shimin got up almost at the same time. They were sitting on the right side of the main seat, close to Li Yuan and Li Shimin. At this time, the two got up and were just seen by Cui Mengshan. Cui Mengshan said with a fake smile, "Oh, isn't this Brother Zihuai who has been hiding with his tail between his legs for many years? What, you also want to stop old man?" He didn't even look at Li Gang. Li Shimin heard this and couldn't help but have a murderous look in his eyes. "This old thing, I gave you face, didn't I?" But at this time, seeing that the atmosphere was getting heavier, Duke Chen Ho Junji got up with a smile and said, "Brother Cui, how have you been? Come, how about sitting with old man?" Chapter 12:22. Originally, Cui Mengshan glanced at Ho Junji and wanted to say something harsh. But he inadvertently saw Li Shimin's eyes. He couldn't help but be slightly cautious. This gaze. Although Li Shimin and Li Yuan had put on makeup at this moment, the majesty in their eyes that was above everyone still existed. This was a feeling that might not seem like much to others. But to the people on the stage, it was an existence that could reach heaven with a single thought. Only now did Cui Mengshan remember what his clansmen had said on the way here. White Deer College was said to be managed by His Highness the Crown Prince and that Zhang Feng was just an errand boy supporting the facade. But this was just to fool the outsiders. How many tricks had Zhang Feng come up with in this period of time? At this time, if anyone still believed this, they would be a true fool. As for the matter of the retired emperor being the honorary vice principal, that was even more impossible. Given the retired emperor's temper, if he came up with such a thing, wouldn't the entire world know about it? Why would he be so secretive? Thus, Cui Mengshan didn't believe it before coming, even snorting in disdain. But now, after seeing Li Shimin's eyes, he hurriedly rubbed his eyes and looked at the old man sitting next to him. The sense of danger in his heart grew stronger and stronger. Could it be the emperor and the retired emperor? But that wasn't right. If it was the emperor and the retired emperor, how could they not step forward after he had said such harsh words? Moreover, where was the crown prince? Wasn't it said that this was something the crown prince came up with? Where was the crown prince? This feeling only lasted for a moment. Cui Mengshan took a deep breath, clasped his fists, and then sat down on Ho Junji's seat. Ho Junji chuckled, but no one knew what he was laughing about. And Ho Junji had long since wanted to sit next to Li Yuan. This made him extremely uncomfortable, as if there was a dagger on his back. But now it was fine. Since someone had taken the initiative to stir up trouble, he would let that old fellow do as he pleased. Let's see if the emperor and the retired emperor wouldn't kill him after this. Cui Mengshan was also nervous. But this was exactly what he wanted. If his guess was true, then he would expose the identities of the emperor and the retired emperor in front of everyone today. With this as a threat, he was not afraid of what the emperor and the retired emperor would do. If it wasn't what he was thinking, he would have exposed the lies about White Deer College. In short, he had Zhang Feng under his thumb today. Once the academy was opened, it would be a disaster for the Shandong landowning households. Originally, the Imperial College and the Hongwen Guan School were the places that they, Guanlong, and the 5 surnames and 7 clans had all tacitly agreed upon. But after this kid appeared, everything changed. From the beginning of the Locust Plague, when Shandong opposed the emperor's unbridled aid to the Long Yu Dao and ignored the disaster in Shandong, the emperor had already cleaned it up. From that time on, the emperor seemed to have intended to do so. He paid special attention to the Hongwen Guan School and the Imperial College. But unexpectedly, during the mid-autumn hunt, this bastard Zhang Feng had used some unknown method to bribe Guanlong's men. Then, as if they had gone crazy, these people used all the things that this kid had created in the Imperial College and the Hongwen Guan School. This inevitably sounded the alarm for the Shandong landowning households. For Guanlong, their main business was business, so what happened to the two academies had nothing to do with them. But it was different for the 5 surnames and 7 clans and Shandong. Once this place was out of control, it would be troublesome in the future. Therefore, after discussing with the 4 great clans, he was willing to come out of the mountain and meet this kid. If this kid knew what was good for him, then so be it. But if he didn't, then, at this moment, Qian Wanli's shouts were heard in the square. Once again, the gymnastic exercises were performed in unison in the huge square. The 8th set of radio gymnastics is ready to begin. Stretching exercise. Following Qian Wanli's shouts, the sound of musical instruments suddenly rang out in the square. Following the sound of the musical instruments, the thousands of people in the square also began their morning exercises. Those who were invited, as well as the Confucian scholars from the Hongwen Guan Imperial College, although they had seen this before, looked at the situation in the White Deer College and their own students. It was simply too horrible to look at. But at this moment, while everyone was shaking their heads and praising the beauty of this morning exercise, and even Sun Simiao was nodding his head in agreement, Cui Mingshan's voice rang out again. What nonsense is this? The academy is not like other academies. This is just a trick for fun. How can this be considered the main topic of the academy? However, just as everyone was raging, Zhang Feng's voice slowly rang out beside them. May I know who this old man is? I remember that he wasn't within the scope of my invitation. Chapter 1223. Fengzi. Dean. President Zhang. Brother He Xian. At this time, everyone noticed the arrival of Zhang Feng. At this time, Zhang Feng was dressed in a white Confucian robe. Under the white jade ancient character hairband, his hair fluttered slightly in the wind. On his handsome cheeks, at this time, under this outfit, he looked even more ethereal. Without waiting for Zhang Feng to speak, Li Yuan and others greeted Zhang Feng first, as if Cui Mingshan did not exist at all. Ha ha ha, kid, why are you only here now? Old man is still waiting to see your dance at the Mid-Autumn Festival last time. Zhang Feng cupped his fists at Li Yuan and smiled bitterly. Later, when this kid is done with this matter, it must have been arranged long ago. At that time, you can just watch your grandson's performance. The speaker did not mean it, but the listener had the heart. Li Yuan, basically everyone present knew. Although he hid his identity and even dressed up at this time, he could not help but be a little shocked when he heard this. After all, at the Mid-Autumn Festival last time, everyone did not realize that the Crown Prince was actually among them. After all, under the illumination of the light, plus the uniform, who could recognize it? But now it was different. It was broad daylight. And Zhang Feng said it out loud. In an instant, several people's faces changed slightly. Li Yuan heard the words and twitched the corner of his mouth. He always felt that Zhang Feng was scolding him, but he had no evidence, so he could only laugh and then sit down. At this time, Zhang Feng carefully looked at this Cui Mingshan. Cui Mingshan was also carefully looking at Zhang Feng. Seeing that Zhang Feng was looking at him at this time, he said leisurely, "You are Zhang Feng?" "Yes, but old sir, who are you?" Hearing this, Cui Mingshan slightly narrowed his eyes and said, "Old man, Cui Mingshan of the Cui family of Qinghe." "Cui family?" Zhang Feng pretended to be surprised and looked at Yu Shernan and said, "Teacher, is this Cui family very famous?" Hiss. At this moment, someone below the stage couldn't help but gasp. "My good girl. Is he famous? Holy shit. How did this brat ask that? Wasn't this a slap to his face?" Even Li Shimin and Li Yuan, as well as the old scholar and the others, wanted to see what exactly Zhang Feng wanted to do. "Ahem, Zhang Feng, this is Mr. Cui Mingshan, a great scholar from the Cui clan of Qinghe from Shandong province. This time, he should be here to discuss some academic problems with you. Since you're a guest, why don't you two find a place to discuss Taoism later? Right now, the auspicious time has already arrived. If we delay the auspicious time, it won't be good." Yu Shernan looked at the sun in the sky and hurriedly stepped forward to stop the fight. If this was allowed to develop, who knows what would happen today? Since the Chui family dared to come, they must have made sufficient preparations. Seeing this, Chui Mengshan also snorted coldly. Forget it. The first thing they wanted to do was to humiliate Confucius, who was in existence that no one dared to delay. At this time, although he was very angry, he could only suppress it. At this moment, not far away, Chu Suiliang slowly got up and stood in front of the statue of Confucius. He slowly placed the 3 sacrificial animals on the table and then said majestically and solemnly, "Open the altar. Students, return the salute." Hearing this, the more than 3,000 students standing in the square, as well as the people on the stage, respectfully tidied up their clothes, and then respectfully walked toward the Confucius statue. Standing in front of the statue, everyone bowed 3 times in unison. At this time, Chu Suiliang waved his embroidered robe and said, "The ceremony is over. Rise." Zhang Feng, a Confucian disciple of Confucius, come forward. Salute. Zhang Feng was very disgusted with these vulgar salutes. But he had no choice. These were all necessary. And if these things were not done properly, he would directly offend all the students in the world. Zhang Feng did not dare to do so. This set of vulgar salutes took a full 2 hours. After 2 hours, Zhang Feng sat back in his original position in a daze. But before he sat down, Yu Shernan, who was next to him, kept kicking him. Zhang Feng was stunned. Yu Shernan looked forward and said with a smile on his face, "Speak." Ha! Zhang Feng was stunned. Then he came to his senses. What the F***ck is this? What should he say? What should he say? Why didn't anyone tell him in advance? But now was not the time to care about this. Zhang Feng forced himself to be alert and thought, isn't this a mobilization meeting? Although there is no script, who is he? He is a liberal arts student. After thinking about it, he instantly figured it out. He stood up and made a scholarly gesture. Then he said, "I am a merit order. Since the establishment of the school on Mount Shao, I command White Deer College. Jixia White Deer College follows the teachings of Old Man Kong and is known by the world for its unrestrained style of learning and its fair treatment of all students. It has been more than 2 months since the establishment of the college. This time, I respectfully invite Old Man Kong to join Mount Shao. I follow the vow that there is no end to learning and there is no distinction between nobility and lowliness. Today is the opening ceremony. Everyone can ask me anything. As long as it is academic, I will tell you everything." Hearing this, instantly, a Confucian scholar hurriedly asked, "I am Zhou Yuan Mountain. May I ask Dean Zhang Feng, what is important and what is not?" This question was very tricky. Zhang Feng could not help but take another look at that person. At this moment, Li Shimin and the others could not help but take another look at that person. This was obviously to make things difficult for Zhang Feng. If Zhang Feng did not answer well, he would die without a burial place. But, at this moment, Li Shimin suddenly found Zhang Feng's side face showing a warm smile again. The people are important, the country is second, and the ruler is the least important. Chapter 1224. Bas. This time, the whole place burst into an uproar. But at this time, Zhou Yuanshan asked again, "President Zhang Feng, do you mean that the people are nobles and the monarch is belittled? That is to say, the emperor's status is lowly? Are you **king here to cause trouble? What the hell? Did Lao Tzu provoke you?" Zhang Feng frowned slightly. These things were the words of Mencius and the 100 schools of thought that he had read in an ancient book about the struggle between Taoists. At that time, it didn't matter. It didn't matter if they talked about it on a normal day. But if they found out that the people were nobles, the meaning was different. Maybe Zhang Feng's head would fall to the ground today. The faces of Yu Shernan and the others also darkened. But Zhang Feng didn't think too much about it. Instead, he said with assurance, "The so-called people are nobles and the monarch is not, that the emperor's status is low. I wonder if this Confucian has ever been on a boat?" Zhou Yuanshan nodded. "Many times." "Good, then I will ask again. May I ask if there is any difference between a boat and water? This boat and water, which one is more important?" This time, Zhou Yuanshan couldn't help but be stunned. After thinking for a while, he said, "The boat is heavy and the water is light." Zhang Feng asked again, How heavy is the boat? How light is the water?
The boat is as heavy as 1,000 catties. The water is as light as a feather.
Good. Zhang Feng praised and said, "It seems that you know. Then I will ask you again, between the monarch and the people, which one is more important?" This time. Not to mention the person who asked the question. At this time, even Yu Shernan and the others were confused. Wasn't it obvious? However, only Li Shimin and Li Yuan couldn't help but look serious. They had heard Zhang Feng talk about this before, but at that time, they didn't think much about it. But now, after seeing Zhang Feng and that person argue, they couldn't help but have a different opinion. Zhang Feng asked again, "If you say that the boat is heavy, then why is it floating on the water? You said that the water is light, then why is it able to support such a heavy ship without sinking?" This time, all of the students present couldn't help but have a burning gaze. Immediately after, a series of buzzing sounds erupted. A thin layer of cold sweat suddenly appeared on Zhou Yuanshan's face. This question was too tricky. Who would be so bored as to do something like this? But now that Zhang Feng said this, everyone felt that it made sense when they thought about how the Tao Lord was more important than the people. However, no one could understand the meaning behind it. For the first time, Cui Mingshan's face showed a dignified expression. This question was very profound, and even he couldn't figure it out. He turned around and saw that except for the old man next to him and the person whom he feared to be the emperor, everyone's face showed a thoughtful expression. However, when he looked at the two people whom he suspected to be the emperor and the retired emperor, their eyes were very serious. The old man seemed to notice his gaze and tilted his head to look at him. Cui Mengshan hurriedly turned his head away and didn't dare to look at him. After a while, Zhou Yuanshan couldn't help but hurriedly bow and say, "Dean, please enlighten us." "Good. You're worth teaching." Zhang Feng nodded and said, "The so-called distinction between weight and weight lies in the human heart. If you think it's heavy, it's heavy. If you think it's light, it's light. Everything is there and doesn't move. But when you look at it, it will appear in your eyes. This is the so-called truth and I call it physics." Besides, the boat is equivalent to the emperor and the Tang dynasty. And the water can be regarded as the people, thousands of students, and thousands of soldiers guarding the border. Wow! In an instant, everyone couldn't help but burst into a roar. What was Zhang Feng talking about? This was the Great Way. But at this time, Zhang Feng said again, "The meaning of this sentence is that the water can carry the boat and also sink it." Bas. This time, even Yu Shernan, the old Xiaotsai, and the others were moved. Even Li Shimin stood up excitedly. These words, when he heard them before, felt a little familiar, but now, it seemed to make some sense. But now, after Zhang Feng explained it in detail from beginning to end, Li Shimin, Li Yuan, and even Yu Shernan and the others present also had a deeper understanding. This kid was talking about the importance of the people in a different way. He compared the people to the water and the country to the boat. The water can carry the boat and also sink it. This was such a simple truth. Why didn't they think about it before? Zhang Feng actually didn't mean to target anyone, nor did he have any idea to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat he knew so much. To be able to rack his brains and say it out, that was already the best he could do. Where would he have the time to study these things? Every day this and that. He was so busy that he couldn't get away. At this time, he didn't care whether the people understood or not. It was best if they could be confused. Seeing that many people wanted to ask questions, Zhang Feng hurriedly waved his hand and said, "I know that everyone has a lot to say, but this matter can only be understood and not explained in words. In fact, everyone has their own answer in their heart. What is the water? It is all things. What is the boat? It is also all things. So all things should have their own track. You can understand it by yourself." When everyone heard this, the corners of their mouths twitched. What kind of logic was this? They couldn't even ask. Chapter 12:25. However, at this moment, Cui Mengshan stood up and said, "Old man has a question." Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard that. Zhang Feng was waiting for this old man to ask, so he made a gesture of invitation. Cui Mengshan asked, "May I ask what is the key to the world that is plagued by endless wars?" This was blatantly stirring up trouble. Wasn't he trying to set a trap for Lao Tzu by saying that the emperor was not benevolent? Li Shimin and the others' eyes also changed slightly. For a long time, The people in Shandong had thought that he was a soldier and did not have the temperament of a scholar. They even criticized some of the things he had promulgated. Now, he was going to say this in public? Did he really think that the emperor had no temper? However, at this moment, Zhang Feng's voice slowly sounded. Looking at the overall situation of the world, the Tang dynasty is the most peaceful and healthy. Although it has experienced ups and downs, it is still thriving. This is because the current emperor is benevolent and carries out Zhou rites. Looking at the world, the barbarians like Tubo and Tuyuhun Turks do not follow Zhou rites and do not carry out benevolent governance. They are the key to the country. Of these, the Turks are the most important. All of you should be well aware of the harm these countries have inflicted on the people living on the borders of the Great Tang over the years. His Majesty has been benevolent, and he has laid out the fields. The country is a sage monarch, a good minister, and a benevolent government. In a short time, he has quelled the plague of locusts and swept away the famine.
Ha ha ha.
Cui Mengshan laughed and said, "The rise and fall of the country. President Zhang sends the new and the old to the emperor.
This is really the rule of man."
Zhang Feng sneered. Man rules by virtue. At least he is better than old man Cui's ruling by politics. Hearing this, Cui Mengshan was angry.
One of the Buddha's sleeves swept his gaze around before glaring at Zhang Feng.
This old man is telling you the truth. Techniques are the study of legalism, not politics.
Zhang Feng also sneered.
Old man, you want to fight with Lao Tzu? You're still too inexperienced. Such legalism is the study of troubled times. We follow the teachings of Confucius and Mencius. What we learn and ask is the way of governing the world with benevolence and righteousness. The so-called benevolent governance is what we are doing now. Generally speaking, our college's aspiration is to spread the concept of benevolent governance. This time, everyone was in an uproar.
That makes sense.
President Zhang's words are really amazing. Our Tang dynasty's policy of benevolence is the reason why we have such a prosperous era. Tubo, Zhenla, and Tuyuhun are willing to become vassal states of our Tang dynasty. Throughout the history of the Qin Emperor and the Han Emperor, only our emperor's benevolence can bring about such a peaceful era. Hearing the student's words, Cui Mengshan's expression changed again. Although he knew about these things, what did this have to do with Zhang Feng? Nonsense! Then, Cui Mengshan shouted angrily. Nonsense! President Zhang's words are simply nonsense. Zhang Feng's face darkened. What this humble one said is reasonable. What I said is obvious to the common people of the world. Could it be that according to the words of your Shandong landowning clans, what this humble one said is wrong? Your Excellency has no reason to criticize it. Could it be that you think that what the students of the world see and hear is false? Are you saying that it's not as good as the Cui families? Or do you mean that whatever your Cui family says is the truth? Isn't this the truth? Zhang Feng pointed at Yu Shernan and the others below the stage and said, "Everyone, you've all seen it today. I'm praying to the heavens, praying for the benevolent governance of Confucius and Mencius, but I'm being criticized by the nobles of Shandong for no reason." Old man Cui Mengshan, what do you mean? At this moment, Cui Mengshan's expression suddenly changed. Seeing the Confucian's expressions gradually change, he couldn't help but hurriedly explain, "There are 3 reasons why old man's words are nonsense. All schools of thought in the world have branches, but during the spring and autumn period, although Confucianism, Moism, and legalism had merged into one, and Moism was weak, this has always been the same. However, you've taken this out of context, using techniques as the basis for legalism. This is the first reason. Although the 3 schools of legalism have always had their differences, their roots are the same. Since they've all agreed on the legal system as the foundation, they'll focus on implementing it. However, you've ignored the foundation of legalism, attacking one point and not the other. This is the second reason. Legalism's techniques are based on the foundation of law. They focus on cleansing the government, strengthening the investigation of officials, and manipulating politics. There's a world of difference, but you've intentionally erased its foundation. Your judgment is extremely rash. This is the third reason. Shut up. When Cui Mengshan finished speaking, Li Shimin indifferently said, "Then let me ask you, who are you? Which school of legalism is it?" This time, Li Shimin was truly enraged. Why did such a thing come out of the opening ceremony to stir up trouble? Although it was fine to discuss the Tao, It was the Shandong landowning household that didn't know what was good for them. When Yu Shinan heard this, he stood up and said, "Dare I ask Brother Cui, your Shandong landowning household's original intention is to pass down the Confucian Tao. Have you also been researching the legalism school of thought?"
Furthermore, the old man and the others have been on the mountain for more than a month.
What they've seen and heard, as well as what White Deer College has done, is there anything wrong with it?
Zhang Feng finally let out a sigh of relief.
Son of a bitch. In this aspect, he really couldn't win against this damned old man. If not for Lao Li and Yu Shinan continuing the conversation, he really wouldn't know what to say. However, when Yu Shinan said this, Zhang Feng instantly knew what to say next. He interrupted Yu Shinan and said, "Dare I ask, what is the foundation of the Shandong landowning household? Are you not adhering to the teachings of Old Man Kong, but are you specifically speaking without thinking? If everyone was like that tyrannical government, how could there still be peace in this world? You can go and take a look at my White Deer College. When you're in Chang'an, you can ask around. We're always pushing the new and getting rid of the old, but we're mostly teaching and educating people. We're not talking about the Tao of the world anymore. Instead, we're doing things. When I gave up my family's fortune to save the victims of famine, have I ever done it for myself? I, Zhang Feng, made white paper, braised meat, and beer. Which one of them didn't benefit the country and its people?" This time, Cui Mingshan's expression changed. He was speechless. Zhang Feng took the opportunity to step forward and said, "I, Zhang Feng, have never been as good as any of you. However, in terms of conduct, in terms of standards, I, Zhang Feng, believe that your Shandong landowning household is nothing compared to me." Wang. Chapter 12:26. All the students and Confucians were in an uproar. What they had learned, what they had seen and heard all day long, which one of them was not the way of governing the world? Everyone wanted to use what they had learned to change this dynasty, to be able to become a scholar of their own in this era, to be able to bring happiness to the common people was their dream. Just now, Zhang Feng and Cui Mingshan's discussion. They could not help but open a door for everyone. It had even decided the outcome of the Tao debate. At this moment, Cui Mingshan listened to the noise and the questioning eyes. He could not help but taste blood in his mouth. A trace of blood hung on the corner of his mouth. When Zhang Feng saw this, he smiled slightly and moved closer to Cui Mingshan, saying, "Zhang Feng would like to give Shandong another piece of advice. The way of governing the world is no longer empty talk, but practice. Whether it is the rule of law or the rule of men, who can make the people rich, no longer live a bitter life, no longer receive unequal treatment, and make the Tang dynasty prosper day by day, become a powerful country, and enrich the people. This is the right way. Otherwise, it is just empty talk and will affect the world. Just like the war in the surrounding area. Can Shandong give a reasonable solution? Could it be that you can only use your impeccable looks to preach and discuss Tao with those barbarians? Or do you want to influence them? If that's the case, then I, Zhang Feng, dare to say that in less than 10 years, your ideas will definitely be abandoned by the general trend. The days are moving forward, and the steps are moving forward. We have to set our sights further. Don't come to the research area with ancient books and research every day. It's not wrong to abide by the rules, but what are we? We are educators. Our vision must be longer than anyone else's. Only in this way can we educate the next generation of people who are more outstanding than us. Only in this way can all the people of the Tang dynasty really stand tall and be respected by the world. People are kind by nature, just like that dog. If the person he follows is kind, then he can guard your house and protect your life. But if he follows an evil person, then he's a demon by your side. Man is born good. You don't need me to tell you these things again, do you? Puff. In an instant, Cui Mingshan couldn't hold it in any longer. He spat out a mouthful of blood, reflecting sparkling and translucent light in the sun. At this time, everyone in the square widened their eyes and looked at Zhang Feng in horror. Zhang Feng ignored the unconscious Cui Mingshan. Instead, he walked over to the statue of Confucius and bowed 3 times. Sun Simiao called over 2 working students and hurriedly carried Cui Mingshan away. At this moment, Zhang Feng said loudly again, "And I, Zhang Feng's academy, don't care about factions. Here, there is only the righteous path." At this moment, the Confucians could no longer sit still. One after another they asked, "Dare I ask Master Zhang,
You said that people's hearts are good by nature, but if they are all good, then why do we need laws? Yeah. The distinction between good and evil is not easy to distinguish.
Master Zhang, please enlighten us. In an instant, all the Confucians bowed down to Zhang Feng. At this moment, everyone really recognized Zhang Feng's identity as a great Confucian. Li Shimin and the others also looked at Zhang Feng with some horror. They thought that Zhang Feng would be in big trouble this time, but now it seemed that he didn't need to do anything. At this time, he and Li Yuan looked at each other, and the two looked at each other and laughed. Yu Shernan patted the old scholar's shoulder and said with emotion, "Brother Zihuai, did you teach Fengzi all this?" The old scholar said with a dignified expression, "Didn't you teach him this?" At this time, several people's expressions were sluggish. They glanced at Zhang Feng and then looked at each other, and then burst out with gratified expressions. Let's watch the show and see what else this kid knows. Yes, ha ha ha, I really didn't know that this kid had to be squeezed. If you don't squeeze, you'll never know that this kid knows so much. At this time, Zhang Feng's voice interrupted the whispered conversation of several people. Seeing that the situation was under control, Zhang Feng also restored the feeling that everything was under control. He paced slowly and said, "Evil. Because of human nature there is a legal system. People in the world are born for profit, so there is a struggle for wealth and land. Because of greed, there are bandits and violent killings. Because of extravagant hopes, there are sensual pleasures. The evil of human nature must be corrected according to the law. Using the law to guard against evil desires, using the law to guide human nature can be good and orderly." At this point, Zhang Feng's voice paused and said, "Many people may ask, why did I say that human nature is good, but now I say that human nature is evil? In fact, this is the same as the principle of water and boat. Good and evil are all between a person's thoughts. If you have desires, then there will naturally be disasters and so on in the world. My academy can't make people turn to good and abandon evil, but it can make people understand what is evil and what is good." Zhang Feng spent a lot of effort to explain the difference between good and evil. While he was at it, he also praised White Deer College and Chang'an University. The group of students, as well as the Confucian scholars who went up the mountain, were completely bewitched. At this time, Zhang Feng waved at Guzi and Zhu Zi. The two of them were dressed in brand new boy outfits. They served Zhang Feng tea and cigarettes. After drinking a pot of tea in one gulp, Zhang Feng took a big puff of the cigarette and sighed secretly. Awesome! So, these Confucian scholars are really good at bragging. Chapter 12:27. Zhang Feng felt good. All the students present were in trouble. The reputation of the academy was already quite big, and everyone wanted to see Zhang Feng's Tao discussion. However, who would have thought that such a big thing would happen in this round? Who could take it? Who could stay calm? However, at this moment, while everyone was still in a state of shock, Zhang Feng actually slipped away. This was out of everyone's expectations. What time was this? This was the opening of the academy. How could Zhang Feng slip away? However, those who knew Zhang Feng well weren't surprised. This was what this kid liked to do. He slipped away after showing off. After 15 minutes after Zhang Feng left, the people present realized that Zhang Feng wasn't present. They all clamored for Zhang Feng to take his turn again. Yu Shernan stood up with a smile on his face. "Everyone! Today is the opening of White Deer College. The banquet is ready. Everyone, why don't you follow the old man to the cafeteria? If you have anything to discuss, we can talk about it later." Yu Shernan's status was there for all to see. Now that he had spoken, who would dare to defy him? Not only that, it was rumored that the architecture of the White Deer Institute was unique, and the canteen was even more majestic and magnificent compared to the imperial kitchens in the imperial palace. It was already considered extremely lucky for them to be able to attend the Tao discussion today. But now that they heard about it, they decided to pay a visit. When Qian Wanli saw that the Confucian scholars and Lao Li had left, he walked up to the stage and bowed. "Everyone, today I will lead you on a tour of White Deer College. Please follow the students closely." On the other side, when Zhang Feng walked out of the school building, he was deflated. He rolled and crawled back to his room. The moment he entered, he gulped down a pot of herbal tea. Seeing this, the two girls were dumbfounded. Although the two women hadn't been there just now,
They had watched the discussion between Zhang Feng and Cui Mengshan from afar. At this moment, looking at Zhang Feng again, he was like a completely different person compared to his previous heroic self. Jingshu couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Prince Zhang, what's wrong? Didn't you just see Prince Zhang showing off his invincible might? Zhang Feng waved his hand and stared at Jingshu speechlessly. Don't mention it. How much ink do I have? If I stay here any longer, I'll probably be exposed. The two women were a little puzzled. Zhang Feng didn't want to explain. He waved his hand and said, Wait, no matter who comes, say that I'm holding a book. No. Feng Zi, Mr. Bo sure invites you in. Just when Zhang Feng wanted to hide, Li Chengqian's voice sounded outside the door. Seeing this, Zhang Feng knew that he couldn't hide anymore. He had to open the door listlessly and follow Li Chengqian to the villa of the four great Confucian scholars. The villas were all together. Zhang Feng's villa was basically in a row with the four great Confucian scholars and Li Shimin, so he didn't have to worry about bumping into those Confucian scholars as soon as he went out. When Zhang Feng entered the door, in the spacious living room, there were 3 modern wooden sofas. Li Shimin, old scholar Li Yuan, and others were all sitting upright. Seeing Zhang Feng come, they all looked at Zhang Feng with a faint smile. Zhang Feng felt uncomfortable all over. Well, don't look at me like this. It makes me uncomfortable. Zhang Feng sat on the empty seat next to the old scholar and asked, Why is it so troublesome to open the mountain gate? Troublesome? Li Shimin laughed and said, Actually, it's not troublesome at all. Who asked you to be so ostentatious before? Now everyone knows about it. Zhang Feng was speechless. If he hadn't flipped through this kind of book by chance before, and if he hadn't been learning about the 100 schools of philosophers' debate before he transmigrated, he would have been embarrassed today. Let's not talk about this anymore. Yu Shernan said with a smile. After what you did today, I'm sure that in less than 3 days, there will be more people coming to visit you. Just wait and feel uncomfortable. But, this is also a good thing. Zhang Feng was speechless. What kind of good thing was this? Who had nothing better to do than do this all day? He was just a paper tiger. He could brag but... Sigh. Poor old bones like us. We've just received news that all the Confucians that ascended the mountain today have been inspired by you and are preparing to join White Deer Academy once more. We've just done a rough estimate, and I'm afraid there won't be 1,000 people this time. There should be around 800. So many. Zhang Feng was shocked. But then, Zhang Feng rolled his eyes and went to Yu Shernan and the others. He said with a smile, Teacher, this is an opportunity. Yu Shernan rolled his eyes. What opportunity? It's time to expand the teaching staff of our college. After Zhang Feng finished speaking, Yu Shernan and the others' eyes lit up. That's right. Whether it was Chang'an University or White Deer College, there was a serious imbalance in the teaching staff. Even with Ma Zhou and the others joining, they couldn't handle it in a day. However, although most of these Confucian scholars were mediocre, there were some who were outstanding. This way. It was really a good idea. At the thought of this, Li Shimin couldn't take it anymore. Seeing that they were discussing, he waved his hand and said, Gizi, immediately spread the news that Zhang Feng said that he's going to recruit a few teachers for White Deer College and Chang'an University. Chapter 1228. Emperor Yang of Sui's sword finally lay in Zhang Feng's arms. After yesterday's opening ceremony, Li Shimin reluctantly gave it to Zhang Feng. At this point, Zhang Feng had been hiding in a gentle place, unwilling to show himself. The 4 great scholars were busy handling the matters on and off the mountain. Although they had some complaints, looking at the mountainous pile of congratulatory gifts, the newly recruited students, and the teachers, their faces were full of smiles. The matters of White Deer College had been settled. On the first day, he was busy inviting everyone to tour the mountain, tour the teaching methods, and so on. At night, he hosted the evening activities. Zhang Feng was coaxed by Li Chengqian and the others to come out. Today it was dusk time. Only then did the noise on the mountains slowly dissipate. Li Yuan and Li Shimin were furious because of Cui Mengshan's matter. On the first day, they left the mountain early, accompanied by Li Chengqian and the others. Zhang Feng didn't know why they were in such a hurry. However, after Yu Shernan got drunk, Zhang Feng vaguely heard that Shandong was going to be in trouble. However, this didn't concern Zhang Feng. He had always dealt with whatever came his way.
At this moment, Zhang Feng sat on the balcony, looking at the waterfall under the setting sun. He closed his eyes and dozed off. Jing Shu was gently playing the guzheng beside him. Zhang Yuyao was also looking at Zhang Feng. No one knew what she was thinking. However, she also took over the glorious mission of Guzi and Zhu Zi. At this moment, she tirelessly massaged Zhang Feng's shoulders. However, such a good thing didn't let Zhang Feng enjoy it for long. At this moment, a burst of noise forced Zhang Feng to stand up. Who are you? This is the Villa District. You can't enter without an identity card. I am Arkanon. Can I trouble you to inform the dean that there is a matter at the forging workshop? Forging workshop? Are you from that workshop? The group of veterans had already been formed into a security team by Zhang Feng. Basically, Chan Tiniu and the others were in charge of this matter. However, ever since these veterans followed Zhang Feng, they refused to go anywhere else no matter what. They only stood guard at the entrance of Zhang Feng's villa, guarding the door for him. They said that the old village chief and cripple Wang had looked for them and personally instructed them not to care about anything else but Zhang Feng's safety. Now, even if Zhang Feng didn't like these oversized lights, he couldn't do anything about it. At this moment, Zhang Feng heard the sound downstairs. He slowly got up and leaned against the balcony to take a look. It really was Arkanon, who was dressed in gray. Wait, I'm coming down now. Zhang Feng didn't dare to let him in. Even though he had ordered these people to bathe every day, the smell on his body was still enough to kill a cow. Zhang Feng went downstairs and asked at the entrance of the villa, "What's wrong?" "There's no more iron." Arkanon sighed. Zhang Feng thought to himself, "Just as I thought. There wasn't enough iron to begin with." The forging workshop had been using the only iron they had. However, Zhang Feng didn't expect that there would be no more iron today. Then, how much iron is there left on the mountain? There's still about 3 days' worth of iron left. However, this morning, that man said that he could get some iron from the shipyard. It should be enough to last for a while. Zhang Feng rubbed his forehead and waved his hand. "All right, I know. Don't tell anyone about this. Do you understand?" "I understand." After all, Arkanon was once an all-powerful figure in the western region. He was more astute than anyone else in some matters. At this moment, seeing that Zhang Feng was about to send him off, he hurriedly whispered, "The gun is basically done. Do you want to take a look?" "It's done?" Zhang Feng was shocked. "This is a good thing." He waved his hand and said, "Lead the way." If this thing was really done, it would be easy to handle. He could just take the gun and let Gao Can and the other uncouth fellows form a special force. They could directly kill their way into the hinterland of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes. How good would that be? They could directly tear those fellows apart. This was a big plan against the 5 surnames and 7 hopes. Therefore, when he heard that the gun was done, how could Zhang Feng sit still? This thing was where his confidence came from. It was better for him to have it than others. Once it was done, he could make himself a self-defense weapon. No matter how big the world was, he could go anywhere. The forging workshop was not far away. Zhang Feng and Arkanon went from the waterfall to the crowded area of the academy. However, it still took them about 2 hours. When the sky was dark, the two finally arrived at the forging workshop. In the cave, Mokido and the others had already stopped working. At this moment, the temperature in the cave had dropped a lot. Everyone sat casually by the walls of the cave, but their eyes were fixed on a wooden table in the middle of the cave. On the large wooden table, there were piles of parts of a type of gun that they had learned from Zhang Feng during this period of time. Beside the wooden table, there were dozens of oil lamps, which lit up the cave as if it was daytime. At this moment, when the two of them entered the cave, everyone hurriedly stood up and looked at Zhang Feng excitedly. Chapter 1229. The next morning. On the cement road at the foot of Mount Xiaoli, a team of dozens of people was driving more than a dozen carriages to Mount Xiaoli slowly. The carriages emitted a nauseating smell along the way. Niu Jinda was sitting on the back of the horse at this time. He was weak and dizzy as if he was drunk. The people behind him were even worse off. Many of them were lying on the carriages like dead dogs. Their faces were ashen. Originally, Niu Jinda had planned to come back when Zhang Feng opened the hospital yesterday, but he didn't know what had happened. Since that night, his team had felt that something was wrong, so he didn't know why. At first, The team basically had abdominal pain and vomiting. Everyone thought they had eaten too much game. But since yesterday morning, even Niu Jinda, who was as strong as a bull, was exhausted. He had diarrhea more than a dozen times in a day. His intestines were almost out. He didn't dare to go to Chang'an City. It was shameful. As for the military camp, Niu Jinda also ignored it. Right now, the most important task was to throw these plague god iron ores to Zhang Feng, and then let that brat show them what the hell was going on. In the morning, the market at the foot of Mount Xiaoli was already noisy. And the patrolling soldiers, after seeing the appearance of Niu Jinda and others, almost thought they had encountered some bandits. They didn't dare to be careless. When they hurriedly spread the news, they also took over the people who were escorting the carriages. They even hurriedly carried them to the mountain with stretchers made of bamboo and clothes. Niu Jinda felt very ashamed. He covered his face with his hands all the way. No matter how others pointed at him, he didn't dare to say anything. How shameful! Not until they entered Zhang Feng's villa and heard Zhang Feng's voice did Niu Jinda look at the villa's yard through his fingers. After seeing only his people and Zhang Feng were there, he hurriedly grabbed Zhang Feng's hand and said with a trembling voice, "Fengzi, help!" Zhang Feng's face darkened. "Old Niu, what's wrong with you? Aren't you fine in Chang'an?" When Old Bull heard this, he instantly burst into tears. She immediately pulled Zhang Feng aside and complained tearfully. Finally, Zhang Feng understood the ins and outs of the matter. Niu Jinda had always wanted to repay Zhang Feng for saving his life, so he immediately went to look for ores. However, none of them had seen what the iron in the picture looked like. They only felt that the two things seemed to be very similar. In the end, they dug it out and brought it back. However, this thing seemed to be cursed. At this time, after Niu Jinda finished speaking, he said with lingering fear, "Fengzi, I advise you that thing can't be touched. If you have nothing to do, don't touch that thing." Yes. The more Zhang Feng listened, the more interested he became. This thing seemed to be... that was something. "Old cow, don't tell me that your diarrhea isn't because you ate something bad?" "Motherfastress I always eat like this and nothing has ever happened. If I had diarrhea, I would have recovered long ago. How could I have diarrhea like this? This is definitely caused by that pile of rotten stones." Niu Jinda swore like a curse. Even Niu Jinda's family had confirmed this point. Involuntarily, Zhang Feng's interest was piqued. This thing was definitely not an iron ore. Anything that carried radiation was generally not a good thing. They were definitely poisoned by radiation. If this thing was brought to the academy, it would be a big problem. However, just when Zhang Feng wanted to hurry to see the ores, Niu Jinda grabbed Zhang Feng and asked again, "Fengzi, let me ask you something. Don't lie to me." Zhang Feng rolled his eyes. "Look at the situation now. I'll go find Dr. Sun Simiao to take a look at you. I'll also take a look at the pile of stones you brought back. If it's really like what I think it is, then it'll be a big problem." However, Niu Jinda didn't listen at all. Instead, he asked, "Let me ask you, old you and the others who went to look for ores, have they returned?" No, you're the fastest. Come on." While speaking, Zhang Feng hurriedly ran away. Only Niu Jinda was left laughing crazily. "Ha ha ha ha, Lao Tzu knew it. Lao Tzu knew that I'm the fastest." While Niu Jinda was proudly showing off, Sun Simiao entered Zhang Feng's villa with a serious face with Yu Shernan and the others. Seeing the courtyard full of injured people, his face couldn't help but sink. He didn't have time to talk and hurried to Niu Jinda's side. He asked about the cause of the matter and checked his pulse. However, slowly, Sun Simiao's face changed. He hurriedly shouted, "Someone, carry them to a place where there's no one. Quickly find someone to disinfect the dean's villa. Everyone who came in contact with them, immediately come to find the old man." Yes. What was going on? In an instant, Niu Jinda was dumbfounded. Niu Jinda's subordinates were dumbfounded. The onlookers were also dumbfounded. What was going on? Why did the situation suddenly change? Could it be, was this a plague? Chapter 12:30. As soon as Zhang Feng left the dormitory, he hurried to the workshop. He was worried that this thing might be radioactive. If that was the case, the craftsmen that he had painstakingly trained would all be gone. When he arrived at the workshop's entrance was already surrounded by people from the workshop and the craftsmen from the mountain.
When Zhang Feng saw this, he hurriedly shouted, "Get out of the way! Don't come near!" Everyone was stunned. But who was Zhang Feng? He was the dean. Everyone hurriedly made way for the big carriages. After all, everyone saw the miserable state that Niu Jinda and the others were in when they arrived. At this moment, they recalled that Niu Jinda had just gone to see the dean, and now, the dean was rushing here in a hurry. Something must have happened. Before they got close to the carriage, Zhang Feng could smell a strange stench. It was as if a dung pool that had been covered for more than 10 years had suddenly been opened. He was a little suspicious, but he was even more certain that this thing was definitely not an iron ore. Ordinary ores would not emit such a smell, and people who came into contact with it would not have any symptoms. Zhang Feng felt guilty. He wanted to find a mouth cover, but there was no such thing in this era. He could only muster up his courage, cover his mouth and nose, and carefully approach the carriage with a torch. Arkanon and Mokido blocked Zhang Feng and asked in surprise, "Dean, we have seen the thing in the carriage. It is indeed not an iron ore. Although the color is similar, we dare to bet that this thing is definitely not an iron ore." "What?" Zhang Feng was shocked again. He wanted to go forward, but Arkanon snatched the torch from Zhang Feng's hand. Zhang Feng glared at him and he laughed. "Dean, although I have not seen this thing before, there is definitely a problem. Don't worry, I am an old man. I can still handle this kind of thing. You don't need Jiangzun." When Zhang Feng heard this, he glared at him. "What do you know? This thing might have radiation. Old Cow and the rest have fallen ill after coming into contact with this thing. I have a solution." Without waiting for Zhang Feng to finish speaking, Arkanon laughed and said, "Then I'll have to go." Mokido also tried to persuade Zhang Feng, "Dean, you should let him go. When this kid was in Persia, he saw a stone fall from the sky and killed the entire Persian royal family in one night. At that time, he was the one who went, but didn't he come out unscathed? Don't worry, let him take a look first." The more he listened, the more Zhang Feng felt that this ore was definitely not ordinary. But Alkinon didn't care. He tore off a piece of cloth from his robe and peed on the spot. After drenching the cloth, he covered his mouth and nose and stepped forward. This time Mokido said softly, "You're the dean now. Your status is noble. You shouldn't use urine to cover your mouth." Zhang Feng came to a sudden realization. But in his heart he was anxious. If this was a radioactive ore, not to mention using urine to cover your mouth and nose, even if you were soaked in urine, it wouldn't be a problem. After all, Arkanon had decades of experience in the field of blacksmithing, and he had seen countless strange things in his hands. This was the first time he had seen something that could kill you. It was as light as a feather in his hand, like pieces of old yeast that had been stored for decades. When it entered his mouth, it actually had a similar taste to old yeast. This time, Arkanon couldn't help but be a little surprised. He had seen many rare ores, but this was the first time he had seen something like this. How could he have known that this thing would be like this? He curiously picked up a piece of ore and knocked it lightly on a slightly bigger piece of ore. A piece of ore actually broke. What was this thing? This was definitely not an ore. As long as it was a person, this thing was definitely not an ore. Otherwise, how could it break with just a knock? At this time, Zhang Feng was also a little confused. "Arkanon, give me a small piece. I seem to remember what this thing is." Arkanon was still worried, but he couldn't persuade Zhang Feng. He could only take out a small piece of ore and pass it to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng held the ore in his hand and looked at it carefully. He felt that this thing was very familiar, but he couldn't make sense of it. His heart skipped a beat. Zhang Feng placed the ore on the cement road and found a relatively flat rock. Then, he carefully ground the ore into powder. The crowd was so frightened that they were worried that Zhang Feng might be poisoned, but they didn't dare to make a sound. Now that no one knew what this thing was, they could only look at it carefully. After all, the news that Zhang Feng was a miracle doctor had long spread. At this time, Zhang Feng picked up a little bit of the powder on the ground and carefully put it into his mouth. His face instantly changed. Sure enough, this thing tasted very similar to the septic tank he had just played with. He couldn't help but be ecstatic. "Ha ha ha, old Nyo, oh Nyo, you're rich." Chapter 1231. Alkinon and the others did not understand. They hurried forward and asked curiously, "Dean, what is this?" "This is phosphor stone.
also known as white phosphor stone. It is a kind of mineral that can greatly increase grain production. There was such a thing? They could not help but wonder. Alkinen, Mokido and the others were shocked. This thing, stone powder, could increase grain production? But Zhang Feng was not interested in talking to them. He hurriedly said, "These stones are fine, but don't hide a piece in your arms. If you touch it for a long time, it will make you have diarrhea and vomit. If it is serious, you will die." Hearing that, Alkinen stepped back. But he did not understand what Zhang Feng meant. On the one hand, this thing could increase grain production, but on the other hand, it would make people die. What was this thing? Could the grain that was grown be eaten? But when they thought of Zhang Feng's magical things, they became indifferent again. Ark and Non looked at Zhang Feng's torch that was getting further and further away in the darkness and sighed. The Tang Empire is really vast and rich in resources. We are now the people of the Tang dynasty, right? Mokido patted Alkinen's shoulder and asked. Then the two of them could not help but laugh. On the other side, when Zhang Feng returned to the dormitory area, he couldn't help but be shocked by this operation. Old Cow and the others, who were originally in the courtyard, were nowhere to be seen. At that moment, there was raging smoke inside and outside the courtyard. Upon closer inspection, it was actually the smell of lime powder, sulfur grass, and mugwort. And the old soldiers who were guarding the door of Zhang Feng's villa looked as if their parents had died. When they saw Zhang Feng come back, they quickly covered their mouths and noses as if they were going to die for a righteous cause. Without saying anything, they went up to Zhang Feng and dragged him down the mountain. Zhang Feng was really shocked by what he had done. Hey, why don't you guys fart for Lao Tzu? What happened? What's going on? You mother***curs speak up for Lao Tzu. If you don't speak up, do you believe that Lao Tzu will chop you up right now? Let go of Lao Tzu. F***ck. If you don't F***king let go of Lao Tzu, believe it or not. Director, please don't shout anymore. This is Dr. Sun's order. He said that this thing is the god of plagues and that everyone has been infected by the plague. We're trying to get you to stay away from the plague. The leading veteran shouted in a hoarse voice, as if he had been choked by the smoke. At this moment he said again, Dean, we have already sent the two deans' wives down the mountain. Now, we will send you to the mountain gate. Please don't shout, or you will cause panic. Plague? Send him down the mountain? Panic? What the F***ck is going on here? Let go of me. Where did this plague come from? Lao Tzu is a miracle doctor. I have already investigated. This is not a plague at all. Let go of me. Otherwise, if something happens to Lao Tzu and the rest, you guys will wait for Lao Tzu. Hearing this, the few men who were carrying Zhang Feng were stunned and stopped in their tracks. It's not a plague? Director, don't worry about this matter. We all heard that Lao Tzu brought more than 50 good brothers. Now, only a dozen of them have returned. Those 20 brothers all died inexplicably because of this. And they died right outside Chang'an City. When they entered the city, they didn't even dare to go through the main gate. They took a detour. They were all veterans. Naturally, they knew Niu Jinda. Moreover, some of Niu Jinda's subordinates also knew him. At this moment, looking at these old brothers who didn't die on the battlefield but died in such a sullen manner, and some of them were even waiting for death in so much pain, they couldn't help but feel a little sad. Zhang Feng saw that he couldn't win against them. He could only swear and swear. Think about it. Do you think I will lie to you? Lao Tzu is my brother. I can't just ignore him, right? Moreover, I am also a miracle doctor. You guys have seen me before. If I go now, they may still be saved. However, if I delay any longer, even if the gods come down to earth, they won't be able to save them. Hearing this, after weighing the pros and cons, they hurriedly carried Zhang Feng to the lime kiln at the mountain behind the waterfall. The miracle doctor was indeed a miracle doctor. At this time, he was actually able to think of this point. He was really decisive. However, this scared Niu Jinda and the others. They didn't know what was going on. They didn't know what would happen either. However, what awaited them was the scorching hot air in the air, which made them feel even more uncomfortable. But at this moment, just as Sun Simiao was about to give them a blood transplant according to Zhang Feng's method, Zhang Feng had already rushed over. As he walked, Zhang Feng hurriedly shouted, "There's a mistake. Don't do it. It's okay. They're fine. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but look at Zhang Feng. Niu Jinda struggled to get up from the pile of straw and shouted, "Brother, help!" Chapter 1232. Sun Simiao was a little suspicious. But he also believed in Zhang Feng's medical skills. He hurriedly told Zhang Feng what he had just found out. Zhang Feng couldn't help but interrupt Sun Simiao. He looked at the worried people and said, "Actually, this matter is indeed very serious, but it's definitely not a plague. It's definitely not some other problem. Fengzi, I say, don't just stand there and talk. You'd better see how to save me first. How about it? I'm about to die, and you're still here talking nonsense?" Niu Jinda really didn't understand the situation. At this time, seeing that Zhang Feng was still in the mood, how could he lie down? If it wasn't for the fact that he had just been forced to drink a large basin of cow urine, he would have already come forward to strangle Zhang Fengshi's neck. It was also because of that basin of cow urine that he and his subordinates had a trace of strength. Seeing this, Sun Simiao hurriedly took out a piece of cloth stained with cow urine from the basin next to him and handed it to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng was dumbfounded. "I say, old master, what are you doing?" Sun Simiao saw that Zhang Feng didn't know what to do. He could only point to the cloth under their noses and said, "This thing is good for killing viruses and isolating the plague. Don't you know to use the alcohol I gave you before? That thing is precious." Zhang Feng was speechless. Okay, you don't have to do this thing. You don't feel embarrassed, but I feel uncomfortable. This disease is not contagious. Just wait and see." Now, Sun Simiao was even more confused. But still, he still chose to believe in Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng waved his hand and ordered people to carry everyone back to the house in the villa area. Now that Jianghu and her daughter had gone down the mountain, the house was very big and ventilated. Such a problem was obviously phosphorus poisoning. If it was a big problem, it was indeed a big problem. But if it was a small problem, it was also a small problem. Sun Simiao asked worriedly, "How are you going to save them now?" Sun Simiao asked after they were all on the floor. "Bring me a few jars of vinegar." Zhang Feng looked at Niu Jinda and said. When she said that, Niu Jinda's eyes widened. "What's vinegar for?" "Here you go." Niu Jinda was about to go crazy. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhang Feng's expression was very cautious, he would have thought that this brat was messing with him. Most importantly, he had just drunk a large basin of cow urine. If he were to drink vinegar now. Thinking about it, Niu Jinda felt like dying. Seeing this, Zhang Feng squatted beside Niu Jinda, lit a cigarette, and handed it to him, saying, "Old Niu, you're awesome this time." Niu Jinda smoked silently and didn't want to talk to Zhang Feng. He thought that Zhang Feng was laughing at him. Zhang Feng also saw that Niu Jinda didn't believe him. He waved his hand and asked the four scholars and Sun Simiao, who were watching the situation inside, to sit down. Then he said, "I really admire old Niu this time. Do you know what old Niu found this time?" "What?" several people asked in unison. Niu Jinda's bodyguard on the ground also opened his eyes wide at this time. Zhang Feng said slowly, "It's phosphate ore. Maybe you don't know what it is, but I know. What is the Tang dynasty lacking the most now? Old Niu, tell me." "Food shortage." Niu Jinda blurted it out without thinking. Zhang Feng snapped his fingers and said, "Yes, food. And now the autumn planting of this season is the key to whether the Tang dynasty will starve next year. And we all know that the food now is basically a few stones of grain per mu of land. But if we use the fertilizer made from the phosphate ore and cultivate the seeds, I believe that it won't be a problem to double the yield per mu of land." "Hiss. What did you say? Are you sure you're not bragging?" "Zhang Feng boy, you can't lie about this kind of thing." Yu Shernan and the others couldn't stay calm in an instant. Double the yield per mu of land? This was simply unthinkable. If someone else had said this, they would have definitely slapped that person. Food was the most important thing in the world. No one was willing to use food to brag. This was also a big taboo in the world. But this time, it was Zhang Feng who said it. How could they be shocked? But more people still felt that it was inconceivable. No matter how they thought about it, they felt that it was impossible. Who would have thought that this thing could be so useful that it could directly double the yield per mu of land? Wasn't this a joke? It couldn't help but be so shocking. Chu Suiliang paced in the room with a dignified face. After a while he said, Fengzi, are you sure you're serious about what you said now? I'm serious. These things are absolutely true. Not only that, but the most important thing is that if the seeds are grown according to the method I said, I can guarantee that the yield will be doubled. Zhang Feng looked at Chu Suiliang with a smile and said, at least according to the yield of wheat, if I improve the quality of the seeds, it won't be a problem to produce more than 20 stones per mu. And this is under the condition that the phosphate or fertilizer I said is not used. Once this fertilizer is used, the yield will be increased. Chapter 1233. It was night time. Zhang Feng's villa was filled with the smell of vinegar. Throughout the night, Zhang Feng's bathroom was the most lively place. Basically, no one was idle. But as the night deepened, bursts of thunderous snoring came from the whole villa area. In such a dark night, the news that could change the fate of the Tang dynasty suddenly spread to the imperial palace. The next moment, Li Shimin couldn't sleep. That night, he called Wei Zhang and the others to discuss whether it was true or not. In Chang'an City. In Zhang Shan's mansion, the old Xiaotsai of Chang'an University, as well as Cheng Yaojin and the others, all knew that Niu Jinda was poisoned in the phosphate fertilizer. For a time, the whole Chang'an City was in turmoil. The next morning before dawn, Li Shimin directly hung up the board. He didn't have to go to court today, and then hurried up the mountain. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4. On the mountain, it was still gray at this time, but Qian Wanli had led the students on the mountain early in the morning and had been running around the mountain for a long time. On the mountain, some students, craftsmen, and handymen were busy preparing breakfast. When Li Shimin and a large group of people went up the mountain, Yu Shernan was doing morning exercises to stretch his muscles and bones. As soon as he saw Li Shimin, Yu Shernan knew what he was going to do. He hurriedly asked Li Shimin and the others to go to the side. Mr. Bo Shi, did that guy tell you this in person last night? Li Shimin couldn't wait to ask. Yu Shernan nodded. Yes, that guy said it in person. Otherwise, I wouldn't have asked someone to send you a letter overnight. I think now, many people at the foot of the mountain know about it, right? Li Shimin heard that and sighed softly. How could he not know about this matter? Because of the autumn planting, he had not slept well for many nights. When he heard about Zhang Feng last night, he did not sleep at all. That was the reason why he had come. At this time, hearing Yu Shernan's words, Li Shimin turned around and walked towards Zhang Feng's villa. Even Yu Shernan couldn't stop him. Upon entering Zhang Feng's courtyard, Li Shimin couldn't help but frown. That snoring sound was unbearable to look at. Seeing this, Yu Shernan asked the veteran at the door to go in and wake everyone up. After a series of tremors, it finally quieted down. At this time, Zhang Feng and Niu Jinda, who was holding the door, also came out of the room. Without waiting for Li Shimin to speak, Zhang Feng said, "Let's go somewhere else. Let's go to the cafeteria and eat while we talk." Zhang Feng knew that Lao Li would definitely be the first to come to him this morning. In addition, he had barely managed to fall asleep last night amidst the roars and howls. How could he be in the mood to stay in the room now? Even if he didn't die from the smelly feet, he would be tortured to death. As soon as the four of them sat down, a servant served a few bowls of porridge. After the servant left, Li Shimin hurriedly asked, but Zhang Feng interrupted Li Shimin first and said, "Bring us a plate of wheat. We'll cook now or prepare wheat for planting." The servant didn't know what was going on, but since Zhang Feng had spoken, the servant hurriedly brought up a few plates of grain seeds that were going to be planted in the fields. Zhang Feng pointed at the seeds and said, "You've all seen this before, right?" Li Shimin and the others all rolled their eyes. If they didn't recognize this thing, then what was it? Zhang Feng asked for a snub, but he didn't take it to heart. He took out a piece of phosphor stone from his pocket and placed it on the table. The moment he saw the phosphor stone, Niu Jinda's expression instinctively changed. This thing had caused the death of dozens of his brothers. It would be strange if his expression was good when he saw it now. Seeing this, Zhang Feng smiled and said, "This thing is called phosphor stone. It's a type of ore. Isn't this nonsense? Who doesn't know that this is an ore? Just say it. You said that this thing can really double the yield of seeds?" "Indeed. This thing has to do with agriculture. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Let me put it this way. The seeds are like the pigs that I made before. They need to be carefully cared for before they can produce high-quality piglets."
Zhang Feng looked at Li Shimin and said, Lao Li, you know about the thing that Butcher Zhang at the foot of the mountain made, right?
Li Shimin was stunned.
But when he thought of the new breed of pigs around Chang'an, he nodded and said, Are you talking about the thing that Butcher Zhang made?
Yes. Those pigs are all good breeds after being bred and screened.
After 3 generations of pigs, the breed is basically excellent. Just like the wheat seeds now, they are basically scattered widely and the profits are small.
What's the use of this? This is equivalent to a joke, isn't it?
It was such a metaphor. Li Shimin really understood. He knew about the matter of the pigs. And he knew a lot. At this time, when he heard Zhang Feng say this, he remembered that it seemed that he hadn't paid attention to this matter for a long time. Although this matter was very important, it was related to the livelihood of the people at this time. If this problem was not solved, it would be useless no matter how much money he was given, or even if he brought in the 5 families and 7 clans.
Thinking of this, Li Shimin couldn't help but tremble. He grabbed Zhang Feng and said, Fengzi, tell me. How do you plan to deal with this matter?
Tell me I, Lao Li, will pay for all the expenses of this matter.
Chapter 1234. All right. That's enough for me.
But as you can see, the academy has just been settled, and there are many things that have yet to be done, not to mention the Academy of Science.
Don't get too excited. Go to the fields and take a look first. This matter can't be rushed.
I'll settle old Nio's matter first. If old Nio's matter isn't handled properly, it will really be fatal.
Hearing this, Niu Jinda's face changed.
Li Shimin was still worried and asked, Then tell me, can this matter be done in time for this year's autumn planting?
Lao Li, don't worry.
We still don't know what this so-called phosphorus stone is used for.
How about we talk about it after we figure it out? Besides, you've seen what happened on the mountain. This research institute.
Yu Shernan couldn't stand it anymore and hurriedly tried to persuade Li Shimin. Li Shimin waved his hand and said, The Science and Technology Institute is easy.
Isn't there a place for Chang'an University?
We can bring all the students of Chang'an University to the mountain and do research at the foot of the mountain.
Isn't that enough?
Zhang Feng's face stiffened when he heard this.
I think you, Lao Li, want to go to jail.
Li Shimin was stunned when he heard this.
What's wrong?
Look at Old Ox and the others.
How long has it been? How long has it been?
In less than 3 days, more than 20 of our brothers have died. If you were to do research in Chang'an, you'd better think about the consequences.
Li Shimin thought about it and his face changed instantly.
If this was in Chang'an then what do you think we should do with this thing?
Li Shimin was also anxious. People were like this.
When they didn't know about this matter, they could do everything step by step. But when they knew that it could increase their income, it would be strange if they could sit still.
Li Shimin was like this. How could he wait at this time?
He was so desperate for food that he was about to go crazy. However, he knew that in the current situation, more haste, less speed. In the end, Li Shimin could only sigh and sit down resentfully.
Fengzi, do you think my illness can be cured?
Seeing that everything was settled, Niu Jinda asked with a nervous expression. At this moment, his son was lying at home, and he was in such a state.
Anyone who saw him would be anxious.
Moreover, if this incident were to spread to the army, what kind of consequences would it cause? Li Shimin also saw this point, so he did not dwell on this matter.
Zhang Feng didn't say anything.
Instead, he put the walnut-sized phosphor stone on the table. Then, he took out a delicate dagger from his chest and carefully cut it into pieces. Then, he ground it into powder and used a piece of paper to carefully separate the residue. This time, only a trace of white powder was left on the paper. It also exuded a faint pungent smell. Li Shimin stared at this thing in a daze. Then, he looked at the thing that was comparable to fine salt with some doubts. Before he could ask, Zhang Feng said, This thing is phosphor fertilizer. Once this fertilizer is used, it can be said that if your family of 5 has an acre of land, they can eat their fill without any worries and won't have to worry about their stomachs anymore.
If you have a few hundred acres of land, Lao Li, do you know?
As long as you use this thing, I can guarantee that basically, the medicinal herbs you grow will increase by more than half. In ancient times, the fields were very thin. Moreover, farmers used manure for a long time. Most of them basically didn't need any fertilizer, let alone other things.
The harvest of the farmers was basically dependent on the heavens. So, how could the harvest be good? Those big families only had dozens or hundreds of mu of land, and some even relied on the slaves or workers hired by their families to work in the fields. How could they do a good job? It would be strange. At this moment, Li Shimin and the others wanted to take a closer look. However, when they saw Niu Jinda's miserable state, they shrank back. They anxiously scratched their ears and cheeks. Fengzi, tell me, can this thing be used just like this? Or is there any other use for this thing? By the way, if you want to make this thing, how long will it take to make it? Also about the seeds. Li Shimin couldn't wait. He asked. Zhang Feng rubbed his chin and thought for a moment before saying, "At this rate, the wheat should be planted by next month at the latest, right? Then let's do it before next month. We still need to start looking for a place to build the phosphate fertilizer factory starting tomorrow. After all, you have seen the power of this thing. If it's placed in a crowded place, it definitely won't work. Moreover, I still need to study some things here. Otherwise, if this person goes in, he will definitely be played with in less than a day." So troublesome? Li Shimin was stunned. However, he made up his mind and said, "This is not a problem. There are many prisoners on death row in the various prisons. When the time comes, I will go and get some people in. Just tell me when we can start. As for the location, I will think of a way." "No." Zhang Feng hurriedly interrupted Li Shimin and asked, "Lao Li, can you even get a death row prisoner? Are you sure?" Chapter 1235. Cough, Lao Li, I'm also very curious. Although your business is very big, getting someone out of the death row prison isn't a simple matter. Are you sure you have a way? Yu Shernan was scared out of his wits and hurriedly changed the topic. This time, Li Shimin finally came to his senses. Li Shimin couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He had been so focused on talking about this that he really had forgotten about this matter. At this moment, seeing Zhang Feng staring at him curiously, Li Shimin's eyes flashed and he said, "Actually, this person can definitely be brought over. Think about it. Don't we know Lord Zhang's son? Right now, we also have Duke Chen, Ho Junji, and Imperial Prince Li Shaogong. Moreover, this matter is beneficial to the country and the people. Think about it. Would His Majesty not agree?" Thinking about it this way, Zhang Feng finally came to a realization. That's right. The current emperor had just experienced the predicament of being surrounded by tens of thousands of starving people. If he heard about this matter now, wouldn't he go crazy with joy? Then wouldn't he have anything he wanted? If he wanted to be an official now, then, with this thought, Zhang Feng's heart began to heat up again. Right. It's still you, Lao Li, who understands me. Now that you mention it, I suddenly remember that this matter of ours isn't just a business. More importantly, this business of ours can also help His Majesty solve a huge problem. Tisese, if that's the case, then don't you think that I, Zhang Feng, am going to strike it rich? Not only that, when the time comes, all of us will be able to become officials. Just thinking about it makes me happy, don't you think? Li Shimin, Niu Jinda, and Yu Shernan were all dumbfounded. They couldn't keep up with Zhang Feng's thoughts at all. After a while they asked, You said that we can all become officials?" "That's right." Zhang Feng excitedly slapped his thigh and said, "Think about it, this is the era of agriculture. Those who obtain food will obtain the hearts of the world. If we can get this thing out, then won't we be able to benefit the people? And not only that, not only can we bring honor to our families, we can also leave our names in history. Aren't you all excited?" Li Shimin and the other two black lines, Yu Shernan, slowly clenched his fists. Seeing Zhang's greedy eyes, he couldn't help but reveal a trace of coldness. However, Zhang Feng still didn't notice it. He continued to talk. "Think about it. Right now you guys are in the business world. You can't be seen in public. But once you have an official position, you will be related to the word official. Then, us brothers will all be officials in the future. I've said it before, when I, Zhang Feng, become successful, I won't forget you old brothers. How about it, Lao Li, am I, Zhang Feng, a brother? Think about it, what kind of official position do you want after the emperor's edict comes down? The Ministry of Agriculture, the Ministry of Works, the Ministry of Agriculture, and so on. Boy, do you think old man is invisible? Just when Zhang Feng was thinking about what kind of official position he wanted in the future, Yu Shinan finally couldn't bear it anymore. Hearing this, Zhang Feng shrunk his neck. Only then did he remember that Mr. Bo Shi was still here. This time, Zhang Feng looked at Li Shimin, who couldn't hold back his laughter, and Niu Jinda, who had a green face, and was dumbfounded. F***CK, you said you were brothers. You two idiots. Give me a hint. This is great. Zhang Feng glared at Niu Jinda, who was trying hard to hold back his laughter. He wiped the bowl of porridge and poured it into his bowl. Eat, eat, eat. Can't even eat to shut your mouth? Is it as funny as me? Look, even Mr. Bo Shi is unhappy. Cough, cough. I promise. Ha ha ha, Mr. Bo Shi, this boy. Ha ha. Niu Jinda wanted to quibble, but because his body was exhausted, he didn't have any strength at this time, so he could only laugh wildly. Zhang Feng was angry. He couldn't wait to smash the bowl of porridge in front of him on Niu Jinda's face. Yu Shinan sighed and said angrily, "We are all scholars. It's okay to talk about this in front of old man and the others, but once outsiders know what you said today, have you thought about the consequences? As the dean, your goal is to benefit the people and the students, but all you think about is fighting for power. If you really enter the imperial court, what will happen? In old man's opinion, you shouldn't go to the imperial court to cause trouble. You'd better stay in the academy and teach for the old man. When you learn not to fight for power, we'll talk about it again." As he spoke, Yu Shinan stormed off in a huff. Seeing this, Zhang Feng was stunned. Which part of my thinking is not for the country and the people? What part of my saying is wrong? Isn't it just a nominal official position? This is also for the convenience of doing things, isn't it? The more Zhang Feng thought about it, the more wronged he felt. He pointed at the direction where Yu Shinan left and asked, "Lao Li, look, what did I say wrong? This is a completely normal way of thinking, okay? I'm still a child." Enough. Chapter 1236. Did I say something wrong? I'm only 20 years old this year. Am I still? Ahem. Li Shimin couldn't stand it anymore. He was embarrassed by Zhang Feng. In the Tang dynasty, at Zhang Feng's age, he already had a lot of wives and concubines, and his children were already old enough to buy soy sauce. Now, you are telling me that you are still a child? Look at the things you have done. Which one of them was done by a child? Li Shimin was speechless. He narrowed his eyes and said, "Fengzi, let's not talk about this. This is a matter of the future. Only after the harvest next year will the emperor give a big reward. But now you're just talking about it. You haven't prepared anything and you haven't done anything. Aren't you talking too much?" Originally, Li Shimin really wanted to reward Zhang Feng now, but Yu Shinan's words just now were actually for him. Now, Zhang Feng was like a thriving tree. If he was contaminated by the bad atmosphere in the imperial court too early, it would only be disadvantageous to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng's personality was frank, and he was extremely protective of the people around him. He was a man of principles, and he followed all of his preferences. He was fine as a brother, but once he entered the huge quagmire that was the imperial court, Li Shimin was very worried that in less than a month, Zhang Feng would be led astray. He knew that he was ashamed to face Zhang Feng, but this matter could only wait until Zhang Feng's wisdom and age were more mature, or until all the bad people were suppressed and entered the imperial court. At that time, with Zhang Feng's ability, Li Shimin believed that no one would dare to oppose Zhang Feng anymore. After all the food in Chang'an City was basically made by this kid. But this was not enough. At the very least, these things were not enough to capture the hearts of the cunning people in the imperial court. In the eyes of those cunning people, Zhang Feng was too easy to control. Li Shimin didn't want to see this happen to Zhang Feng. Most importantly, he didn't want to lose this brother so soon. "Fengzi, tell me about your Science and Technology Institute first. As for the phosphate fertilizer factory, I will settle the factory for you after I go down the mountain today. As for when you want to start, that's your business." Zhang Feng was silent for a moment, then he said, "It's easy to set up a place, but this thing requires knowledge of chemistry. Although Li Gan and the others have some knowledge of physics, you can see the current situation. At this time, how do you think I can set up a research institute? In terms of time, it's too late." Academy. Also known as the physics laboratory. This thing was the core of White Deer College, so Zhang Feng didn't dare to do it casually. At the very least, he didn't dare to interfere with this matter when he was busy. He only dared to do it when things were not so busy. After all, this experiment was different from other places. At the very least, in terms of its functions, it was very different from the current teaching building. Although some things could be replaced by the empty classrooms now, but most of the physics experiments had radioactive effects. At the very least, the experiment on the radioactivity of the phosphate fertilizer and the high-speed extraction of phosphate rock required experiments. Right now, Zhang Feng was only at the initial stage of understanding these things. Basically, he only knew how to talk. After all, if it weren't for the credits, he wouldn't have gone back to the physics and chemistry classes. Laoli, I'll think of a way to deal with this laboratory, but we can't be too hasty. As for the extraction of the phosphate fertilizer, I have the simplest method here. Zhang Feng muttered to himself for a while, then looked at Niu Jinda and said, Old Niu, how big is the phosphate rock you saw on Mount Longsho? Niu Jinda didn't even think about it. It's about the size of Mount Shao. It's everywhere. As for how deep it is, I don't know. But Fengzi, are you sure this thing can be used? It can be used? Get rid of the question mark. Zhang Feng smiled faintly. Let me ask you. Are the trees on the phosphate rock more abundant than other places? Also, there's a distance outside the phosphate rock mountain. Is there not a single blade of grass growing there? Hearing Zhang Feng's question, Niu Jinda couldn't help but think that Zhang Feng had been there before. Fengzi, have you been there before? Zhang Feng shook his head and said, No, I haven't. Then how do you know so much about the situation there? Wasn't this nonsense? If he didn't know about this, then wouldn't he have studied for nothing all these years? However, he didn't dare to do this experiment on his own. When he was teaching Li Gan and the others, he could also review the old and learn new things. Otherwise, if he died, then he would really be done for. Moreover, as a liberal arts student, he knew these things, geography and all kinds of things. In addition, he was originally from Xianxia. How could he not know about the Xianxia territory? However, when he heard that there was an area as big as Mount Shao, Zhang Feng's eyelids couldn't help but twitch. Damn, this time I'm really rich. Chapter 1237. Li Shimin and Niu Jinda trembled when they heard Zhang Feng shout. They almost fainted. Just a moment ago, both of them were thinking about the yield of the grain and what the phosphate fertilizer was. But in the next moment, there was a problem. This kid seemed to have gone crazy. They could not help but jump in fright. Li Shimin was speechless. Kid, can you stop being so flustered? This is not the time to talk about money. Then tell us, how do you make a fortune with this? Zhang Feng heard that and rolled up his sleeves. Come. I'll give you a good explanation. You guys are simply too lacking in physics knowledge. Li Shimin wanted to beat Zhang Feng up. He even started to clench his fists. Zhang Feng saw that and his eyelids twitched. He hurriedly said, It's this thing is a little complicated. I can't explain it clearly in a sentence or two. I'll just give you a simple explanation. 1 hour. It took Zhang Feng a full hour to explain the knowledge related to agriculture, from irrigation, fertilization, photosynthesis, and the importance of pollination in detail. This time, Li Shimin was dumbfounded. His head was dizzy, as if he had opened the door to a new world. He originally thought that these things would be fine as long as there was water. Who knew that this small thing in the picture could be so awesome? In the end, Li Shimin was sent away by Zhang Feng in a daze. Now, only Niu Jinda was left. Niu Jinda saw that everyone had left and then slumped on the stool. He said, Fengzi, I'm afraid you've forgotten about me? I'm a patient. Zhang Feng finally understood. He hurriedly looked at old Niu, lifted his eyelids, and looked at his tongue. He then heaved a sigh of relief. It's okay. Remember to drink a jar of vinegar every day and eat a piece of croton. Niu Jinda's face instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Fengzi, you're asking for my life. Croton, I'm about to shit to death now, and you still want me to eat croton? Zhang Feng didn't take it seriously. This is phosphorus poisoning. Vinegar can only alleviate and eliminate the toxins, but if you want to expel the toxins, you have to go to the intestines and stomach first. Only in this way can you recover faster. Why would I mess with you? We're brothers, so I have to take care of you, don't I? As Zhang Feng spoke, he patted Niu Jinda on the shoulder and shouted outside the door, "Old Mrs. He, bring me a jar of vinegar." Altar. When Niu Jinda heard this word, he almost fainted. From last night until now, his stomach was full of vinegar. The air he breathed was filled with the smell of vinegar. Old He's wife was the person in charge of the canteen at this time. She was basically in charge of the canteen's purchasing and other things. She had already seen Zhang Feng enter the private room on the second floor and didn't come out. When she saw Li Shimin come out, she was outside the door. She didn't expect to hear Zhang Feng ask for a jar of vinegar. Although she didn't know what Zhang Feng wanted to do with vinegar. But he still did as he was told. Although she didn't know why Zhang Feng wanted vinegar, she always picked the biggest thing for Zhang Feng. Therefore, Old He's wife found 2 workers to carry a big jar of vinegar into Zhang Feng's private room. Niu Jinda's eyes widened when he saw this. "Feng Zi, you're a magnanimous person. Can you spare me? This is a jar? It's a mother asterisk king tank." Zhang Feng was also dumbfounded. Looking at the jar and then at Niu Jinda, he had an idea and said, "Why don't you go in and take a bath? Although it's a little wasteful, I'll pay for it. Besides, it has some curative effect." "You're too much, Feng Zi. We have no grievances. I'm leaving. I'm fine. I'm cured." While speaking, Niu Jinda staggered to his feet. He held the door frame and ran out. He was afraid that if he stayed a little longer, he would be killed by Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng was also speechless. Looking at Old He's wife and the others, he could only wave his hand helplessly and say, "Next time, send them a small jar every day. Remember, it's a jar as big as a fist." After the meal, when Zhang Feng walked out of the canteen, the students who were doing running exercises lined up to enter the canteen in an orderly manner. Zhang Feng didn't dare to go to the front door. Instead, he quietly walked out from the back door. However, before Zhang Feng walked out of the canteen, he ran into Old He, who was eating in the back kitchen of the canteen. When Old He saw Zhang Feng coming over, he grabbed Zhang Feng and said, "It's really difficult to see you now." Seeing this, Zhang Feng asked, "Don't you see me every day? What's the matter?" Uncle Ho looked around and pulled Zhang Feng to a corner. This time, he said in a low voice, "Do you remember the 3 old men that you found? They asked me to tell you that the things you asked them to fiddle with have sprouted." Zhang Feng was stunned when he heard this. He couldn't remember at the moment. Old He saw this and said, "Hey, I told you that you must have forgotten. Let me remind you. The things you and the 3 old men planted in the distiller's grain trough in the brewery next to the pub?" Zhang Feng instantly remembered something. He hurriedly asked, "Is what you said true? The potatoes really sprouted?" Chapter 1238. Zhang Feng did not expect the potatoes to sprout. This was simply the best test subject at the moment. As long as the phosphate fertilizer was tested, it would definitely become the best thing in a short period of time. However, this was just Zhang Feng's idea. After all, it was still early. At least after the new year, it would be important to pay attention to it. There was another important thing, which was that there were only a few seeds. He was not sure how many seeds these potatoes could produce before the new year. However, this good news made Zhang Feng even more excited. Zhang Feng hurriedly asked Uncle Ho to send a letter home. Tell them what I said. Tell them to water the potatoes with feces every 5 days, but only about a scoop each time. It is best to maintain the temperature at a certain constant temperature, which is the temperature at noon now. The temperature was very strange. It was very cold in the morning and at night, but it was unusually warm at noon. Zhang Feng was very worried that something would happen to the potatoes in such an environment. This was their only hope now. It was something to verify whether his soul was effective. It was still in the research and development stage. After all, if they wanted to extract spiritual elements, there were still a lot of deficiencies. According to historical records, spiritual elements appeared in history. It was developed by foreign scientists hundreds of years later. Zhang Feng did not know what he was thinking. He hurriedly packed up and prepared to go down the mountain. Currently, he needed to study Lin Fei in detail. After all, it was still early for other things, but the autumn planting was not far away. If he missed the autumn planting, it would be useless even if he wanted to experiment. Yu Shernan seemed to already know Zhang Feng's plan, so he did not say anything when he saw Zhang Feng hurriedly going down the mountain. Cheng Chumo and the others seemed to be eager for Zhang Feng to go down the mountain. When they saw Zhang Feng leave, they could not help but burst into a burst of exclamations. Li Chengqian's eyes flashed. He was surprised and doubtful. He did not know why Zhang Feng went down the mountain. However, something must have happened to his lower body. Otherwise, under the current situation, everything had been settled. Why would Zhang Feng go down the mountain? This obviously didn't make sense. At this time, although not many people knew about the phosphate fertilizer on the mountain, Li Chengqian's men knew a little about Lin Fei's miraculous abilities. However, they still kept a respectful distance from this matter. No one dared to touch this thing. After all, Niu Jinda's example had already made many people's hair stand on end. Who would dare to touch this thing? On the other side, Fang Xianling was restless at home. Fang Yai had also entered Chang, an university a month ago. But this was not what he wanted. Every father would think about their son's future. Since the last time he saw Lu Jianhu's broken leg and the performance of Niu Jinda and the others, Fang Xuanling's heart began to feel a little alive. After all, because of the emperor's order, he stayed in Chang and to deal with the aftermath. But now, Fang Xianling rarely participated in it. He had entered Chang, an university a month ago. However, after seeing the scene at Zhangfeng Courtyard and the Mid-Autumn Festival Poetry Meet, as well as the scene at White Deer College's opening ceremony, Feng Chuanlin's heart was already somewhat unable to hold back. In addition, during the Mid-Autumn Festival night, Fang Xianling and his wife had shown their desire. As a cabinet minister, how could Fang Xianling not know? For example, right now. It was rare that the emperor did not go to court today. It was rumored that he had gone to White Deer College. Fang Xianlin was preparing to go to work after breakfast, which was rare. However, at the dining table, he had heard his wife and Fang Yai's wife's strange words. How could he not know what his son was thinking? After all, Chang Yaojin and the others had been showing off in front of others every day, especially after the Mid-Autumn Festival Poetry Meet. How could Fang Xuanling's family not complain? After the meal, in Fang Xuanling's study room, Fang Yai stood in front of Fang Xianling unhappily. Fang Xianling asked, "Do you want to enter White Deer College?" "Yes." Fang Yai answered without even thinking. Looking at Fang Yai's burning gaze, Fang Xianling felt a little conflicted. He didn't know if he should wait and beg the emperor, or go directly to Chang'an University to talk about it, or go directly to Zhang Feng. However, after thinking about it, Fang Xianling sighed secretly and hurriedly left the room. Fang Yai saw this and hurriedly asked, "Father, where are you going?" Fang Xianling didn't even turn his head as he said indifferently, "To the pub." Although he knew that he wouldn't be able to see Zhang Feng if he went to the pub, Fang Xianling didn't intend to see Zhang Feng now. He wanted to find a place to calm down and think about how to deal with this matter. After all, if he went to beg Zhang Feng now, he would feel a little embarrassed. Chapter 1239. Yu Lai Restaurant had been deserted for a long time. On the mottled golden signboard, there were spots of black paint and traces of falling off, but there was not a single spider web on it. There was not even a single leaf on the steps at the door. Although it was already autumn, half of the dead leaves on the crooked tree at the door of Zhang Feng's restaurant had already fallen off. It was clear that someone had meticulously cleaned this place. Even the door of Zhang Feng's restaurant was not locked. But even so, it seemed that the woman had not opened half of the door for a long time. There was no trace of being opened at the connection between the ground and the wooden door. Tang Huifeng had returned to her usual peaceful state. It was not midnight yet. However, on the streets, there were already many merchants selling goods. Most of them were selling farming tools, such as adjustments made of bamboo, bundles of hose in a row, flat machines, wicker baskets, and other farming tools. They were yelling along the streets for sale. Even the snack stall that hadn't been seen for a long time was here. It was bustling with activity on the side of the street. At this time, it was raining, and the basketball court was also filled with many old and young people. Some were shangqing hualiang ma, and some were off the court. They were cursing and pointing at the people who were playing basketball on the court. Looking at this peaceful scene, Zhang Feng could not help but be slightly intoxicated. Was this still the original Tongguei port? Was this still the original Chang'an city? Due to the addition of modern elements, Zhang Feng suddenly felt that the things in his memory had begun to subtly integrate with the lobby. He did not know whether it was right or not, but he had done it. He did not regret it. After all, the progress of the era needed to be made step by step.
Since he had been through time travel for such a long time, if he did not do something, he would really be sorry for his knowledge. Zhang Feng knew very well that it was better to change the era than to change himself. His change was nothing, but if he could make the entire era move forward with him, then he would have really done something. After all, in this slave society, there were many things that Zhang Feng could not understand. For example, instead of using toilet paper to go to the toilet, they used bamboo chips or the black cloth that the Black Knights used to wipe themselves. This made Zhang Feng somewhat crazy and want to beat someone up. But with white paper, the cooperatives and other things he created, and the slow popularization of medical knowledge and other things, Zhang Feng suddenly felt that the Tang dynasty seemed to be not bad. At least compared with the hypocritical later generations, there was more peace and tranquility here, and there was no intrigue. Zhang Feng took a deep breath and pushed open the door of the tavern. Perhaps he had not returned to the tavern for half a month, but when he pushed open the door, he was surprised to find that there was not a trace of dust on the tables and chairs in the tavern. This made Zhang Feng a little stunned. Originally, he thought that when he opened the door, the place would be full of mice and the musty smell, which would be enough for him to clean up for half a day. But he did not expect this scene. Zhang Feng shook his head with a wry smile and looked at a few children outside the door. When the children saw Zhang Feng looking at them, they laughed mischievously before dispersing in an uproar. Needless to say, all of this was done by these children. The government had new rules. He did not know whether these things were done by their adults or by these children's own initiative. Zhang Feng was willing to believe that it was the latter. Without thinking too much, Zhang Feng got angry and started a fire that had not been lit for a long time. After cleaning the stove, teapot, stove and other things, he slowly took out a jar of wine from the cellar and drank it slowly. At this time, someone gently knocked on the door of the tavern. Zhang Fengyu reluctantly continued to drink, but the person at the door seemed to be waiting. After waiting for a while, there was no sound from outside. Instead, there was a soft sigh. Zhang Fengyu couldn't help but take a deep breath when he heard that sigh. Because this voice was familiar to Zhang Feng, he could not help but put down his wine cup and open the door. When the door opened, Zhang Feng could not help but be stunned. He saw a white-haired old man wearing a gray robe at the door. He had just turned around and was about to leave. Zhang Feng was not unfamiliar with this person. In fact, he was a little familiar. This person was Feng Xianling. Zhang Feng could not help but ask in surprise. Old Feng, why are you here? We haven't seen each other for half a month. Oh right, why didn't you go to the mid-autumn poetry meet? Also, I remember sending you Valentine's Day when I opened the door. Why didn't I see you? Oh right, old Chen and old Sun. How are they? I haven't seen them during this time. What have you been busy with? Feng Xianling did not expect to see Zhang Feng here again. He asked in surprise, shouldn't you be at the academy at this time? Why did you go down the mountain? The two could not help but be stunned at the same time. Then they smiled faintly. Zhang Feng hurriedly led Feng Xianling into the tavern and poured him a cup of wine. Looking at Feng Xianling's worried face, he could not help but ask, did something happen recently? Otherwise, why haven't I seen you all this time? Chapter 1240. Although he didn't know what had happened during this period of time. However, it was obvious that he was sitting comfortably in the front, while old Feng and the others must be dealing with the matters behind. After all, the degree of danger of the 5 families and 7 clans, as well as ensuring that the Mid-Autumn Festival poetry meet and the opening ceremony would proceed normally. Zhang Feng wouldn't believe that there wasn't someone behind to block some troublemakers. Therefore, when he saw old Feng at this time, Zhang Feng felt a sense of familiarity. After personally cooking a few dishes for Feng Xianling, he sat opposite Feng Xianling. I haven't cooked for a long time, so my skills are a bit rusty. Zhang Feng said apologetically, eat while it's hot. Let's talk while eating. Feng Xianling smiled and stroked his beard. Looking at the blooming flowers, he was a bit speechless. In the end, he picked up his wine cup and drank 3 cups of wine. Only then did he feel much better. Putting down the wine cup, Feng Xianling regained his usual calmness and said with a smile, Fengzi, what are you talking about? Didn't I eat and drink for free every time I came? It's not good to spend so much money every time I come. But this time, we won't drink wine. You don't have much left, right? Later, I'll get someone to send you a few carts of wine to store. You also know that old Chen and the others never leave anything behind when they drink.
If they drink it all, they'll come and bother you. When Zhang Feng heard this, he was instantly moved. Old Feng, you know me best. However, now that the winery has started brewing, the more wine we drink in the future, the more we drink. Zhang Feng saw that Feng Xuanling's expression wasn't right. After all, Feng Xianling looked about 70 years old. After working so hard, Zhang Feng felt embarrassed to persuade him to drink. Seeing that Feng Xianling was drinking with a heavy heart, Zhang Feng stopped Feng Xianling and said, Old Feng, I still have 300-year-old ginseng that I swindled from old Master Li and Lao Li. I'll get someone to send one to you later. You can boil it into soup and nourish yourself. Look at yourself. Look at how much you've shushed your body. You've only had a few cups of wine and you're already like this. That 100-year-old ginseng is good stuff. As long as you eat it, I guarantee that you'll be as energetic as a dragon and as fierce as a tiger. I can't bear to eat it. I'll get you a prescription later. You can go to the pharmacy and get another set of medicine. After eating 3 sets, I guarantee that you'll be 10 years younger. You can even go to Yanlai Lu to find some excitement. After Feng Xianling heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. Fengzi, don't make fun of me. With my body, it's useless no matter how much ginseng I eat, let alone find any excitement. You, please spare my old bones. It seemed that Zhang Feng really took it to heart. His eyes turned and instantly flashed with a touch of excitement. He nudged Feng Xianling with his elbow. He winked and said, Old Feng, after we finish eating, I'll take you to find some excitement since we're free anyway. However, after thinking about it, this was the Tang dynasty. Who hadn't been there before? Instead, it seemed that he was a little too much. Zhang Feng sighed and said, However, I reckon that you definitely know more than me. Maybe I'll need you to guide me this time. Feng Xianling finally couldn't stop. If he really went to Yanlai Lu to have fun, then within 2 hours, the whole of Chang'an would know. Moreover, when had he ever been to such a brothel? In an instant, Feng Xuanling's face turned red. Cough, cough, Fengzi, don't slander me. I'm a clean person and have always taken self-cultivation as my biggest hobby. How could I go to such a place? Zhang Feng was stunned. Scratching his head, he seriously doubted whether this old man was really not serious. He asked curiously, Where? This time, Feng Xianling was instantly speechless. Seeing this, Zhang Feng didn't plan to tease Feng Xianling anymore. He said, I'm talking about going to the farmland to wander around. Feng Xianling. Okay, Fengzi, I know what you're thinking. We'll go later, but the premise is that you don't harm me. I'm already so old, I can't afford to be tormented. If you want to cause trouble, wait for old Li and the others to come next time. You can go and cause trouble for them. They're the best at it. If I go there and die, are you going to take responsibility? Zhang Feng heard this and instantly gave up on the idea. Originally, he wanted to calm down and think about the future of the Science and Technology Department, as well as the phosphate fertilizer. But who knew that old Feng would suddenly barge in? Originally, he wanted old Feng to wander around with him and personally see the situation in the farmland. But now, it seemed that he could only give up and slowly think about it himself in the future. With this thought, Zhang Feng and Feng Xianling drank another cup of wine as an apology. Then he asked, Old Feng, the thing I asked you to do last time, how's it going? Feng Xianling had really forgotten about this matter. He didn't remember what Zhang Feng said before. Besides, this kid had always been talkative. How could he remember anything? Seeing this, Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel a little speechless. It seems that you really have forgotten everything. Let me remind you. Last time, I asked you to help me check the distribution of power of the 5 families and 7 clans in Chang'an City. Chapter 1241. Only then did Feng Xianling realize what was going on. Hey! You're talking about that time? You should have said so earlier. You made me think for a long time, but I still don't know which time you're talking about. Feng Xianling thought for a while, then simply took out a piece of paper from his arms and handed it to Zhang Feng. The paper was still the same straw paper. Although the current supply of white paper and the free paper they needed every month was enough for them to squander, how could Feng Xianling, who was used to being thrifty, be willing to waste it here? He also knew that Zhang Feng had a lot of paper here. If you want to look at it, you can copy it yourself. Sure enough, Zhang Feng looked at the yellowed and hard straw paper and stared at Feng Xianling speechlessly. Old Feng, can't you be a little more generous? This thing is already rotten on the street. Why are you still so stingy? Ahem, this is thrifty. Do you know how to be thrifty? Feng Xuanling's face turned red and he hurriedly defended himself. Zhang Feng was too lazy to argue with him. After all, every businessman was like this, right? Zhang Feng didn't study this matter. Instead, he looked at the floor plan of Chang'an City in front of him. All the buildings on the map were roughly distinguished, but there were still some places that were a little blurry. These blurry places, according to Zhang Feng's memory, seemed to be abandoned places where no one lived. Although it didn't look like much on a normal day, when he looked at them together, it still shocked Zhang Feng. My goodness, there seemed to be a lot of places in Chang'an City that were empty. Where was this? This was Chang'an City, the hub of the Tang dynasty. If this place was like this, it could be seen how other places in the Tang dynasty were like. At this time, as Zhang Feng's eyes moved, he gradually saw some marked red dots, blue dots, and black dots on the map, as well as the small tavern and the Zhang mansion's villa that were circled. He was a little curious. My tavern and my mansion, why are they all circled? What does this mean? This, Feng Xianling was a little speechless. However, he rolled his eyes and said, this thing was obtained from the Central Secretariat through my connections. Therefore, this thing was also copied out for me. They said that the areas marked with circles are places that are heavily protected. As for the black and red areas, the black areas represent the 5 surnames and 7 clans. The red areas represent the Guanlong area. As for the yellow and blue areas, they represent the strongholds of foreign tribes in Chang'an, as well as the businesses of the Hu merchants in Chang'an. After explaining for a long time, Feng Xianling finally explained it to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng also clicked his tongue in wonder as he looked at the map. He slowly put it into his bosom. He admired Li Shimon's ability. Although he had never seen this emperor who could compete with him, he could see Li Shimon's great talent and strategy from this map. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't enter the palace, he would have already gone to the palace to greet him. But now was not the time to ask about this. Zhang Feng put away the map, then looked at Feng Xianling and said, Old Feng, have you encountered some troubles recently? Why do I feel that you are always listless and absent-minded today? When it came to serious matters, Feng Xianling was a little embarrassed. After all these things, he wanted to save face. But at this time, Feng Xianling still said, you are very famous. Yesterday, I went to visit Feng Liang, the head of the secretariat. Although Feng Liang is from my family, our relationship is quite distant. But he has been praising you. He wanted me to ask you if you are interested in being the head of the secretariat. Zhang Feng was a little speechless. What are you talking about? Although the head of the secretariat is good, it is a little inappropriate to talk about this at this time, right? Zhang Feng was also confused by Feng Xianling. He did not know what old Feng wanted to do. Could it be something big happened? Otherwise, why would he be in a hurry to introduce him to an official position? Zhang Feng could not say it clearly. He could only go along with Feng Xianling and wait for an opportunity to see if he could get some useful information out of him. Otherwise, Zhang Feng had already formally asked twice and Zhang Feng did not say anything. If he asked a third time, the result would be the same. Fine. If you don't ask, then I will just directly get it out of you. Although it would take a lot of effort, at least Zhang Feng would know the key points of the matter. Zhang Feng pretended to be surprised and said, Old Feng, when old son introduced me to the Ministry of Personnel, I was too lazy to go. Now you are telling me this? Tell me, are you thinking about my phosphate fertilizer and the method that can increase the production of the crops? Lao Li is really something. I just said it, and now it has already reached the head of the secretariat? Sigh. It seems that in the future, I still have to hold back. Otherwise, even the slightest bit of good things will be ruined. Now, the business that was originally profitable is gone, right? Feng Xianling was stunned. What phosphate fertilizer are you talking about? Is there any way to increase the production? In an instant, Zhang Feng understood. He was thinking too much. Damn, I was too careless. Why did I tell him this? Chapter 1242. Zhang Feng really wanted to slap himself. He had completely forgotten that old Feng was Lao Li's housekeeper and was in charge of this huge family business. It was also the autumn planting season. Why did I bring this up myself at this time? Of all people, I'm the one who brought it up. Zhang Feng quickly changed the topic before Feng Xianling could react. Old Feng, I've been thinking about something. It's been so long. I've met Old Chen, Lao Li, Old Sun, and Old Wei's son, but you're the only one who's so mysterious. I've never heard them mention you before. Could it be that you have a daughter? At this point, Zhang Feng winked at Feng Xianling. How about it? What does your daughter look like? Do you want to? Feng Xuanling's expression instantly changed. Stop. My daughter is married. Don't think about harming her. But after saying that, Feng Xianling hesitated. But I have a son in my family. He's currently at Chang'an University. Zhang Feng frowned. Why is he at Chang'an University? Why didn't you tell him to come to White Deer College? Seeing Feng Xuanling's hesitation, Zhang Feng said, Tell me, what's your son's name? I'll get someone to inform old Xiaotsai and have him immediately scram up the mountain. That isn't good. After all, it won't be good for his reputation. What's so bad about his reputation? The school is mine. I have the final say. Zhang Feng waved his hand. Seeing how smart you are, I'm sure your son won't be too bad, right? When the time comes, I'll just let him go up the mountain. At least he can take care of Tai Niu and the others. Most importantly, I'm in urgent need of someone with a sharp mind. Feng Yi had a sharp mind? Feng Xianling could not help but have a question mark in his heart. He had been busy with government affairs for the past few years. Regarding the discipline of his children, he basically had to ask about some things every day. Even during this period of time, because they frequently left the palace, he had been dealing with the aftermath. Therefore, even if they lived in the same residence, he rarely saw Feng Yi. When Zhang Feng said this, Feng Xianling couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Thinking of her son standing in front of her today, wanting to say something but not daring to, she felt even more ashamed. Although he had agreed to this matter, in the end, it was Zhang Feng who took the initiative to ask him. This was the failure of a father, but what could Feng Xianling do? Since ancient times, loyalty and filial piety were difficult to achieve. Ever since he chose to work in the imperial court, he rarely cared about his family's affairs. However, when he heard Zhang Feng say that he needed someone with a sharp mind, he couldn't help but ask curiously, What are you going to do? Weren't Li Gone and the others here? You don't tell me you're going to do that so-called technology thing. Feng Xianling had indeed heard of this before, but Zhang Feng had never mentioned it. Furthermore, Zhang Feng had been busy all this time, so everyone had forgotten about it. However, now that Zhang Feng mentioned it, he really remembered. This was Zhang Feng's goal in establishing White Deer College. As for the so-called college, in Feng Xuanling's opinion, it was just a cover. However, this college was originally meant to be a cover. Now, it seemed that this kid had built the college like an iron bucket. Even Feng Xianling wanted to go there and learn a thing or two from the academy. However, at this moment, when Feng Xianling was about to forget about this matter, Zhang Feng actually mentioned it. Could the so-called phosphate fertilizer be the key to promoting the development of this technology institute? After all, they were all aware of Niu Jinda's poisoning. How could they not know about this? Could this poisonous thing really be used by the Zhuang family? Would it be all right for them to eat it? These were all things that needed to be considered. Right now, the Tang dynasty did indeed need food, the army, and the people. These were all the foundations of the imperial court. However, they didn't have these things now. Everything was a waste of time. At this moment, when he saw that Zhang Feng wasn't speaking, Feng Xianling started to get anxious. Fengzi, tell us. What exactly is this phosphate fertilizer? Are you sure it's harmless to the Zhuang family and people? Zhang Feng believed that they all knew about old Niu's matter. Zhang Feng didn't intend to hide this matter. At this moment, when he heard Feng Xuanling's question, Zhang Feng nodded. This needs to be refined and purified. Although it's simple, there are many hidden dangers. For example, phosphorus poisoning. If it's not handled properly, there will be problems. That's why I need talents. Only people with sharp minds can learn scientific knowledge faster. I don't have time to wait. If I continue to wait, my college's kitchen will be cut off at the beginning of spring next year. When Feng Xianling heard this, he couldn't help but have some ideas. He said, Fengzi, why don't you go to the Central Secretariat? This way, you can get reimbursed for everything you need. You don't have to spend a single cent. At the very least, if someone dies in your laboratory, no one will cause you any trouble. Chapter 1243.
The reason why Feng Xianling wanted Zhang Feng to go to the head of the Secretariat was because, on the one hand, the head of the Secretariat was indeed the place where the imperial edicts had to pass through. Moreover, all the memorials sent to the emperor had to pass through here. It could be said that this was the center of power. Once Zhang Feng went to the head of the Secretariat, even if it was just an idle job, it was still better than other departments. The most important thing was the phosphate fertilizer and other things, as well as the research institute. Even if he didn't say anything, would Li Shaogong and Zhang Sun Wuji let go of Zhang Feng? If that was the case, he might already be waiting for Zhang Feng at the top of the mountain with the recommendation letter that had been stamped.
What was Zhang Feng? He knew that once Zhang Feng went to any department, not only would it be the most lucrative job, but the most beautiful thing was that this kid was quick-witted and could do everything in an orderly manner. For example, the check-in function that he had created before was the thing that the emperor liked the most during Feng Xuanling's tenure. At this time, although Feng Xianling and the others' families were indeed poor, since the cooperation with Zhang Feng and the joint operation of the paper factory, even Wei Zhang, who used to be poor but received a lot of help from the emperor, became rich. There was no need to talk about this. This was a matter of face. Although the emperor couldn't talk about it now, it was the emperor's business. He had to get him an idle job first. After all, in Feng Xuanling's opinion, Zhang Feng's entry into the imperial court was not far away. It was just a matter of a sentence, and there was time to talk about it at any time. However, the emperor still didn't say anything. He knew that the emperor was waiting for an opportunity, a suitable opportunity. Now it seemed that this opportunity was the autumn planting. If Zhang Feng really managed to get this thing out, then it would be an understatement to say that the Tang dynasty could become the world's granary in an instant. However, Zhang Feng was a little unhappy about this. I say, old Feng, why don't you ask me to go to the Ministry of Agriculture or the Ministry of Works? If you ask me to go to these two places now, I might go there right now. But, what do you think the head of the Secretariat is? Tell me, which of these things I'm doing now have anything to do with the Secretariat?
Feng Xianling thought to himself, as expected.
Fortunately, he came early. Otherwise, if that old guy Li Shaogong took the initiative, then now. Feng Xianling laughed and filled Zhang Feng's glass with wine. He wanted to use the old method to get Zhang Feng drunk. However, he was not Zhang Sun Wuji, nor was he Chang Yao Jin, nor was he Yu Qigong. When it came to serious matters, he could speak clearly and logically, but when it came to the art of drinking, he was really not as good as Zhang Feng. At this time, how could Zhang Feng not know Feng Xuanling's intention? He could also see Feng Xuanling's intention. Such a jerky action could be seen by anyone. On the contrary, Zhang Feng drank neither too fast nor too slow. As he drank, Feng Xianling choked. After 3 rounds of wine, Zhang Feng asked, Old Feng, I'll tell you the truth. Now, as long as it's related to profit, it's best not to touch it. In an instant, Feng Xianling sobered up. He hurriedly asked, Why? Zhang Feng mysteriously got close to Feng Xuanling's ear and said, Do you still need to say it? Didn't you see that the emperor made a division of interests before? That is, the matter of choosing a new team. Do you still remember? How could Feng Xianling not remember this matter? Hearing Zhang Feng's words, Feng Xianling nodded. He was a little surprised and thought of something, then said, You mean the emperor will make a big move? Zhang Feng smiled but didn't say anything. Although he was just guessing, according to his habits, it was certain. Moreover, last time when he was drunk, during the mid-autumn hunt, he had heard Li Shaogong talk about some things in the court. In addition, many of his thoughts were similar to the emperor's. In addition, Lao Li and the others were very close to Lord Zhang Sun. Who was Lord Zhang Sun? He was Li Shimin's brother-in-law. How could the emperor not know what he knew? Therefore, Zhang Feng had a bold guess. At this time, he was targeting the people of the 5 surnames and 7 major clans with great fanfare. If he did this, who in the world would be the one who wanted these landowning clans to suffer the most? That was the current emperor. At this time, if they cooperated with each other, the 5 surnames and 7 noble families were bound to fight back. This time,
If the emperor really wanted to touch the 5 surnames and 7 noble families, it would be best to do it in the court. At the very least, if a corrupt official came to investigate, it would be guaranteed to be accurate. But at this time, asking him to go to the secretariat? Unless Zhang Fengxiu was joking. At this time, he was going to be a scapegoat? He wasn't stupid. Most importantly, the people in the secretariat, although they were all powerful, to put it bluntly, they were just secretaries. This was an occupation that offended people. Therefore, Zhang Feng wouldn't go no matter what. But at this time, he couldn't say it clearly. He could only let Feng Xianling figure it out himself. At this time, Feng Xianling actually didn't fully understand. If he understood, he did. But if he didn't, he really didn't understand. He was still saying good things about the secretariat. In any case, if Zhang Feng didn't go to the secretariat, it would be Zhang Feng's loss and so on. Zhang Feng was speechless. He didn't understand what this stubborn old man wanted to do. He could only say helplessly, "Old Feng, no matter what you say, I won't go to the secretariat."
Why?
Zhang Feng didn't want to say it clearly, but at this time, Feng Xianling obviously didn't understand the meaning of Zhang Feng's words. Zhang Feng could only sigh and say, "I'll tell you. You must not spread it out." While speaking, Zhang Feng whispered in Feng Xianling's ear, "Actually, the people in the secretariat are all scammers." Chapter 1244. When Feng Xianling heard this, his expression was very interesting. Were the people of the secretariat all deceiving people? This was the most hurtful thing he had ever heard. For example, a little toy that you carefully protected, an industry, in the end, in the eyes of others, this toy of yours is actually worthless.
Tell me, would you be happy? Therefore, some things really couldn't be played like this.
No, no, no.
Who did you hear that from?
The secretariat is the hub that controls all the information in the world. People who want to enter can take pictures of your academy from the entrance of the palace.
How can you say that? And look at the secretariat.
It's the closest place to the emperor. It's far away from all the disputes.
This time, the head of the secretariat wants to recruit you.
You have to think carefully. Zhang Feng hurriedly interrupted his nagging and said hurriedly, "Old Feng, I know you are investing in me with good intentions.
But these things are not the right way.
Relying on the heavens, the earth, and others is nonsense. Only relying on oneself is the right way.
And why do you think the head of the secretariat likes me?
It's nothing more than seeing that I'm doing well.
And most importantly, they want me to come here. Think about it. Guess what they want to do?
They want to take away my White Deer College's industry and the Science and Technology Institute. They don't want the Ministry of Works to take them away.
If I can't think of this, aren't you looking down on me, Zhang Feng?
He was wronged.
This was a great injustice. Feng Xianling wanted Zhang Feng to go to the secretariat.
This was a thought from the bottom of his heart. He didn't have any other thoughts. Most importantly, Zhang Feng's industry was basically related to the emperor. The only thing that wasn't related to him was the phosphate fertilizer that had just been released. Feng Xianling couldn't help but ask curiously again, "Is the phosphate fertilizer you mentioned really that good?"
Zhang Feng nodded.
"If I'm not wrong, once the phosphate fertilizer is released, it will sell even better than salt and paper."
Hiss.
This is impossible.
Feng Xianling was so excited that his face turned red. Are you sure?
I'm sure.
Think about it. Even if we don't talk about the current famine, do you think any of the commoners wouldn't eat?
I think you should know better than me about doing business, right?
Feng Xianling raised his eyebrows.
It would be great if he knew how to do business. The problem was that he didn't know how to do business. At this moment, he could only cup his fists and let Zhang Feng explain to him. Zhang Feng was also a little suspicious. What kind of business did Lao Li do that he actually sent old Feng over?
Wasn't this just fooling around? Don't you know how to look at the market?
Even a dabbler like him knew more than the rest of them.
Fine. I'll explain it to you today.
Zhang Feng said after thinking for a while.
What could Feng Xianling say?
He hurriedly prepared a bowl of wine for Zhang Feng and poured it into Zhang Feng's mouth. Of course, he drank a lot of wine. Zhang Feng smiled and said, "Old Feng, when do you want to come to my academy to study?
I'll let that kid, Qian Wanli, tell you about it.
After all, this kid is the fastest learner in the trade path. I estimate that in less than 5 years,
This kid's achievements in the trade path will definitely surpass any of the 5 families and 7 major clans. Feng Xianling couldn't help but be surprised. But after thinking about his old face, he finally refused. If he went to the mountains to study, it would be a disgrace and a disgrace. The ancestors of his Feng family would probably go to the mountains with knives and talk to him about life. Seeing this, Zhang Feng could only wave his hand and said, "This is just a joke. Let's talk about the phosphate fertilizer. What I'm going to say, you must not spread it out. They know about it for now, but they don't dare to spread it out. Once this thing is spread out, then it will be a big joke." Zhang Feng stood up and said, "This is the most important part of dealing with the 5 families and 7 major clans." Feng Xianling heard this and hurriedly said with a serious face, "Don't worry about this. I will never spread it out." Zhang Feng nodded. Now wheat and millet are the main cash crops of the Tang dynasty, and these things are basically in the hands of those big families and those rich families. I know that now in Chang'an City, even a third-grade official's family has at least 100 mu of fertile land. Sometimes the emperor will also include land in his rewards. But who can eat the grain in these fertile lands? That would be strange. Didn't the food they produced end up in the people's rice bowls? But what about the common people? How many fields can they have? How barren will their fields be? I even know that some people don't even have enough for themselves to eat all year round. How sad do you think this is? Moreover, although the current Great Tang is no longer in the era of slash and burn, when it comes to irrigation, fertility, and fertilization, it's still very lax. Basically, people rely on the heavens to make a living. The ordinary people are better off. If they raise a few cows, goats, and pigs, they can still put some fertilizer into the fields. But what about those people who easily have hundreds of mu of fertile land? How can they have so much fertilizer? And those people who have dozens of mu of farmland basically hire workers and tenant farmers to plant for them. As you can imagine, it's strange if they can get a good harvest. And the most important point is that they don't know how to use the fertilizer reasonably. And if the fertilizer is too thick, it's harmful to the farmers. So at this time, the role of this phosphate fertilizer is reflected. Its biggest role is to dilute the pH in the soil. It can increase the yield of the original 3 dan per mu by a level in an instant, and it can double the yield. Speaking of this, Zhang Feng looked at Feng Xianling, who had already fallen into a state of shock, and asked, "Old Feng, now tell me, what do you think of my phosphate fertilizer? Can it still go to the secretariat?" Chapter 1245. Could he go? Was there a need to ask? He didn't know the situation before, so it was reasonable for Feng Xianling to invite him. Now that Zhang Feng had made everything clear, whoever dared to intervene in this matter, what would that be? That was simply courting death. And it was a capital offense that no one could escape. After all, who would dare to intervene in something that even the emperor didn't dare to mess around with? What was that? It was the people's granary. At this moment, Feng Xianling didn't say anything. He made a fist salute and was ready to leave. He also understood why Zhang Feng went down the mountain at this critical moment. And he didn't even go home. He wanted to find a way to solve this problem. However, Zhang Feng hurriedly pulled Feng Xianling back. He winked and said, "Don't go, old Feng. I said that I'll take you to have fun later. Why are you in such a hurry?" Seeing Zhang Feng's expression, Feng Xianling felt a chill. I really don't suit that kind of place. After all, that place really doesn't suit me. Zhang Feng glanced at Feng Xianling's thin body and said, "What are you thinking about? Let's go. I'll take you to a place to relax." I didn't say that I'll take you to drink wine. Feng Xianling. Half an hour later, Zhang Feng and Feng Xianling arrived at the Shirley Slope outside Chang'an City. After the fire caused by the locust plague, the woods here were more lush and green. After passing through the woods, they came to the field area located at the Shirley Slope. Guangzhou was mostly a plain, so at this time, the Shirley Slope was an endless stretch of yellow land. At this time, there were shouts everywhere. Cattle and people galloped in the fields, and the yellow and black land that was still emitting black smoke was flying under the plow. Zhang Feng finally knew why there was so much haze in Xi'an. They didn't know if it was because of the large area of burning straw. Zhang Feng pointed at the people who were burning straws further away, or who were throwing leaves from trees onto the burning land. He asked in shock, "Old Feng, what are these people doing? Could it be that your farming is like this now? Feng Xianling didn't know what Zhang Feng meant. He asked, "Is there any other way?" Alas! Zhang Feng sighed painfully. He finally understood why the output of the people in this era was low. Because of this, the alkalinity of the soil increased year by year. It would be ridiculous if they could have a good harvest. I say, old Feng, this is where you guys are wrong. If this really works, Zhang Feng, will write it backwards tomorrow. Feng Xianling was a little confused. Since ancient times, it has always been like this. First we use fire ash, then we add some farm manure and stuff like that. Isn't it all good? Why can't it work when it comes to you? Zhang Feng shook his head. It's not that it doesn't work. Forget it. You won't understand even if I tell you. Come, old Feng. Feng Xianling squatted down suspiciously. Zhang Feng grabbed a handful of soil and handed it to Feng Xianling, saying, "Try it." As he spoke, Zhang Feng dipped a bit of soil into his mouth and said, "Try it." Feng Xianling was very conflicted, but seeing that Zhang Feng had eaten it, what else could he do? He copied Zhang Feng and picked up a piece of soil from the ground and threw it into his mouth without looking. Instantly, a sour taste and a rotten smell made Feng Xianling almost vomit. Seeing this, Zhang Feng spat out the soil in his mouth and rinsed his mouth with the wine in the wine bag he carried with him. Then he handed the wine bottle to Feng Xianling and asked, "How is it? Now you know the taste, right?" Zhang Feng ignored Feng Xianling and went back into the forest. He searched for a piece of dry white soil under the roots and handed it to Feng Xianling again. "Try this soil." Feng Xianling didn't speak at this time. He took the soil from Zhang Feng's hand and threw it into his mouth. Instantly, Feng Xianling's expression froze. It was the same kind of mud, but the smell was completely different. The mud here had a fishy smell, and there was a bitter smell of dried leaves, but it didn't have the salty and astringent taste. This time, he couldn't help but be a little shocked. Zhang Feng smiled and said, "You noticed it too? Look, the distance from here to the field is less than 5 feet, but why is the soil like this?" Feng Xianling asked in horror, "Is it because of the salty alkalinity?" "Yes. But my phosphate fertilizer can neutralize the salty alkalinity in the soil. Think about it, if I soak you in a vat of vinegar all day, what will happen to you after a long time? Everyone will get sick, not to mention the farmers. Only by neutralizing the salty alkalinity in the soil and letting the nutrients completely volatilize can the farmers grow better. Thus, the grain output can increase dramatically." Although Feng Xianling didn't understand the principles behind it, he gradually understood. However, this incident allowed him to gradually understand something. For example, the fine salt, the white paper, and the braised meat were all similar things. However, after passing through Zhang Feng's hands, they had undergone an earth-shattering change in an instant. These things were originally very common items. But, thinking of this, Feng Xianling had a bold idea. Could it be that this kid could turn stone into gold? Chapter 1246. Feng Xianling also knew that this kid definitely did not know how to turn stone into gold. However, he was extremely concerned about the phosphate fertilizer. What was this? This was the true granary of the world. With this thing, he would not have to think about how to send the memorials requesting for food to the emperor every day. He would also not have to worry about it every night. At this time, he could not help but think of the scene of the commoners sleeping on the pile of food. He could not help but feel excited. Feng Xianling could not help but pull Zhang Feng to sit on the ridge of the field. He pointed to the commoners in the distance and said, "Fengzi, do you see that? I agree with what you said before." Zhang Feng was puzzled. "I said a lot of things. Which one are you talking about?" "The one you said at the opening ceremony. The commoners are the water, and the country is the boat. Have you forgotten?" Feng Xianling sighed from the bottom of her heart and said, "Do you know that as soon as you said this sentence, the entire literary world, as far as I know, stopped all opposition voices? Do you know why?" Zhang Feng thought of something, but he still wanted to hear what those restless fellows said. He pretended to be curious and asked, "What did you hear?" Feng Xianling was somewhat suspicious. "Are you sure you don't know?" Zhang Feng looked at Feng Xianling and shook his head like a rattle. "If I knew, why would I ask you? I just feel that it's strange. Why is Chang'an Street not as crazy as before? You saw it before. As long as I went out, it would definitely be packed. However, now that it's suddenly quiet, I feel that something might have happened. Feng Xianling was somewhat suspicious. Was this kid showing off? Looking at Zhang Feng's smug look, he could not help but ruthlessly pour cold water on him. Why do you think that was before? That's only because they can see the good in you. To put it bluntly, in their hearts, you're still just a kid from Tong Hui Fong. When Zhang Feng heard this, he could not help but be stunned. He had never expected that old Feng would say such a thing. He hurriedly asked, "Go on. What's going on now?" Feng Xianling said with a smile, "Let me tell you. Think about it. Before you became famous, how many people surrounded you? On one hand, it's because you're friendly. That's because you're a neighbor. But what about after that? After you've made a name for yourself, those who are able to surround you are basically those who have taken a fancy to you and are able to gain some benefits from you. You should be able to understand, right?" Zhang Feng could not help but nod with a solemn expression. He really understood this. Wasn't this how the later generations were like? This was something that would happen in any era. There was an old saying. As the saying goes, the rich have distant relatives in the deep mountains, and the poor have no one to care about them in the busy city. This saying was very useful to anyone in any situation. Zhang Feng could not help but nod. If I didn't understand this, then I would be a fool. But what's going on now? Feng Xianling patted Zhang Feng's shoulder with a smile. Now, you're a great Confucian scholar. The most important thing is because of what you just said. Your identity has suddenly been elevated from a teacher of the academy to a great Confucian scholar. This all started from your words. A great Confucian scholar should act like a great Confucian scholar. This is also the reason why everyone subconsciously retreats when they see someone with a higher status than them. Then Feng Xianling said, "Now, you should understand, right? Before, you had the appearance of a great Confucian scholar, but you didn't have the demeanor and elegance that a great Confucian scholar should have. But now, your words are equivalent to setting a standard for yourself. Now look, who would dare to not respect you?" Zhang Feng still did not understand the twists and turns, but at least he knew a little. Old Feng's meaning was actually very simple. He wanted to set a standard for himself. As long as he had this, he would basically be able to establish his own status. No wonder these people did not have the enthusiasm of the past when he came back this time. It turned out that the problem was here. Lao Tzu was also a person with status now? Taking advantage of the opportunity, Feng Xianling urged again, "How about it, Fengzi? Do you want to consider going to the secretariat? This is a good opportunity. You only need to do an idle job in the secretariat, and the monthly salary are not small. How about I consider it?" Why was it this again? At this time, how could Zhang Feng be in the mood to think about this? Although it was very tempting, what kind of place was it? If he did not do it well, it would be a job that could kill him. Moreover, the head of the secretariat was Feng Xianling, who was known as Feng Mao and Du Duan. Did he dare to go? With his character and temper, in less than 3 days, he would be beaten to a pulp. Did he dare to go? He did not know what benefits this old man had received from Feng Xianling to encourage him to go to his death. Zhang Feng could not help but look up to the sky and sigh. Alas! Old Feng, I see you as a brother, but forget it, we are all brothers on the surface. Chapter 1247. When Feng Xianling heard this, he couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Moreover, even if he offended Du Ruhui and the others who were officials in the same imperial court, he still had to take Zhang Feng under his command today. After all, Zhang's son Wuji had done this before and the emperor hadn't said anything. After a series of events, everyone gradually forgot about this matter. However, it was also because he had come to ask Zhang Feng to get his son into White Deer College that Feng Xianling had an idea. He wanted to put Zhang Feng under his command in the secretariat. After all, this kid was an unparalleled talent. It would be heartless to not make use of such a talent. No. He had eyes but failed to see. At this moment, Feng Xianling didn't know how to describe the agitation and conflict in his heart. On one hand, it was because of the friendship between his comrades. On the other hand, it was because of the unparalleled talent Zhang Feng. It was obvious that Feng Xianling had chosen the latter after struggling for a while. Fengzi, I know that Old Sun and Li Shaogong must have promised you something last time. However, you have to know that these two people were born military officers.
They were born to be military men.
Do you think that their Ministry of Appointments and Ministry of Works will be good?
I know that you are biased towards the Ministry of Works. After all, it matches your profession. However, you have to think about the future. Think about it. The Secretariat is the closest place to the Emperor. Most importantly, the Secretariat is the department that directly participates in decision-making among the 3 provinces of the Tang dynasty. Even the Emperor's edicts have to go through the Secretariat to be drafted and finalized. Think about it again. Every day, memorials, documents, and reports from all over the country have to go through the Secretariat before they can be placed in front of the Emperor.
What is this? Feng Xianling glanced at Zhang Feng. Seeing that Zhang Feng seemed to be moved, he continued patiently and patiently.
Think about it. If the Emperor wants to make a decision, he has to let Lord Feng and the ministers of the Secretariat go through a strict and careful discussion before they can formulate a plan. Only then can it be announced and implemented in the morning court. This means that the Secretariat can know things that others don't know much earlier than others.
What does this mean?
Sigh. That's why, Fengzi, think about it now. Whether it's the Ministry of Justice, the Ministry of Works, or the other ministries of the Secretariat, who can compare with the Secretariat? Furthermore, the officials of the Secretariat only need to sit there and move their lips before writing something and throwing it out. Their subordinates will have to run around until their legs break.
So, would you rather sit together with a bunch of old men and think about whether the rank of other officials should be lowered or promoted? Or would you rather go to the Ministry of Works and sweat with a bunch of craftsmen? Look at the Secretariat.
All of them are top-notch talents in the Great Tang, and all of them are youths brimming with vitality.
Tell me, would you rather work with them?
This time, Feng Xianling said the words that had been in his heart in one breath. He instantly felt very comfortable. Although he had sold out his colleague, he had no regrets. As long as he could get Zhang Feng to work for him, he would have a meteoric rise. At that time, his back would be straighter than it was now. Compared to selling out his colleague, what was there to be afraid of? However, this also made Zhang Feng feel a little surprised. My goodness, this old Feng who usually looked dull, turned out to be King Taciturn Gourd. He was simply mischievous. However, judging from his constant advocacy of the Secretariat, he should have received a lot of benefits from Feng Xianling. Otherwise, they would definitely be a family with the surname Feng. According to Zhang Feng's knowledge, there were not many people with the surname Feng in the entire Tang dynasty. And the most important thing was that this grandson of his had almost made him confused in this short period of time. He was obviously afraid that others would come to pick the fruits of his labor. From this, Zhang Feng could vaguely see that he had attracted the attention of the people in the court after the Mid-Autumn Festival and the opening speech. Then, what about the people with the 5 surnames and 7 clans?
Would they be attracted?
Thinking of this, Zhang Feng felt that he could not make any decisions blindly at this time. Otherwise, if he was not careful, he would face a bottomless abyss. Old Feng, what you said is good, and this Secretariat is indeed the center of the world's power, but I still don't want to go. Feng Xianling saw that there was hope and hurriedly said, "Who said that you should go now?" Lord Feng's intention is to let you have an idle job in the Secretariat first, and not to do anything.
Just do what you need to do. Just do what you need to do.
In the imperial examination 3 years later, just take the token from the Hall of Governmental Affairs and report to the Hall of Governmental Affairs. As for whether you will continue to hold a position in the Hall of Governmental Affairs or not, that's a matter for the future. Just do whatever you want. You see, how can there be such a good thing in this world? If it were me, I would have gone long ago.
Why would I hesitate? Chapter 1248.
This was a little strange. The more Feng Xianling said this, the more Zhang Feng felt that something was amiss. He had read the old and new books of the Tang dynasty, so he knew about the division of labor between the 3 provinces and 6 ministries in the Tang dynasty. He also knew about the general ranking of officials and so on. However, as for the examination system of officials in the Secretariat and the promotion criteria, he was not clear about it. After all, he had transmigrated here before he could study it properly. Moreover, the things recorded in history were only the guesses of others and future generations about the current management level, as well as their own understanding. It did not represent the real situation. If it was really like what old Feng said, that the Ministry of Works, the Ministry of Appointments, and even the Secretariat all required qualifications, then he didn't have much time to waste on this. After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Feng asked,
Is it really like what you said? Don't I think the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Appointments are doing well? Doing well. Feng Xianling sighed and said, the last time old son looked for you, he probably asked you to go to the Ministry of Appointments, right? You should know the set of rules of the Ministry of Appointments, but it does not mean that all departments need to be evaluated by the Ministry of Appointments. Zhang Feng's eyelids twitched and said, are the 3 provinces of the Secretariat excluded? Feng Xianling nodded in appreciation, which was considered as tacit agreement with Zhang Feng. Seeing Zhang Feng's reaction, he felt that he had a chance. He slapped his thigh and said, hey, look at you, you don't believe your old brother, right? Your old brother is already so old. How can I possibly lie to you? When the day comes when you really go to the Central Secretariat, with the fame and reputation you've accumulated now, it's only a matter of time before you reach the heavens in a single bound. When that time comes, us old brothers will have to rely on you. How could I possibly harm you? Feng Xianling continued to persuade him earnestly. This is all from my experience. You'll be right if you listen to it. This is knowledge that can be used for a lifetime. The way of dealing with people is experience that no amount of intelligence can exchange. Besides, you might as well go outside and ask around. Which one of those who can hold a high position in the court didn't come from the Secretariat? By the way, go back and ask your wife, Jianghu. She knows a lot more than you. Moreover, this matter of being an official, if you don't go to the Secretariat, it'll be a wasted trip. Zhang Feng was speechless. Forget it, forget it. I won't go. Now that you mention it, I really have to think about it. This time, Feng Xianling was really anxious. He was about to do it, but Zhang Feng pulled back at the last moment. Fengzi, you have to listen to my advice. If you don't listen to your elders, you'll be at a disadvantage. Besides, you're going to enter the court as an official sooner or later. What's the difference between earlier and later? It's just a position in name. The more Zhang Feng listened, the more he felt that there was a big problem. He shook his head and said, no, I won't think about it for now. The main task now is to get the phosphate fertilizer. As for other matters, we'll talk about it after the autumn planting. All right, I saw that you came with a worried face. We're all brothers. Tell me, why did you come here? Seeing that Zhang Feng changed the topic, Feng Xianling knew that it would be pointless to continue. Who was Zhang Feng? How could he not think of this? Feng Xianling couldn't help but sigh and give up. This matter couldn't be rushed. If he did, things would go wrong. Feng Xianling could only think about it and said, it's because my son wants to come to White Deer College. That's why I brought this matter up. Zhang Feng couldn't help but smile when he heard this. That's right. You said it was your problem. Wasn't it just a matter of one sentence? Why did you have to talk so much? This was a long-term matter. It had to be done slowly. After thinking it through, Zhang Feng said, I knew it. It's just a small matter. Can't you just ask him to go? Oh right, your son should be the same age as Tai Niu and the others, right? Feng Xianling nodded. He's a few years older. Zhang Feng asked again. Then why haven't you seen him before? It's been so long. That shouldn't be the case. Has he been outside all this time? It'd be strange if you could see him. My son has to clean up your mess every time. How could he have the time to come? Besides, when he's done, how could he have the time to come here? He kicked Cheng Chumo and the other bastards into Chang'an University. If it weren't for the fact that you made such a big commotion, why would he be in such a hurry to stand up? However, Feng Xianling didn't dare to say that. He could only smile and say, isn't this because I've been busy with my business? All right, the sword that Lao Li gave you was escorted back by my son from Longyu Road. Zhang Feng couldn't help but be enlightened. I see. It seems that your kid is not simple. This time, he should be able to do it. However, when you mentioned Chang'an University just now, I have a new idea. Feng Xianling didn't know what Zhang Feng wanted to do. He asked, what did you think of? Zhang Feng smiled mysteriously. Nothing. I just thought of something exciting. However, your son probably can't go up the mountain this time. Chapter 1249. Feng Xuanling's expression froze. His purpose for coming here was to let his son go up the mountain. If he couldn't, then, wouldn't he have come here for nothing? Thinking of this, Feng Xianling became anxious. Fengzi, what do you mean? Look at the situation now. Don't joke around. I'm not joking. Zhang Feng spread his hands and said, I said that there's no need to go up the mountain because I'm preparing to set up a science laboratory in Chang'an University. It's a laboratory that specializes in cultivating new varieties of wheat. As the saying goes, great hermits hide in the city. I'm preparing to set up a physics class in White Deer College here. After all, there are too many people on the mountain. If there are too many people, some confidential information is bound to be leaked. I don't want the whole world to know about some trivial matters. Zhang Feng still remembered that he had told Lao Li and the others that Chang'an University was just an office. However, White Deer College was developing too quickly, so much so that the glory of Chang'an University had been overshadowed. If this continued, for example, if he was said to be Old Feng's son, even other people would think of ways to find him and beg him to go to White Deer College. If that's the case, I might as well chase them all up the mountain and hide Chang'an University in the middle of the city. Then, wouldn't that cripple Wang have a lot of old soldiers and brothers? Then, I'll take all of them and use them to control the situation. In this case, the people inside could do their experiments in peace, while the people outside would still think that Chang'an University was a stubborn paradise and would avoid it. Then, Feng Xianling narrowed his eyes. You mean you want to move that physics laboratory to Chang'an City? Didn't you just say that if that thing isn't handled properly, it will lead to poisoning? This is the Imperial City. If something goes wrong, it will lead to a disaster. You have to think about it carefully. Zhang Feng had just said that this thing couldn't be placed in Chang'an City. Now that it was in Chang'an City, it was simply an unstable existence. What if the people of the 5 surnames and 7 clans found out about it? They only needed to use a little trick and it would be a disaster. Zhang Feng nodded and stood up. He walked slowly towards Chang'an City with Feng Xianling. He pointed at Chang'an City and said, Old Feng, look at this Chang'an City. Doesn't look like a cage? Huh. Feng Xianling was shocked and hurriedly said, Fengzi, you can't say that. This is the Imperial City. If you say that and others hear it, you will lose your head. Feng Xianling didn't know that Zhang Feng dared to say that. At this time, it was a little late to react. Fortunately, there were no outsiders at this time. Zhang Feng also realized something. This was the Tang dynasty. If such a big disrespect was spread out, he would be beheaded. But was Zhang Feng afraid? At this time, even if Niu Weili knew, he wouldn't dare to catch him. However, he still couldn't say what he shouldn't say. Zhang Feng changed his way of saying, I was wrong. The whole Chang'an City is protected by walls on all sides. Don't you think it is a siege? Although there are Qinling Mountains in the south, Longzhou Mountain in the top, Guanshan on the left, and the Yellow River on the right, but Zhang Feng wanted to talk about the siege, but he thought about it and decided not to. No matter how much he said, if others couldn't understand, wouldn't it be like playing the lute to a cow? Then the two got on their respective cars and parted ways. Zhang Feng was still sitting on the sliding pole. However, before Zhang Feng reached the city gate, Niu Weili was alarmed. Niu Weili wanted Zhang Feng to sit on his sedan no matter what, saying that it would embarrass him. Zhang Feng couldn't help but be confused. Wasn't he just sitting on the sliding pole? Why couldn't he do it? Zhang Feng was a little speechless. But he still got into the sedan under the expectant and pleading eyes of Niu Weili and the others. There was no other way. How could he not bow under the eaves? After a while, Zhang Feng was swaying and didn't pay attention to the outside. Then, he heard excited shouts from outside the sedan. Only then did Zhang Feng remember that he was pulled home. Master is back. Go and inform the madam. Go and invite first madam and second madam. Quick, all of you Lao Tzu stand properly. If you don't let Lao Tzu see anyone who can't even stand properly and make master unhappy, then don't make a fool of yourself. Zhang Feng frowned slightly. But when he was about to lift the curtain, a big face came up. It was Jia Daoren. Jia Daoren first hurriedly pushed Zhang Feng back into the sedan, then said, Master, you're not an ordinary person now. You have to pay attention to etiquette. I'm in my own home. Why should I put on airs? Zhang Feng was a little confused. You don't understand, do you? Although you're home, where is this? This is Chang'an's 16 capital cities. If you don't pay attention to etiquette in any way, You'll give people a reason to criticize you. At that time, your reputation will be tarnished. That's not good. F***ck my reputation. I, Zhang Feng, have always done things my own way. I don't care who it is. Get out of my way. Zhang Feng was annoyed. He never liked to put on airs. Now, he had to put on airs when he returned home? How could he stand this? Pushing Jia Daoren aside, Zhang Feng walked out of the sedan. The moment he walked out of the sedan, he saw 2 neat rows of guards standing at the entrance of the residence. Seeing the military posture, Zhang Feng nodded repeatedly. Most importantly, this military posture was created by him. He couldn't help but ask doubtfully, Jia Daoren, this military posture? Jia Daoren bowed proudly and said, Master, didn't this little one stay in the mountains before? Moreover, young Master Chen and the others often come to the residence to teach us old brothers. So, we learned it. That's right, this was all taught to us by that big black guy. Zhang Feng stared. What's that Chen Tinia doing here? When Jia Daoren heard this name, he started to complain. Master, you don't know. In those few days, these guys came every day to eat and drink. We couldn't even drive them away. Second, fortunately, the 2 madams were kind. Otherwise, Lao Tzu would have kicked them out. Go in and take a look. These guys are still in the residence. Chapter 1250. Good heavens. What the hell? How long had it been since Lao Tzu left the mountain? Now they're here to freeload. Could it be that in the eyes of a bunch of bastards like you, the school rules are just decorations? How dare you freeload when Lao Tzu isn't here? Did the blacksmiths teach you etiquette and shame? Mother ***, Lao Tzu's beautiful wife isn't even married yet. Zhang Feng was furious. He glared at Jia Daoren and said, Don't you know how to inform me about such a big matter? Do you still respect me as your master? Tell me, when did they start coming? Also, what time did they come and what time did they leave? Zhang Feng felt that he was being cheated on. Upon hearing this, Jia Daoren saw that Zhang Feng was angry, so he quickly followed Zhang Feng in and said, Old master, isn't this because of the mid-autumn poetry meet? After the mid-autumn poetry meet, these fellows came every day, saying that it was you who ordered them to go to the Directorate of Education, Hongwen Hall, and Chang'an University to teach them gymnastics. They even said that they were following old Li's orders to lay some cement on the ground of your residence to give you a surprise. Eh? Zhang Feng was shocked. He knew about this. Since the Mid-Autumn Festival, this group of kids had stayed at the foot of the mountain to promote the White Deer College's morning exercises and to interact with other colleges. This was something that he had discussed with the 2 deans. He wanted to use this group of stubborn kids to gather information about the 5 families and 7 clans. But what was up with the cement road? Zhang Feng then noticed that the pebbles under his feet, as well as the side paths and the main path, were all paved with cement. He didn't notice it because he was anxious. Now that Jia Daoren mentioned it, he really saw it. It seemed that this was Lao Li's idea. He didn't expect that Lao Li would still remember something that he had forgotten. At this moment, Zhang Yuyao, Jing Shu, and the red-faced Cheng Chumo and the others slowly appeared in front of Zhang Feng. Greetings, Prince Zhang. Zhang Yuyao and Jing Shu bowed. Without waiting for Zhang Feng's response, Li Chengqian and the others walked up and put their hands on Zhang Feng's shoulders, saying, Let's go, we've been waiting for you for 2 days. Something big has happened. Zhang Feng was shocked. He asked, What's the big deal? Li Chengqian said mysteriously, Regarding the important discovery of the iron mine, this is not the place to talk. Let's find a place to talk. Without waiting for Zhang Feng to speak, Li Chengqian and the others went downstairs and left. Zhang Feng had no choice but to turn around and say, That Jing Shu Yuyao, you guys get ready, I'm going to take a bath later. A moment later, they came to Zhang Feng's study. Gao Kan stood outside the door like a door god, staring at Jia Daoren and Du Ziding, the housekeeper of the Zhang mansion who came after hearing the news. The 3 of them stared at each other. Du Ziding naturally didn't need to say anything. As a housekeeper, he knew the destructive power of these bastards after drinking. In these 2 days, he had been watching these bastards and told them not to go to the 2 madams' place. Jia Daoren was naturally concerned about Zhang Feng's safety. Although he knew the identity of Cheng Chumo and the others, he was now the head of the servants of the Zhang mansion, eating Zhang Feng's food. He was no longer a soldier, so how could he care so much? Whoever dared to touch Zhang Feng would be an enemy of his. Even if he knew that Cheng Chimo was Chen Yaojin's son, if he dared to provoke Zhang Feng, he would beat him to death. This was the family rule. Not to mention Gao Kansas. As Zhang Feng's personal bodyguard, although he had been studying outside, he had always regarded Zhang Feng as his teacher. If he could enter the study, then something big must have happened. How could he let an outsider in? Just when the three of them were staring at each other, Zhang Feng and the others each lit a cigarette. Zhang Feng asked, "Tell me what's going on. Didn't I say that when you have nothing to do, you can go back to the mountain or live in your house? Why do you come to my mansion every day?" It would have been better if he didn't say it. Now that he said it, Li Chengqian was angry. "You're right. We went to the major academies separately to inquire about the news. We should have a place to gather today's harvest, right? Do you think it's safe for us to live outside? What if someone hears us? In Chang'an City, except for the mansions of the palace ministers, your mansion is the safest. Where can we go if we don't come here?" Hearing this, Zhang Feng thought about it and had to ask helplessly, "Then what did you find out?" Li Chengqian and the others looked at each other, then took out several pieces of paper with densely written words from their arms and handed them to Zhang Feng. "These are the words we got from the children of the 5 surnames and 7 clans in the Imperial College in Hongwen Guan, as well as people in Guanlong and Shandong. The iron mine is not only owned by the Wang clan." Hearing this, Zhang Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. He carefully read the contents of the paper, and then he couldn't help but be angry. "Damn it, do you really think that I, Zhang Feng, am easy to bully?" Chapter 1251. The details on the paper were even more detailed. Originally, Yuer had some plans, but the price was that Yuer had to marry a stupid son of the Lu family. How could Zhang Feng be willing to do that? Because of this, the deal of mining cooperation fell through. Now, apart from the iron mines in Jiangnan, there were only the Guanlong group in the north, the Cui family in Qinghe, the Li family in Longxi, and the Cui family in Bolan. However, none of these clans could touch Zhang Feng at this moment. If he wanted to solve this crisis, the only way was to find a mine by himself. But the key problem was, there was still no news from the people who went to Longsho Mountain to look for a mine. What was the use of finding a phosphate mine? Without an iron mine, there was no way to ensure the safety of the 100,000 soldiers in Chotzi City. At this time, Li Chengqian said hesitantly, "Yesterday, I just received news from Lord Zhang's son that the Chotzi people are planning to withdraw or prepare to attack. If we continue to delay, the Turks will probably see through our plan." "We can't withdraw." Zhang Feng waved his hand. "How many Mitsubishi bayonets do we have now?" This was Zhang Feng's last trump card, and Chotzi City could not be lost. Li Chengqian and the others were speechless. They did not know why Zhang Feng wanted to fight Chotzi at this time. "Fengzi, although Chotzi has withdrawn, it is still the territory of the Tang dynasty. Do you have other plans?" Hearing this, Cheng Chimo and the others became a little excited. Zhang Feng sighed and said, "Do you think I, Zhang Feng, care so much about military wars?" Bull*T. Li Chengqian and the others could not help but stare at him. Zhang Feng said, "It's very simple. Look, our current water trade route is basically complete, but the Silk Road from the west to the desert is still the main trade route from Tubo and other places to the Tang dynasty. We can go there by water, but what about them? If they came, they would have to use the Silk Road, which is now controlled by the 5 families and 7 great clans, as well as Guanlong. If we want to infiltrate, we won't be able to do it in the long run." When Li Chengqian heard this, he hurriedly asked, "Could it be that you have other motives for insisting on coming to Chotzi to station troops to intimidate India and the Turks?" This time, Li Chengqian was in an uproar. He originally thought that Zhang Feng only wanted to solve Zhan La's problem this time. But who would have thought that Zhang Feng actually had a trick within a trick? As for Cheng Chimo and the others, their jaws had already dropped to the ground. They could do whatever he asked them to do. In this round of schemes, they were nothing but a pair of eyes staring at each other. They were nothing. When they heard what Zhang Feng said, although they also thought of something, they were dumbfounded. They did not know what he was talking about. When Zhang Feng saw this, he sighed. "Sigh, I'm still not as good as your Lao Tzu." When they heard that, they could not help but feel ashamed. However, Li Chengqian was a little unconvinced. Zhang Feng did not give them a chance to explain. He asked again,
How many Mitsubishi bayonets do we have now? 3,000. But if we dismantle the things in the shipyard and the metal car factory, we should be able to gather 5,000 in a short time.
Metal cars?
You're still messing with that stuff. Zhang Feng was dumbfounded. At this critical moment, he had forgotten about those things. Moreover, there was no extra supply of rubber. What was the use of producing tires? Moreover, iron was so soft that it could not support their fabrication. When he heard that, Zhang Feng was amazed. Cheng Chumo scratched his head and said embarrassedly, "Well, haven't we been looking for people to make them before this? We only remembered this thing when we received news that there was no more iron during the Mid-Autumn Festival. But don't worry, this thing has been discontinued." When he heard that, Zhang Feng heaved a sigh of relief. "That's good. Gather all the things in the workshop. 3,000 Mitsubishi bayonets should be enough. I'll get someone to make crossbows now. All steel crossbows with a shooting range of about 3,000 steps." Hiss. How many steps did you say? When Cheng Chumo, Zhang Sun, Chong, and Wei Shuyu heard that, they could not help but exclaim in surprise. They almost lifted Zhang Feng up. Zhang Feng was already prepared. He had the Mitsubishi bayonets in his hands. When he saw their actions, he smiled coldly. Lao Tzu has been on guard for a long time. 3,000 steps and you're scared. No, that's impossible. Cheng Chumo and the others could not sit still anymore. They had seen crossbows and ballistas before. They had even personally made them. But how many steps did they take? When Zhang Feng said 3,000 steps, how could they not be scared to death? Zhang Feng smiled faintly and said, "Don't talk about 3,000 steps. When my sniper rifle is made, 5,000 steps will be a piece of cake." Puff. This time, Wei Shuyu and the others could not sit still anymore. They hurried to Zhang Feng's side and massaged his shoulders and legs. They all put on a smiling face and said, "Master Fengzi, please tell us. What is the 3,000-step crossbow you mentioned? And what is this sniper rifle?" "Right, it would be great if you could make one for us, haha." Chapter 1252. Crossbows. These were things that had been passed down since the Qin dynasty. At least now, they were still the powerful long-range weapons of the Tang dynasty army. But how far could the ballista with the longest range go? 500 steps? The longest range was only 500 steps. But what did this kid say? He said 3,000 steps. How was that possible? However, they also thought that Zhang Feng could make it. After all, if he could make steel, it would be strange if he couldn't make this thing. At this moment, Zhang Feng looked at them and slowly said, "Actually, the thing I'm talking about is similar to the Wrath Strike and ballista you guys are using now. It's just that it's made of pure steel. Although it has a longer range and enough killing power, I just thought about it and realized that this thing is a little too far away to talk about now." Their burning gazes instantly dimmed. "TCH. Then what are you talking about? You're talking about something that doesn't even exist? Aren't you ashamed of yourself?" As they spoke, they rolled their eyes and sat back down in their chairs, as if nothing had happened. At this time, Zhang Feng was also a little anxious. He said, "Although that thing can't be made now, it doesn't mean it can't be made. As long as you dismantle that iron boat for me, I'll make it for you now. In less than 10 days, it won't be a problem to make 10 ballistas for you. But the point is, this thing is too heavy. How are you going to transport it to Chotzi? Do you think it's worth it to make 10 ballistas for this thing now?" They thought about it and couldn't help but be indifferent. Zhang Feng was indeed telling the truth. Now that he asked them to dismantle the iron boat, would they do it? That boat was now parked in the Wei River. What was that? That was the signature of the Tang dynasty. That was a sharp weapon in the Tang dynasty's water. Li Shimin deliberately parked it there to intimidate the world. Now he wanted them to dismantle it? Unless they were tired of living. But when they thought that Zhang Feng had other ways, they couldn't help but be eager again. He asked, "Fengzi, tell me, do you have any other ideas?" Zhang Feng nodded and rolled his eyes. "I do have a method, but why should I tell you, brats?" The few of them could not help but feel a chill run down their spines upon Zhang Feng's words. Zhang Feng continued to prick their hearts. Right now, the iron problem hasn't been solved yet. So, no matter how much we talk about it, it's just nonsense. Although there might be an iron mine in Pyrolite Mountain, as you can see,
Pyrolite Mountain is currently in the middle of a storm. We can't move it unless it's absolutely necessary. Right now, the main problem is to find the iron ore in Mount Longsho before the Wang clan does. Once the iron ore is found, you can even make hundreds or thousands of ballistas and tens of thousands of composite bows with a shooting range of 300 meters, let alone this ballista. Then, what about the gun you mentioned earlier? Li Chengqian's words made Zhang Feng choke back his words. Zhang Feng glanced at Li Chengqian and sighed. That thing, we can't do anything about it for the time being. We did produce it before, but the assembled parts are still not good enough. So, we still have to experiment. Seeing that the few of them were a little disappointed, Zhang Feng continued, that's why I promoted this kind of bow that everyone is familiar with. Although they don't have a lot of loaded arrow clusters, their advantage lies in their long shooting range, which is similar to a gun. So, I think that if you can use this thing well, it won't be a problem for the entire army. Moreover, our main goal right now is not this, but to take over the authority of the trade route in Chotzi City. Zhang Feng walked around the room with his hands behind his back. Then he suddenly said, originally, I didn't make these things for killing or war, but to protect our property. But now, it seems that Li Chengqian, quickly go back and tell your father to tell Lord Zhang's son about these things. Previously, Zhang Feng did not want these things to fall into the hands of the army. Although once these things fell into the hands of the army, not to mention destroying the Turks and other places, even attacking the Mediterranean Sea and other places would not be a problem, this was not Zhang Feng's original intention. He wanted to use his wisdom and trade route to slowly make them submit to the Tang dynasty through a policy of conciliation. Originally, this was what he wanted to do when he entered the imperial court in the future. But now it was different. The 5 clans and 7 clans were a major threat. Moreover, Chotzi City was the Great Tang's main route to the western regions. Although they had metal boats and opened up the waterways, the boats of the western regions could not compare to their boats. Moreover, they could not afford to use boats, so they would still have to travel by land and be intercepted by the 5 clans and 7 clans. If he wanted to expand his trade route, he had to show his strong capital. What was strong capital? That was military power. Only when he had a military power that could awe the world would those merchants feel safe. In this way, some of the salt and white paper produced in the Tang dynasty, as well as the silk and tea produced by the fully automated textile factories in the future, could be better exported to the outside world. This would allow more merchants to bring strange things to the Tang dynasty. What was this? This was a merit that surpassed Zhang Qian's. Zhang Feng was a little reluctant to give it up. But now, in order to deal with the people of the 5 families and 7 clans, he could only bear the pain and give this merit to the emperor whom he had never met. Chapter 1253. Zhang Feng couldn't be bothered to bicker with them anymore. After talking for so long, they still didn't understand anything. It was still their Lao Tzu who was sensible. At the very least, their Lao Tzu was the one who made the decision. After talking for so long, they still had to go back and talk to their Lao Tzu. Then, they still couldn't get to the point. Zhang Feng was also annoyed. He directly waved his hand to drive them away. Li Chengqian and the others couldn't sit still anymore. As soon as they left Zhang Feng's mansion, they hurriedly followed Li Chengqian into the palace. In the palace, it was currently afternoon. Although it was already the winter solstice, there were still some people in the afternoon. In addition, it was mealtime at this time, and the palace was nervously paving the cement floor, so at this time, not to mention the patrolling imperial guards, not even a palace maid could be seen. However, when Li Chengqian and the others entered the Vermilion Bird Bridge, although it was still the same, Li Chengqian's guards suddenly found that the patrolling soldiers had already hidden in various places on the roofs. At this time, a Jianghu guard suddenly appeared on the Vermilion Bird Bridge, and most importantly, the Mo sword in the Jianghu guard's hand was already open. The palace has banned unauthorized people from entering the palace in the afternoon. Even at this time, when Li Chengqian's guard took out Li Chengqian's crown prince token, the Jianghu guard said indifferently, except for the crown prince, no one else is allowed to enter the palace. Li Chengqian frowned and directly rushed out of the sedan chair and asked, "What does this mean?" When the Jianghu guard saw that it was Li Chengqian, he hurriedly knelt and said, "This general greets your highness the crown prince. This is the emperor's decree. We don't know the details, but the emperor ordered early this morning to strengthen the door restriction after noon. Then they are not allowed to enter? Do you know who they are? Do you know that we have an important matter? The emperor only said to strengthen the door restriction, But he didn't say to prohibit anyone from entering the imperial city, right? As they spoke, Cheng Chumo and the others walked out of the sedan chair proudly. This time, the Jianghu guards were in a difficult position and could only make way. But why did the emperor suddenly strengthen the door restriction? What did this mean? They didn't know. At this moment, he was also eager to know. By the time they entered the Taiji Palace, 2 hours had already passed. The restrictive spells in the palace had been strengthened by a lot. Basically, they would encounter a sentry post every 10 steps. Little Gizi was currently dozing off outside the imperial study. But when he heard the rustling sound, he couldn't help but frown. The emperor had been furious over the incident in Chotzi City, and he had even received news from the Ministry of Justice that Turkic spies had infiltrated the imperial palace. This had greatly infuriated the emperor. This strengthened the imperial palace's ban. This time, the most relaxed person was Xiao Gizi. At this time, no one had come to disturb the emperor for 6 hours. He had also stood at the door and hit the ton for 6 hours. Little Gizi couldn't help but feel a little angry when he heard that voice. However, when he raised his head, he saw the crown prince hurrying over with a few young dukes. Little Gizi was so frightened that the fly whisk in his arms almost fell to the ground. He hurriedly went forward and said, "This one greets your highness the crown prince and the young dukes." Li Chengqian waved his hand and said, "Let me ask you, what happened in the imperial palace? Why did the restrictive spells become so strict? Is it Chengqian? Come in and talk." Without waiting for Xiao Gizi to speak, Li Shimen's voice came from the imperial study. Li Chengqian and the others were shocked. They hurriedly pushed open the door to the imperial study. They saw Li Shimen sitting on the dragon throne with a cigarette in his mouth and a worried expression. The entire imperial study was covered in smoke and dust. "This son and subject greets your majesty. Rise. Sit. Did you come from Feng Zi's place?" Hearing this, Li Chengqian hurriedly said, "Imperial father, this son and the others have indeed just returned from Zhang Feng's residence." Li Shimen asked, "Have you seen Feng Zi? What did he say?" Li Chengqian was startled. He didn't know what Li Shimen wanted to ask, but he still told Li Shimen everything that Zhang Feng had said in full detail. Of course, he hid the most important part about Zhang Feng wanting to improve the weapons. Li Shimen took a deep breath and said, "As expected, the incident in Chotzi City couldn't be hidden from that kid. Tell me, what did Feng Zi think of Chotzi City after knowing that there was a lack of iron?" Li Chengqian was slightly disappointed. It seemed that Zhang Feng was right. Father knows more than I do. At the very least, when he heard that Zhang Feng knew about this matter, he knew that Feng Zi definitely had a way to solve it. Although Li Chengqian was somewhat disappointed, he also knew the importance of this matter. He hurriedly said, he said that he would dismantle the metal carriage factory and fully invest in the forging workshop. He was preparing to produce a new weapon to solve the crisis in Chotzi City. He also planned to let this son pass on this message to Lord Zhang's son. As expected. This kid thought of the same thing as I did. After hearing this, Li Shimen waved his hand and said, "Men, prepare to leave the palace." Chapter 1254. The Chotzi army had been stationed there for half a month. At this time, Chang'an City was already full of spies from the Turks and other countries. Even Tubo's spies were active. Although the soldiers of the Tang dynasty had entered the Turks' territory to help them quell the rebellion, the high cost had already overwhelmed Tubo. But even so, Tubo's crisis was still not over. But a new problem had appeared. That was the shortage of food. Tubo was already short of food. Coupled with the consumption of 100,000 soldiers of the Tang dynasty, this undoubtedly made Tubo's situation even worse. It was already on the verge of collapse. Yesterday, what the envoys of Tubo and Tuyuhun said in the morning court made Li Shimen feel as heavy as a mountain. Most importantly, Zhang Feng's academy was newly opened and he had a lot of things to do. Li Shimen didn't want to bother Zhang Feng with everything. Otherwise, when Zhang Feng entered the court, wouldn't he have no fun? Furthermore, Zhang Fengshan would become the target of public criticism. This was what Li Shimen didn't want to see. But at this time, how could Li Shimen sit still when Li Chengqian said this? Although Zhang Feng didn't say anything, Li Shimen vaguely knew that Zhang Feng was waiting for him. Otherwise, with Zhang Feng's character, he would have told Li Chengqian long ago. Why would he wait until now? When changing clothes and disguising himself,
Li Shimin called Li Xianxia aside and asked, "What else did Feng say?" He said, he was going to make some strong crossbows with the rest of the iron weapons and a ballista that could shoot 3,000 steps.
What? Li Shimin was shocked.
However, Li Xianxia said speechlessly, but Feng Zi said in the next moment that this thing used up too much steel and that he was going to change it to something else. As for what it was, he didn't say. This time, Li Shimin really couldn't sit still. With a wave of his hand, he led little Gizi, the 3 chamberlains of gold, and the 100 chamberlains of gold that had already set off, out of the palace in a hurry. A ballista at 3,000 paces. There was also the powerful crossbow that Zhang Feng had mentioned before, which had a shooting range of 300 paces. There were also the firearms. These things had been lingering in Li Shimin's mind. He also wanted to pacify the border. However, they didn't have the strength to do so. Once they started a war, not only would it be a waste of manpower and resources, it would also be met with strong opposition from the civil officials. Moreover, no one knew who would win or lose in a war.
What if he failed? All of these were problems. 2 hours later, Li Shimin left the imperial city from Yanxi Gate.
Even though he was going directly from the imperial city to the residence of the 16th prince, Li Shimin still had to go through a lot of trouble before he finally stopped in front of Zhang Feng's residence. Without waiting for little Gizi to report, Jia Daoren stepped forward and asked directly, "May I ask if you are Lao Li?" Little Gizi suspiciously sized up Jia Daoren before nodding his head. Seeing this, Jia Daoren hurriedly said, "Quickly invite him in. My master is already waiting in the study." When Li Shimin heard this, he couldn't help but smile and shake his head. This brat was still acting as usual. He was purposely luring him out of the palace. "Enter." Li Shimin didn't hesitate and directly called out from within the palanquin. Unexpectedly, Jia Daoren waved his hand and led the palanquin into the residence. As soon as he entered Zhang Feng's study, Zhang Feng came forward to welcome him. "Lao Li, oh Lao Li, it's really difficult to see you now." Li Shimin smiled bitterly and said, "Where do I have so much free time?" As they spoke, the 2 of them sat down. Zhang Feng smiled and asked, "Is it because of the matter in Xiaoxi City?" Li Shimin nodded. "This morning, I heard from Lord Zhang's son that he wants us to pack up the Tang dynasty's soldiers and prepare to evacuate or enter the palace in Jianghu." When Zhang Feng heard this, he asked, "Is your information accurate?" "When I heard it from Li Gan, I didn't quite believe it, but now, it's true." Li Shimin solemnly explained the cause of the matter to Zhang Feng. When Zhang Feng heard this, he couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive. It seemed that some things were really beyond his expectations. He also didn't know that this delay had already been delayed for half a month. During this period, he had been busy with the matters of the academy. How could he have the time to care about these things? However, at this time, Li Shimin said again, today, do you know how many spies have been caught in Chang'an City?"
Zhang Feng was stunned.
"Catching spies?"
"Yes."
At this time, Zhang Feng suddenly remembered why everyone had taken a detour after entering the city gate and why Niu Weili insisted on letting him sit in the palanquin. They were King guarding against spies. Damn. What was going on? When did the Turkic spies become so fanatical? Could it be related to the war in Xiaoxi? When Li Shimin saw that Zhang Feng was deep in thought, he said again, "This is nothing. Tubo and Tuyuhun are basically in a state of collapse. The armies of Jianghu and the Turkic Turks seem to be preparing for a war. 300,000 troops have already retreated from Zhenla and are approaching Xiaoxi. The outside world doesn't know about these things." This was all said by Lord Zhang's son this morning. Also, spies have infiltrated the palace and the palace is temporarily under martial law.
Chapter 1255. Spies?
There were actually spies in the palace. This thing seemed to have really gotten out of hand. Zhang Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. Previously, he was only guessing and didn't pay much attention to Qiuzi. However, after hearing Li Shimin's words, Zhang Feng had a feeling that a storm was coming. Zhang Feng asked suspiciously, "Lao Li, are you trying to scare me? The palace is heavily guarded. How could a spy enter? Are you sure you didn't hear wrongly?" Li Shimin didn't want to mishear. But what about the spy caught by the Imperial Guards in the Imperial study last night? He saw it with his own eyes. Li Shimin was speechless. He laughed and said, "I wish I was joking, but look at me.
Do I look like I'm joking? At this moment, Zhang Feng was a little embarrassed.
According to the records of later generations, although the restrictions in the palace during the early Tang dynasty weren't very strict, if you had urgent matters, you could enter the palace in the middle of the night as long as you had a special order from the emperor.
However, that was relative. The Golden Guards were the best soldiers that were selected from the entire army. Every soldier who wanted to enter the Golden Guards had to sacrifice their own lives in order to do so.
If one wanted to enter the Golden Guards, they would have to kill 100 enemies all by themselves and take the head of a leader of the enemy.
Only then would one have the qualifications to enter the Golden Guards. However, this was only the qualifications. To truly enter the Golden Guards, one would have to go through an abnormal test. Only those who were selected from the Jianghu Guards were qualified to enter the Imperial Guards. The top security system of the Imperial City was the Jianghu Guards.
Basically, they were stationed at the gates of the important palaces, as well as the chambers of the emperor and the retired emperor.
The Imperial Guards were responsible for the security of the entire Imperial City.
Although they were part of the same system, there was a clear distinction between them. The most important thing was that the Imperial Guards were equivalent to the reserve department of the Jianghu Guards. Once the Jianghu Guards lacked people, they would directly choose from the Imperial Guards who didn't have any bad records in the past year and had excellent performance. Then, they would be selected from the external soldiers.
Of course, this was what the later generations figured out from the records in the old and new Tang dynasty books. As for the real situation, only the current Jianghu Guards knew. Even if they were the most elite people of the Tang dynasty, the spies who sneaked into the palace must have been helped by someone. If no one helped them, how could they get in? Then there was really something fishy. Zhang Feng couldn't help but think of a person.
Are you saying that the people of the 5 families and 7 clans helped them enter the palace?
Zhang Feng looked at Li Shimin and asked. Li Shimin took a deep puff of his cigarette, nodded, and then shook his head. I'm not sure. For the time being, no one knows who did this, but I'm sure that someone opened the back door for the spies. As for who it is, the people in the palace are doing their best to find out. Moreover, the emperor is furious.
The reason why Lord Zhang's son came to me last night was because the emperor wanted to get some Mitsubishi bayonets from you.
No.
Zhang Feng shook his head like a rattledrum and said speechlessly, Lao Li, after talking for so long, you just want to get some Mitsubishi bayonets from me.
Li Shimin's face stiffened. Although he said it very vaguely, he still couldn't hide it from Zhang Feng.
Zhang Feng sighed and said, As for how many Mitsubishi bayonets you want to sell to the emperor, that's your business. Now I heard from Li Gan that there are more than 3,000 Mitsubishi bayonets made, not including the ones sent to Old Nyo. It's your business how you want to deal with them, but I still suggest that you give them to Chotzi first.
Why?
Li Shimin was puzzled and said, Now, if the matter in the Imperial City is spread out, how do you think we can get these bayonets? After all, at this time, if the news that there are spies in the royal family of the Tang dynasty is spread out, it will affect the morale of the army.
Who said that? Zhang Feng asked and smiled faintly. Seeing Zhang Feng smile, Li Shimin couldn't help but raise his eyebrows.
This bastard seemed to have thought of something again and asked hurriedly, Do you have a way?
Zhang Feng nodded and asked, Let me ask you now, who wants to see the border most? Was there a need to ask? Wasn't this what the people of the 5 surnames and 7 clans did? Once the border was in trouble, the emperor couldn't focus on dealing with the 5 surnames and 7 clans and couldn't focus on finding the iron mine. This was an opportunity for them. It was a diversion, a chance to give them a breath and a chance to infiltrate everywhere.
Li Shimin said without thinking, Just say that it's the people of the 5 surnames and 7 clans who are afraid that we will find the iron mine, right? Zhang Feng laughed and said, It seems that you, Lao Li, have been with me for a long time and have learned to infer many things from one case.
Yes, it's the 5 surnames and 7 clans.
Their goal is to stop us from finding the iron mine, so that they can infiltrate the place where we are looking for the iron mine. They can find the iron mine one step ahead of us and distract the emperor's attention.
Most importantly, they can infiltrate my White Deer College. But they don't think that Lao Tzu is easy to mess with. Lao Tzu has been guarding against them for a long time. Chapter 1256.
After Li Chengqian and the others left, Zhang Feng had been trying to figure out the ins and outs of this matter.
He really found that there were shadows of the 5 surnames and 7 clans in many places. For example, the coal mine incident, the civil strife in Tubo that broke out at the same time, the abnormality of the Turks, and the sudden siege of Zhanla by the Indians. None of these seemed to be related, but Zhang Feng could vaguely feel that things were not so simple. But now, the sudden loss of the iron mine and the Tubo incident had not been resolved. Instead, there were more serious changes, and the return of the Indian and Turk armies. Plus, such a thing happened in the imperial city. At this moment, Zhang Feng thought about the cliched movies and dramas of the future, as well as the novels of those brainless authors, and understood. Damn it, there must be someone behind this. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental? However, although Li Shimin had some guesses about all of this, he still did not dare to believe that someone could have such great ability to manipulate such a big situation. At this moment, Zhang Feng said softly, "Lao Li, I have a bold guess. Do you really think that the 5 surnames and 7 clans are behind this?" Li Shimin was a little confused. He looked at Zhang Feng and asked, "Do you have any ideas?" Zhang Feng nodded. "Based on my understanding of the 5 surnames and 7 clans, they will easily strike at our vital points. Moreover, it is impossible that the 5 surnames and 7 clans do not know that once they act rashly, it will only give the emperor an excuse. Once that happens, their entire clan will be exterminated. More importantly, our emperor is not just anyone. He is not afraid of the 5 surnames and 7 clans." Li Shimin could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Am I that scary? Or, in this kid's eyes, am I still a brute who only knows how to use swords and sabers? However, after thinking about it, Li Shimin still asked unhappily, "What do you mean? Do you think that the emperor is that kind of tyrant?" Zhang Feng waved his hand repeatedly. No, what are you talking about? How could I have such thoughts? Aren't you afraid that the walls have ears? Aren't you afraid of losing your head? Zhang Feng glared at Li Shimin, seriously wondering if there was something wrong with this guy. He even dared to say such disrespectful words. Zhang Feng said speechlessly, "What I mean is that the emperor has always been a person who acts swiftly and decisively. Moreover, he has been trying to get rid of these big clans for a long time. Otherwise, do you think our academy could have been set up? It's all because His Majesty thinks that our academy is another force that stands on the side of the common people apart from those aristocratic families and can be used by him. Otherwise, do you think our academy can be set up?" Li Shimin also didn't expect that Zhang Feng could actually see through this layer of meaning. He couldn't help but be secretly shocked. If this kid saw through his intentions, then, at this time, Li Shimin really realized the seriousness of the matter. It seemed that he had still underestimated this kid. But this was no longer important at this time. Li Shimin quickly changed the topic and said, "Fengzi, then tell me, if this is not done by the people of the 5 families and 7 clans, then who could it be? After all, this is definitely not something that a small force can do." Zhang Feng nodded. This was also what puzzled him. You said that it was the Wang clan of the 5 families and 7 clans. This was a little bit of a sign. But Zhang Feng's understanding of the 5 families and 7 clans characters made him a little confused. That was, if he became hostile with the people of the Wang clan at this time, it would definitely not be a small fight. It would be a direct and comprehensive revenge. If so, then how could Zhang Feng jump up at this time? He had long been suppressed by the 5 families and 7 clans to the point of being unable to breathe. As for Guanlong and the Shandong aristocrats, these were all possibilities. But Zhang Feng didn't see any intention to target him at this time from these forces. This was what puzzled Zhang Feng the most. Zhang Feng shook his head and said, "Forget it, let's talk about this later. But we still can't relax the dikes of these big clans. Let's wait until the iron mine is found and then we'll see." Li Shimin smacked his lips. Just now, he also thought of a lot, especially about the people of the 5 families and 7 clans. No one understood them better than him. At this time when he heard Zhang Feng say this, he could only sigh and say, "I heard that Old Chen and Old Yu took a large number of people to find the iron mine, and seemed to have a small conflict with the people of the Wang clan. But, the iron mine you mentioned still hasn't been found. Could it be that, as you said, there is no iron mine at all?" Zhang Feng's eyes widened. How could there be no iron mine? That place, according to my master's analysis of the soil composition and so on, the iron mine reserves in that place can't be finished in at least 200 years even if all the miners of the Tang dynasty gathered together to mine it. Tell me if I'm wrong. Zhang Feng felt a little embarrassed. After all, these were some things he knew roughly, and he had never really been to these places. After thinking for a while, Zhang Feng described the area of Luochuan according to the description of the iron mine distribution in his memory, and said, "Tell old Chen and the others not to go to places with lush vegetation, and to specifically look for stone mountains. It's best to go as close to the north as possible, and dig underground. Don't raise your head to look at the sky. The mine is underground." Chapter 1257. Li Shimin came out of Zhang Feng's house in a daze. After Li Shimin left, only then did Li Chengqian and the others poke their heads out and enter Zhang Feng's courtyard through the back door of Zhang residence. As soon as they entered Zhang Feng's study, they let loose again. "Fengzi, what did you say to Second Master Li just now? Why are you so secretive?" Cheng Chimo asked curiously. Zhang Feng glanced at them and scolded in a somewhat speechless manner. "Look at you guys. Do you still look like my disciples? You are representing Bai Lu Shu now." Seeing Zhang Feng nagging, Cheng Chimo waved his hand casually and said, "Come on, we are only like this in your territory. Do you think we are still sloppy on the street?" In an instant, Zhang Feng choked and couldn't say anything. What could he say? He waved his hand angrily and said, "Don't stand on Lao Tzu's side. Drive all the students of Chong and University to the mountain today. By the way, what's the name of Lao Feng's son? Is he also in Chong and University? Isn't he called Feng Yi? Cough 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 Tiniu, your father is here." Zhang Feng was speechless as he looked at Wei Shuyu, who suddenly burst out and slapped the back of Chen Tiniu's head, and Zhang Sun, who was about to strangle his neck. He was a little confused. "What are you doing?" Zhang Sun was betrayed by Li Chengqian and kicked his butt. Zhang Sun instantly bounced up. Looking at Zhang Feng, who was close at hand, Zhang Sun scratched the back of his head and said with a smile, No, it's just a joke to liven up the atmosphere. Hey, you continue." Zhang Feng, "Come on, don't mess around. I just asked what Lao Feng's son's name was. Tell me." Only then did Chen Chimo react. He looked at Zhang Feng, who was glaring at him, and said, "Well, he wants a pair of rooms." Zhang Feng was a little confused. There was someone with this name? Old Feng looked like a scholar. How could he have come up with such a lame name? Zhang Feng couldn't help but ask, "What's 1 and what's 2? It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 1 pair of chopsticks?" Cheng Chimo looked at Li Chengqian and the others and answered carefully. If he said it wrong, then he was really dead. Zhang Feng was completely dumbfounded when he said that. Did he really come up with such a bad name? However, this was other people's family matter. He couldn't ask anything. He just waved his hand and said, "Hurry up and do your work. Tonight, I'm going to test your previous learning. If you pass the test, starting tomorrow. If you don't pass the test, get the hell back up the mountain. From now on, you're not allowed to leave the mountain without my permission." This time, Li Chengqian and Dun completely exploded. Was Fengzi angry? Or could it be that something big was about to happen? But since Zhang Feng said so, how could they sit still? One after another, they scampered outside. They were afraid that if they were too slow, they would be sent back to the mountain by this god of plague. Then they would really be wronged. The most important thing was that Zhang Feng only said it would be at night, but didn't say what time it would be. There was still some time before night. This was enough time for them to go back and revise. At the very least, they could pull Hao Chu Jun and the others over to tutor them. At this time, face and whatnot were all nonsense. It would be an honor to be able to stay. If outsiders knew that they were chased up the mountain by Zhang Feng because they failed the test, with their Lao Tzu's temper, it would be strange if he didn't beat them to death. After the few of them left, Zhang Yuyao and Jing Shu then entered Zhang Feng's study and handed him a cup of hot tea. Then Zhang Yuyao asked hesitantly, "Prince Zhang, I heard from the other young masters that Sister you seem to have been wronged in Jiangnan. Why don't you? It's good that you two are here. Come, help me grind the ink. I want to do a test paper later." Zhang Feng directly interrupted the two girls. He didn't know why Zhang Yuyao would suddenly say such a thing. How much courage did it take for her to do so? In his mind, this little girl next door had always been shy and helpless. At this time, how could he know who had bewitched her to suddenly say such a thing? Besides, Zhang Feng's innate sensitivity told him that there was definitely something wrong with a woman and another woman. Moreover, it was the kind that didn't have a reason for. Seeing this, Jingshu gently nudged Zhang Yuyao and asked, "What is Prince Zhang preparing?" "Test paper." "It's an examination paper. Li Gan and the rest have learned from me. I'm going to test them and see what they've learned during this period of time. Moreover, they've been neglecting their studies for the past few days. I want to see what they've neglected. As for Yuer's matter, she has her own plans. I'm speechless and worried about this matter." Chapter 1258. Did Zhang Feng dare to talk about Yu Yuer? He dared not. After all, he was crazy. At this time, after seeing that the two women no longer talked about this matter, Zhang Feng breathed a deep sigh of relief. In fact, the test was not the main reason. The main reason was that Zhang Feng wanted to know what these guys had learned. After all, the autumn planting had already begun. After the emperor finished the sacrifice, it would officially start. How much time did he have? In less than half a month. And the autumn planting was a matter of great importance. If Zhang Feng was careless, the reputation he had accumulated would be finished. And most importantly, Zhang Feng wanted to find out from this incident which direction the big hand behind the scenes came from. This was the main point. After all, he was the one who had advocated the idea of boats and water. Because of his words, the people recognized his identity as a great scholar. If he were to produce phosphate fertilizer at this time, his identity would be completely solidified. To Zhang Feng, this was a win-win situation with no downsides. Autumn afternoons were the shortest. By the time Zhang Feng finished his examination papers, 4 hours had already passed. At this time, candles had already been lit in the room, and the voices of Li Chengqian and the others could be heard from outside the study. After Zhang Feng finished writing one by one, he looked at the two women and said with a smile, "Thank you for your hard work. Do you want to watch the test together?" Zhang Yuyao really wanted to see it, but Jingshu rushed ahead of Zhang Yuyao. She shook her head and said, "We are a little tired, and Yuyao Jejia wants to go back to the Fu. I will send her off." After the two girls left, Li Chengqian and the others reluctantly walked into Zhang Feng's study. Following behind them was a young man wearing a black robe and a white jade crown. He was very handsome, and his face was somewhat similar to old Feng Zhang's. He was standing at the door of the study. After seeing Zhang Feng, the youth hurriedly bowed and said, "Student Feng Yishuang greets benefactor." Zhang Feng nodded and pointed to his side. "Since you are here, we are all brothers. But in front of outsiders, we still need to show respect. Let me ask you, when you were at Chang'an University, did you learn mathematics?" Yes. Cheng Chimo hurriedly said, "You don't know, this grandson is a pervert. Every time we go down the mountain, he will pester us to ask about the things we learned. Then, the book you gave me was also won by this kid." Cheng Chimo's voice became softer and softer as he spoke. In the end, he glanced at Zhang Feng guiltily. Seeing that Zhang Feng didn't say anything, he returned to normal. Zhang Feng nodded and praised Feng Yishuang greatly. What he didn't expect was that this guy was really a pervert. He originally thought that Du Dabing and Li Qian were the most talented, but compared to this Feng Yishuang who secretly learned from them, they were simply incomparable. This guy was born for physics. Good. Very good. You brats, look, you were taught by Lao Tzu personally. Look at him, he secretly learned from you. You can't even compare to him. Aren't you ashamed? A few of them stared at Feng Yishuang with some resentment. They were also wronged. They spent all their time doing this and that. How could they have time to do this? If they had time, they would be 100 times better than this guy. But now they didn't have that chance. Zhang Feng was too lazy to argue with them. At this time, his head was swollen and painful. He still had to study how to do this thing tomorrow morning. Moreover, he still had to go up the mountain and ask Mokido to make the experiment equipment. All of this needed time. Okay, stop arguing. Let me ask you, did you ask the people from Chang'an University to leave? Also, did Li Gang and Old Scholar say anything? A few of them shook their heads like a rattle drum. Today, when they told them the news, these guys didn't even wait for Li Gang and Old Scholar to react. They rushed out of the school gate as ferociously as if the floodgates had been opened. What could Li Gang and Old Scholar do? They could only follow the crowd up the mountain. As for the matter of the girls' school, the two of them discussed and bought a new house in Chang'an City for the girls' school. When the time was ripe in the future, they would start to move the female students. After all, the female students in this era were different from the male students. If something went wrong, it would be a big problem. After everything was clear, Zhang Feng waved his hand and said, "This is the first mock exam. You guys better cheer up. This time, not only will I announce the results to the whole school, but I also need you to take it back and let your father personally sign it. You have to think about the consequences." Hearing this, Cheng Chimo's face instantly turned bitter. He said, "Fengzi, can I not take the exam? Can I go back to the academy now?" Zhang Feng glared at Cheng Chimo and said fiercely, "You want to admit defeat now? It's too late." Chapter 1259. The mock test was not ideal. After looking at the test papers, Zhang Feng even had the urge to beat someone up. Although Zhang Feng had used paste to cover up everyone's name on the test papers, thinking that this would prevent plagiarism, he still underestimated the ability of this group of bastards. Why would there be a need to plagiarize the answers? There were 7 monkeys on the tree. How many would be left after the arrow was shot? Take a look at their answers. Cheng Tinyu's answer was still his style. Zhang Feng did not find it strange. After the arrow was shot, the 7 monkeys were all lying on the ground. Alright. Zhang Feng tolerated it. But Li Qian actually said that there were 6 monkeys on the tree? What was the meaning of this? Did he think those monkeys were idiots? Did they not know how to hide? As for the others, Zhang Feng could not help but stop looking. He seriously suspected that if he finished looking, his heart would suddenly explode and he would die. In the end, Zhang Feng still looked at Fang Yishuang's test papers. Although there was not much that was outstanding, it was still acceptable. Finally, Zhang Feng finished looking at all the test papers. He was too lazy to grade them. If their father saw this, Zhang Feng suspected that he would not be able to see them tomorrow morning. Sigh. Zhang Feng looked up and sighed. At this moment, he finally understood how he was beaten up by his teacher when he was mischievous when he was young. When he grew up, he was even proud of it. The angry teacher chased him all over the field to beat him up. Damn it. Fortunately, Lao Tzu was not a real teacher. Otherwise, he would be angered to death and suffer internal injuries. Li Chengqian and the others also felt a little guilty, especially when they saw the expression on Zhang Feng's face. Li Chengqian bumped Du Go. Zhang Feng's expression did not change when he looked at Du Go's test papers. Du Go did not dare to say anything. But under Li Chengqian's threatening gaze, he still admitted defeat and asked, "Fengzi, did we do well?" When Zhang Feng heard this, he had the urge to vomit blood. He resisted the urge and rubbed his face hard. He tried his best to maintain his poise and said, "Well, it's okay." Zhang Feng seemed to have used up all his strength. Then Zhang Feng waved his hand and said weakly, "That's all for today. Tomorrow morning, all of you will go to Chang and University." After that, Zhang Feng staggered away. Everyone was dumbfounded by what they saw. "Brother Gon, what's going on? Is Fengzi sick?" Zhang Sun asked as he looked at Zhang Feng's back. Li Chengqian also looked at Zhang Feng doubtfully. He shook his head and said, "I guess he's tired?" The next morning, Zhang Feng woke up early, which was rare. On a whim, he did a set of morning exercises with Jia Daoren and the others in the courtyard. Then, he walked out of the mansion leisurely. He ate breakfast from the street stalls as he walked to Chang and University. But today, the people on the street were avoiding Zhang Feng as if he was the plague. There were even some people who knew Zhang Feng. After seeing Zhang Feng, they were no longer as close as before. Instead, they were respectful and reverent. This made Zhang Feng instantly lose the idea of chatting with them. At this moment, a voice caused Zhang Feng to be somewhat dumbfounded. "Master, are you really master?" Zhang Feng looked suspiciously at the old man in front of him, who had lost most of his teeth, and asked, "Sir, are you calling me?" When the old man heard Zhang Feng's words, he was so excited that he danced with joy. It's me. Master, have you forgotten me? I'm the 3 old men in charge of the brewery." When he said this, Zhang Feng suddenly realized. He suddenly remembered that the old village chief had told him last time that the potatoes seemed to have sprouted. Now that he saw the old man, how could he not know? He hurriedly asked, "Why didn't you stay in the mansion? Why did you come out?" The old man chuckled and said, "Yesterday, second madam gave me my salary. Today, I took the time to send the money back. My family is still waiting to eat. Zhang Feng suddenly realized, but he was still a little curious. Although he had moved here, he was still a hands-off shopkeeper. He had never given a penny back to the family. When he heard the old man's words, he was a little confused. Then, have you heard where second madam's money comes from? Also, how much is your monthly salary? This time, it was the old man's turn to be confused. With trembling hands, he took out a receipt from the accountant and said, all the servants are paid 50 copper coins a month. This doesn't include the reward from second madam during the last mid-autumn festival. As for the accountant and the like, this old man doesn't know. 50 pennies per person? How many people were there in the family? Where did this money come from? These three questions made Zhang Feng's face turn red with embarrassment. He didn't know where Jingshu got the money, but at this time, as a man, this was too embarrassing. But after searching his entire body, he couldn't even find a single copper coin, let alone a single ticket. When Zhang Feng saw this, he couldn't help but feel embarrassed. He saw a Chang'an restaurant next to them and went straight into the restaurant with the old man. The young man in the restaurant was quite discerning. When he saw Zhang Feng come in, he was stunned at first, then ecstatically said, "Come, President Zhang is here. Our big boss is here." In an instant, all the diners and shopkeepers in the hotel shouted out in unison. Zhang Feng hurried forward and cupped his fists to everyone, then pulled the shopkeeper into the inner room. As soon as they entered the door, Zhang Feng said directly, "Withdraw 1,000 strings of cash for me and send it to the mansion." The shopkeeper didn't expect this mysterious boss to be so straightforward. He directly took out 10 banknotes from the accountant and handed them to Zhang Feng, saying, "Big boss, this is 30,000 strings of cash. Please keep it well. If you encounter any difficulties, just say the word. Our restaurant has nothing but money." Zhang Feng was unhappy. More importantly, he was flustered. He glared at the shopkeeper and said, "What are you talking about? Do I look like someone who is short of money? I just have some savings for the time being." The shopkeeper suddenly understood. "No wonder. I was thinking that a few days ago, our boss sent 300,000 strings of cash to your mansion. You spent it all?" Zhang Feng choked and his eyes widened. He asked in a trembling voice, "How much?" 300,000 strings of cash. Chapter 1260. Zhang Feng couldn't figure it out. But he didn't want to think about it anymore. He could just go back and ask. It was useless to think about it. He originally wanted to go back and check on the potato sprouts, but after thinking about it, he decided to go back to Chang'an University first. When Zhang Feng arrived at the academy, it was almost noon. He hadn't been to Chang'an University for a long time. It was still the same, but it was a little cleaner than before. There were many unknown flowers and evergreen trees in the courtyard. The whole courtyard was filled with the fragrance of osmanthus, making the whole academy seem to be in a sea of flowers. Li Chengqian and the others were sitting in the study hall of Chang'an University, bored to death. When Zhang Feng came in, they stood up as if they had been electrocuted. It was also the first time that Zhang Feng gave a serious lesson in such a place. The walls around the study hall were hung with poems and ink paintings of great masters, both ancient and modern. Behind Zhang Feng, which was above the lecture hall, there was a portrait of Confucius that was as tall as a man, and there were 3 incense sticks burning in front of it. Zhang Feng looked at the portrait of Confucius, then turned around and said, "Do you know why I'm here to give you a lesson today?" They didn't know what Zhang Feng was going to do. They shook their heads and sat still. At the moment when Zhang Feng started the lesson, they all lit up a cigarette at the same time, which made Zhang Feng confused. "What are you doing?" The few of them were also taken aback. Zhang Feng waved his hand and pointed at Feng Yai. "Yishuang, tell me what's going on. Who said that we can smoke in class?" Feng Yai was stunned. But he still said, "Mr. Dean, Mr. Zihuai and Mr. Wenji said that smoking can help one's mind, so we can smoke in the university." There was such a damn reason? Zhang Feng was confused. Since when did smoking become a good match for this? Zhang Feng glared at Cheng Chumo and the others. Seeing them nod their heads, he was speechless. He patted his forehead to lower his blood pressure a little before saying, "From now on, if anyone dares to smoke in my classes or when I do experiments, Lao Tzu will break their legs." This time, Li Chengqian could no longer sit still. He was the crown prince. He had to take care of this matter. Fengzi, where did this come from? Indeed, after smoking this cigarette, you won't feel sleepy, and you can even replace your spirit. Even Mr. Bo Shi and the others in the academy didn't say anything. So, according to you, Lao Tzu didn't keep his word. Zhang Feng was also anxious. This time, Li Chengqian was speechless. He cupped his fists and sat down. You're awesome, so whatever you say goes. However, Feng Yai was different. He quickly asked, Sir Dean, what do you mean by that? Seeing that there was finally someone who knew what was good for him, Zhang Feng's mood calmed down a little. He said, although this thing is good, eating too much of it can also become poison. I advise you to wait. If you have nothing to do, it's better to smoke less. Don't you think it's suffocating? After Zhang Feng finished speaking, the few of them could not help but twitch their noses. They stared at the grey room and said, No. Zhang Feng was completely speechless. He waved his hand and said, I don't care when you're in classes like this, but try to smoke less. However, when I do physics experiments in the future, if anyone dares to let me smoke, Lao Tzu will really beat him to death. The few of them were even more confused. They could smoke one moment, but they couldn't the next. What did that mean? Teacher, may I ask why we can't smoke in physics experiments? Zhang Feng was speechless. It'll explode. What do you mean by explode? Explode. It means that everything we're sitting in, and this house, will go up into the sky. There won't be anything left. When the few of them heard that, they could not help but be shocked. They could not help but think of the scene of the heavenly lightning striking the ground. Could it be that doing an experiment was so dangerous? Oh my God, what kind of magical thing was that? It could cause such a big commotion? The few of them could not help but feel a surge of excitement. Although they did not know what the mysterious experiment was before, when they heard Zhang Feng say that, they were really looking forward to it. Of course, they automatically filtered out Zhang Feng's words about the explosion. Who knew what the explosion was? Moreover, it was autumn. How could there be such an explosion? Fengzi also said that as long as they did not smoke, it would be fine. Then, wouldn't it be fine if they did not smoke? Zhang Feng did not know if the few of them understood, but when he saw that their faces were shining with excitement, he could not help but feel a little speechless. All right. Smoke less in the future. Zhang Feng stopped being long-winded and began to explain the formal physics lesson to the few of them. The so-called formal was actually junior high school physics. For the elementary school part, Zhang Feng had already explained it to them previously. For this test, Zhang Feng also did a simple test. Although it was not satisfactory, it was still considered a pass. Moreover, they were basically familiar with what they needed to learn. A small experiment of extracting phosphate fertilizer did not need to be too complicated. This lecture lasted for a full 4 hours. It was only when Zhang Feng was dizzy from hunger that he stopped. However, when Zhang Feng walked out of the study hall, Jia Daoren was standing at the door with a face full of smiles. He bowed and said, Master, the workshop on the mountain sent 10 big wooden boxes. They said that you must open them personally, so I've brought them over for you. Zhang Feng was overjoyed when he heard that. After sending Jia Daoren away, he carefully opened the boxes. The boxes were full of hay. However, in the middle of the hay, there were transparent and strangely shaped things. Zhang Feng was wild with joy when he saw it, but Li Chengqian and the others were like monks. They were confused. Even after racking his brain, he still couldn't figure out what these things were. In the end, the few of them compromised. They squatted beside Zhang Feng and touched the transparent things that Zhang Feng placed one by one on the ground. They asked, Fengzi, what are these strangely shaped things? What are they used for? When Zhang Feng heard that, he held up an object with a big belly and an abnormally long neck. He said, This thing is a treasure. It's an indispensable thing for experiments. It's called glass. The newer model is called glass container. Chapter 1261. Zhang Feng didn't know how to introduce it to them. However, he still patiently introduced these things to Zhang Feng in detail. After all, these things were going to accompany their daily lives for a long time. Although Zhang Feng didn't know if instilling these things into them at this time would change the trajectory of history, he couldn't care so much at this time. After all, things had developed to this point at this time. He couldn't just watch the people around him starve to death for a little food, right? After all, if it was in his hands, it would only be a matter of convenience. After spending another hour, Zhang Feng explained the characteristics of these things and the general situation of using them to them. After that, he couldn't take it anymore. Then he waved his hand and said, "That's all for today. I'll give you homework today." While speaking, Zhang Feng pointed to the osmanthus in the courtyard and said, "Do the osmanthus flowers smell good?" They didn't know what Zhang Feng wanted to say. Whether the osmanthus flowers were fragrant or not, they didn't know what Zhang Feng was thinking. But they still nodded honestly and said, "Yes, they do." "Okay, that's good." Zhang Feng nodded, then looked at them with a smile and said, "Then I'll give you homework now. No matter who you ask, I want your answer tomorrow morning." They couldn't help but be alarmed. They didn't know what Zhang Feng was up to. But at this time, they had no choice but to bite the bullet. Although they all knew that Zhang Feng was up to no good, and as long as Zhang Feng smiled, who didn't know that this kid was going to be a demon? But what could they do? At this moment, they could only look at Zhang Feng with tears in their eyes. They looked pitiful, hoping that Zhang Feng would soften his heart and not give them a vicious stab. But was Zhang Feng that kind of person? Seeing the appearance of the few people, he couldn't help but grin and say, "Excuse me, how is the fragrance of osmanthus flowers spread at this time?" Who the hell knew? Only a ghost would know how he spread it. The few of them were filled with hatred. But before they had a chance to protest, Zhang Feng said with a smile, "Let me remind you that this is a very important question. If I don't see the answer tomorrow morning, or if someone pretends to be sick and doesn't come, I will personally write a letter to tell Lao Tzu about your mock exam results and what happened today." This time, they could only hear the sound of something shattering in their hearts. However, Zhang Feng had already walked away. Zhang Feng went straight back to his mansion. As soon as he returned to the residence, he saw Jianghu pacing back and forth in the study room with an anxious expression. She was eating something with her legs crossed and was looking left and right. Seeing Zhang Feng come back, Jianghu breathed a sigh of relief, but she still closed the door and asked, "Prince Zhang, Chang'an Hotel just sent a bill of 30,000 strings of cash. What's going on?" "I heard it was young master who withdrew it from the hotel?" Zhang Feng nodded and said, "Yes. By the way, I also want to ask you about the money and the expenses of the residence. Where did you get them?" Jianghu looked at Zhang Feng speechlessly and said, "It seems that eldest young master Zhang just remembered the expenses of the residence now?" Zhang Feng's face stiffened. He pulled Jianghu into his arms with a smile. Jianghu wanted to complain, but seeing Zhang Feng's expression, she couldn't say anything. She just stared at Zhang Feng speechlessly. Her eyes were full of fog. When Zhang Feng saw this scene, how could he not know that Jianghu had been wronged? He had to hold Jianghu in his arms with guilt. But Jianghu struggled to get out of Zhang Feng's arms, her face red. "Young master, have you really forgotten how many properties you own?" Hearing this, Zhang Feng nodded and said, "I know. It's just that I haven't seen that damn Lao Li send me money for a long time." Before he could finish, Zhang Feng was dumbfounded and asked, "Do you mean that he sent the money to the residence?" Jianghu said while holding her forehead with both hands, "You don't know anything about it?" "On the third day after the last move, Old Li sent me 30 boxes of gold, silver, and other valuables. Also, the paper mill sent me hundreds of thousands of taels of silver, and the local government of Chang'an City sent me banknotes worth hundreds of thousands of taels of silver. There are so many that I can't remember them all. If you want to check them now, I'll call the accountant here." Zhang Feng stopped Jianghu in a hurry and said, No, it's not necessary. You can take care of the residence. I'm just curious. Why didn't I know anything about these things?" This was what scared Zhang Feng the most. He didn't know how much it was. Anyway, if he didn't meet the old man today, he really wouldn't know about it. Jianghu stared at Zhang Feng helplessly and said, "Why are you still asking? It's like there's something shameful in this house. You just don't dare to come back. You come back and stay for one night and then run away. Tell me, do you think I have time to tell you? Besides, this is your home." Chapter 1262. Jianghu felt a little wronged. She had been with Zhang Feng for 3 or 4 months. When she was with outsiders, most people called her second madam of the Zhang mansion. But only she knew how wronged she felt. Zhang Feng had been avoiding the issue of marriage. He didn't even dare to get close to her. She didn't know if Zhang Feng was really busy or what. But a few days ago, she suddenly heard that Zhang Feng had gone down the mountain. And he was living in a small tavern, which made her extremely uncomfortable. Many times, she even wondered if she had made a mistake because she knew Zhang Feng. But now that things had come to this, she couldn't leave even if she wanted to. After all, if she left Zhang Feng, where should she go? This was a thought she had always had. Even every night, she couldn't sleep because of this, turning and turning in bed. Maybe he was still thinking about her? Otherwise, although he was busy, why did he keep avoiding the title of husband and wife? What was he avoiding? At this time, Zhang Feng was also shocked that Jianghu would say this. He knew that he wasn't good at dealing with women. Even when it came to relationships, he was a novice. He couldn't even be considered a novice. At this time, seeing Jianghu like this, although he knew that she was angry and felt wronged, what could Zhang Feng do? Seeing this, Zhang Feng could only sigh. Holding Jingshu's hand, he said gently, "After a while, when I'm done with my work, I will give you a grand and unparalleled wedding." "No. I don't want to." Jingshu held back her tears and looked at Zhang Feng stubbornly, shaking her head desperately. At this time, Zhang Feng seemed to have really separated the shadow of the former school belle from Jingshu. He seemed to have separated the shadow of the former school belle from Jingshu. "I'm sorry." Ignoring Jingshu's resistance, Zhang Feng took her in his arms and hugged her tightly. After struggling for a while, Jingshu leaned on Zhang Feng's arms softly. She once thought that she had found someone to rely on. However, in these 3 months of being with Zhang Feng, she found that every time she was with Zhang Feng, he would choose to avoid. She could vaguely feel that something was different. Although she didn't say it, every time she heard others call her second madam, she would feel a faint pain in her heart. The two of them went downstairs for a while. Seeing that Jingshu's mood had calmed down, Zhang Feng said, "Jingshu, I'm really a blank in this aspect. It was my fault before. Although I can't promise you anything in the future, I will always love you." "What about them?" Jingshu asked with a red face. Zhang Feng kissed Jingshu's earlobe. In an instant, Jingshu's body tensed up. Zhang Feng was also a little confused. "That's right. 3 women." He shook his head and smiled bitterly. "I don't know, but as long as they are my women, I, Zhang Feng, will do my best to protect them." Jingshu was touched and wanted to get up from Zhang Feng's arms. However, Zhang Feng took advantage of the situation and carried her into the bedroom. An hour later, the two of them snuggled on the bed. Jingshu looked at Zhang Feng's side profile and thought for a long time before saying, "I heard that Sister Yu seemed to have encountered some difficulties in Jiangnan." When Zhang Feng heard this, he couldn't help but have goosebumps all over his body. He wasn't a gentleman, but how could he tolerate bullying a woman like that? It would be strange if he could tolerate it. Zhang Feng was about to get up, but Jingshu said coquettishly, "What time is it now? If there's anything, wait until tomorrow morning." "Oh." Zhang Feng could only obediently return to the bed. Feeling the warmth from beside him, Zhang Feng and Jingshu were entwined together again. The next morning. It was rare for Zhang Feng to be woken up so early by Jingshu. As soon as he went out, Zhang Feng said to Jia Daoren, who was winking at him, "Go up the mountain immediately and find Gao Can for me." "Master, I have already sent someone. You should wash up with second madam first and have breakfast." Jia Daoren rushed in and winked. It was a look that all men understood. Zhang Feng was so angry that he took off his boots and smashed them. Jia Daoren screamed and then ran away with Du Ziting. "Master and madam, wake up. All of you, get moving. Prepare a bath for master and madam. Those in the kitchen, hurry up. Master needs tonics." Zhang Feng's face was black. "So, what happened last night was a big matter for you. Was Lao Tzu shameless? Why did he have to make such a big fuss about this?" At this moment, an old woman stood beside Zhang Feng and said with a smile, "Congratulations, master." "Congratulations, my foot. What are you doing?" Seeing the old woman reach out and smile at him, Zhang Feng was a little confused. The old woman said, "According to custom, it's a big matter for master and madam to consummate their marriage for the first time. You have to reward us." Zhang Feng. Looking at the maids who were carrying buckets of hot water and covering their mouths and laughing secretly, Zhang Feng's face was full of embarrassment. He hurried back to his room and didn't look at the amount of the banknotes. He grabbed a bunch and handed it to the old woman. Take it, take it. Is it okay now? You can all leave. No, no, no.
The old woman first thanked Zhang Feng and then said, Master, you don't know, but according to custom, after Madame's first time, there are a lot of complicated things to do. Please go to the study room and let me explain to Madame and freshen up.
Zhang Feng was stunned. What kind of custom was this? But how could he still have the face to stay? He lowered his head and hurried out. He didn't even eat breakfast.
After Zhang Feng left, the whole Zhang mansion was in a festive mood. Because Zhang Feng actually took out 1,000 taels of silver as a reward and gave it to all the servants in the Zhang residence.
1,000 taels.
There were less than 100 servants in the Zhang mansion. In other words, each of them could get 10 taels of silver. One had to know that in a year, even in other families, the highest income was only 1 tael of silver, which was 1,000 strings of coins.
But this? What was this?
This was a great blessing from the heavens.